music, what has been happening with Jody for a while now? Talking about your musical journey, the musics you have there, the ones you're trying to remake, the evergreen one which still stayed for decades.
Yes.
Ah,
Well, I have more in store. I stopped. I had a little break, trying to find myself, and now I'm back. I'm revisiting most of the songs I did in my debut album, like African Woman, Akmona Igbonu, and I'm live and available for events. I'm just rediscovering myself and intensively pursuing my passion.
is the intensity for me. Okay, so talking about music,
Yeah.
knowing very well, how long have you seen yourself being this person that you are today?
Well, I had my dream, but I just wasn't actualizing it until you know, they say fire makes the gold shine. Until I
Mm.
went through my own form of fire. And it's in phases. We all experience fire to get to the next step, the next level. So having gone through certain, friction and all that, I think that gave me the boldness to step into what I had vaguely imagined me to be.
For guests at Iroka Towers, the evening was a blend of business, lifestyle, and entertainment. Oyindamola Olukutan, Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. My name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV and don't change the dial because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television.
Hello, Nigeria. Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, a rainy one at that. So, I mean, if you are driving on the roads this morning, so please be mindful of other road users and drive safely. I'm Jane Ogoye, and over the next 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, we'll be taking you around the world of politics, insecurity, and so much more as they affect you and I. I'm not alone this morning. As usual, I have...
Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning.
Yes, it's a rainy day. Very well,
rainy,
thank you.
Rainy.
It's a rainy day, and the sky is crying, but it's just shedding tears of joy. You can see. Well, it's good for some people that it is raining. It's bad for others that it's raining. But whatever you do, I think some parts of the city, are already flooded. So I had to maneuver through a lot of deep waters before I got to the office. Yeah, but thank God I am here. And so as you drive and commute to office this morning, as usual, we advise you, to be very careful the way you drive. Avoid road rage, be, responsible and also respectful to other road users, because you are not the only one that is rushing to work. Other people are also rushing to work. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Let's take a rundown of the topics we'll be trailing this morning. Nigeria's insecurity. Boko Haram strikes again as students are abducted mid-exam in Borno State. And in other news, xenophobia. We will shut down all South African businesses in Nigeria. This is according to the National Association of Nigerian Students. And on governance, fix deplorable roads before initiating new ones, Peter Obi tells federal government. But before we dive into this conversation, let's take you through some of the trending stories making the rounds in Nigeria. The Federal Ministry of Works has announced a sweeping ban on commercial motorcycles, popularly known as Okada and Keke, from operating on the newly constructed Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, effective immediately. According to Olufemi Dare, the Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, the restriction is part of a broader traffic management and infrastructure protection plan aimed at preserving the multi-billion-naira project and ensuring road safety. The ministry also explained that the measure is designed to prevent misuse of the highway and reduce premature deterioration, stressing that private motorcycles and dispatch riders are exempted from the ban. Francis Nwanze, the aide to the Minister of Works, David Umahi, confirmed that policy applies strictly to commercial operators, noting that similar restrictions already exist on other federal highways in Lagos. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, one of Nigeria's flagship infrastructure projects, is expected to boost connectivity and economic activity along the nation's coastline. I have a lot to say about this, but I want to start by saying that one of the best things this administration has done is this Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, and I say it lightly, because over the weekend, I had cause to go to the hinterlands of Ajah.
Okay.
And I know that if I had ordinarily gone through the Ozumbamba the way it would have taken me a longer time. But through the coastal highway, I mean, my journey was cut short by over 45 minutes, and I kid you not.
Okay, that's
However,
a good one.
the only problem I have with this administration, as with previous, is the fact that we always do things before we plan. I don't know how to explain it. We don't envisage things. We don't forecast. We don't forecast pitfalls or blockades before we do things. It is after we have commissioned a project, after we have done something, then we begin to now try to mitigate mitigate things that could have been sorted already. Why didn't they create maybe a special designated lane on the highways for these motorcycles, these tricycles? I'm just saying, because one of the problems we have in the transport sector is that the transport system in Lagos is really checkered and flawed. The road networks are good, but we don't have a complete grasp of the traffic management in the state. And I can see that to an extent, the Lagos state government is trying, but the state has to grapple with a lot of traffic, especially because when you move these guys from the coastal highway to the major roads, there's going to be more congestion. And why are they giving concession to the dispatch riders or the, I think, private
operators? Private operators. Like,
so when you move these people out of this area, what are the alternatives? Why don't we have a very solid road transport network that can absorb some of these shockers? Just my thoughts. Because we cannot say don't do this without providing alternatives. You know how hard the economy is. I know I'm always on the side of the people, really. And on the side of
everybody
the
is on the side of the people,
yeah,
because when we talk about the people, we are the people.
We
too.
are the people.
We
But
are
when
the
I say
people,
the people, like people on the average Nigerian, I am an average Nigerian.
Okay.
But the people.
Well, I thought you were below average, because at some point we had this conversation, and Nigeria
we don't have a middle class.
We don't even have a middle class again. So it's either you are up there or you are down there.
So at
so
this point,
those of us that
poor.
are down there, we are all poor, and so we
poor.
belong to the people. Jen, your concerns are genuine, and I do share those concerns as well. Well, it's like what you said, we don't plan. It's characteristic of us as a people.
Yes.
While growing up, like I said, in high school, I used to study about economic plans, rolling plans, national plans, economic development plans, and all of that. Those things were put on paper, but they were not implemented.
Yes.
They were not implemented. And so we are not far-sighted. We don't take decisions in times of uncertainty. We don't take far-sighted decisions that will take care of us in the future. So it has become part of our life. If you go to, I keep going back to, I leave Europe out of it. I keep going back to Southeast Asia, far east, because that is the economy. So those are, when you talk about Asian tigers and all other economies around the Asian, now those are the economies that are doing very well, away from the European model.
Yeah.
I keep talking about Singapore, which made it in 30 years, faster than, I think, Norway or Sweden, that was the closest in terms of moving from the third world to the first world in just 48 years. But Singapore was able to do that in just 30 years, thanks to the undying efforts of one man, that is Lee Kuan Yew. And so if you come here, we don't plan things, we just do things. Like I said, as I was coming to work this morning, I had to maneuver through, flawed, some parts of Amuward of in some parts of First Tack, the expressway, Oshodi Papa Expressway, and all of that is really terrible. And some cars have already broken down and causing traffic gridlock. And so what does that tell you? These things happen year in, year out. It happens this year, it happens next year. And so when you say that Lagos government is doing well, they might be doing well, but their best is not good enough. You know why I say that? In city centers, in places like other parts of the world, in Tokyo, in Kuala Lumpur, some of those places are flood to prone. And so you do know what they do? They devise a system that it is a central collation system that if it gets to a point, the sensor will simply trigger itself and it will open one wide hole and it will collect all the water and straight into what? Into the ocean, either the Pacific or whichever ocean that is, but we don't have that here. The technology is there. Nobody's asking you to build the technology. Just buy and install what others have done. And so the whole of Oshodi, Papa, around Ballet and Elasa area is completely flooded. As a matter of fact, from Sele up until Iyanisolo, is flooded completely. And so vehicles have broken down along the way. If you go to Lekki, I don't even want to talk about the new Lagos that is Lekki, and so what happens there? People's homes are flooded and all of that. And we keep going back every other day, Next year, we'll still talk about this. Now, talking about the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, I was looking at the reason why they said, well, they had to remove
they say so that it does not deteriorate.
So, no, I mean to protect the aesthetics.
And so I was wondering, is it about
so
aesthetics or
about
functionality?
Durability and functionality of the road itself. You say it is interlocked, concrete paving and all of that. And so if ordinary cyclists use it and you want to protect the lifespan of that facility, then what happens when you have articulated vehicles like trailers, tankers and all of that passing through? So that reason doesn't gel for me. I think what they are trying to do is to give it a semblance of beautiful place so that aesthetically it is protected, so that you don't see Okada trying to maneuver with a vehicle and accidents and all of that.
Can I shock you? We now have potholes on that coastal highway.
I'm not sure that anything in this country can shock
you.
me.
We have potholes. A part of the highway is even flooded.
No, we understand all of that.
It's flooded and we have potholes.
It might be. See, the thing about the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, at the wrong run, it might have been well-intentioned. But the best intentions don't produce the best outcomes, except to follow through, and that is what is happening. Due diligence was not followed, even in terms of
we don't even know
the procurement, bidding and all of that. And so the minister is still running around it, and they're asking him how much is a per kilometer, and saying he's a professor in practice, and you cannot go back and forth and all of that. In Sena countries, the man who should be answering questions about that project. And so it's the same thing with every other project. And why do you even have to? Meanwhile, the internal roads. Beni, Auchi, Asaba, Onitsha. Beni, Asaba. I can go on and on. Enugu, Port Harcourt.
How about Ore?
Ore to Bini. Very bad roads. Roads that have lasted for like 50, 60 years. You can't fix them and you're building new ones, just to take glory, more like glorification. And I always say that, well, this administration, just like every other administration, they have a false sense of accomplishment. The president thinks that, well, if he builds the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, it will be to his name, just like we have the IBB Boulevard and all of that. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time he leaves, they will name that place. I mean, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
I just wanted to say that they have a penchant for legacy projects.
For legacy projects that don't even last and benefit the people. Quite unfortunate. But, well, I'm sure that, but there's a reason why I like the fact that tricyclists and cyclists are prevented from using that road just for the sake of safety. These guys are very reckless. Some of them are not even licensed to drive, to ride whatever that they are using, and they are very reckless. Unfortunately, they seem to come from a particular, place, and it's difficult to rein them in, whether we like it or not. That is the truth, except we want to continue living in self-denial.
That's true.
Unfortunately, that is what we are. They're already a menace in some parts of Lagos. I keep talking about the Festac area, the Amu-Odofi area, where the police can't even confront them. And unfortunately, one
and
day,
in the suburbs,
some of them carry bayonets and all of that.
Really?
Yes, and the police can't stop them. But just an ordinary person, just carry penknife for your orange and all of that, police will start harassing you. Wow. And so it has reached a point where they even block the access ways, in marketplaces and all of that.
Menace,
and
really.
Menace, and you need to struggle. You are very careful, because the moment you, scratch one of them, about 30 or 40 of them will surround you. And your people will simply walk away. It is a clear and present danger, and I keep talking about it. That is with us, and the government should do something very fast. If this is one of the steps, that they are taking to initiate the process of having to clean up, that track of transportation. I'm talking about cyclists and all of that. It's a clear and present danger. And if we don't solve the problem now, it will be our albatross in the near future.
But as we solve the problem, let them look for alternatives.
Alternatives. That's interesting. Well, let's move away from that. In a major intervention over Nigeria's economic governance, Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sanusi II, has accused the National Assembly of failing in its constitutional duty by allowing successive governments to breach borrowing limits from the Central Bank of Nigeria. While speaking over the weekend, the former CBN governor reminded lawmakers that the law permits the federal government to borrow only up to 5% of the previous year's revenue. Yeah, this provision was broken with impunity for 8 years without legislative action. Sanusi, who was repeatedly summoned by the assembly during his tenure, according to him, as CBN governor for minor issues, queried, why the same lawmakers remained silent when the executive violated fiscal rules on a massive scale. Well, he warned that such negligence undermines the independence of the legislature and blah, blah, blah. So, well, that is Sanusi speaking, and Sanusi said, well, that borrowing cap has been breached by the federal government several times. And he says the federal government can only borrow from the CBN up to 5% of the total revenue generated the previous year. And so if we generated 3.3 trillion naira last year, into the federation account, the central bank can only lend 5% of that amount, to the CBN. But according to him, it's been breached several times. He was queried, but under Buhari, for 8 years of Buhari, it was breached. And then, basically, what Sanusi is saying, well, National Assembly, you have your work cut out for you. Unfortunately, he is not saying something, that is new. But I'm surprised that anybody would be surprised that Sanusi is saying this. We know what the National Assembly has become in Nigeria. It's rubber stamp. It's been captured. Fortunately for them, they have the majority in the National Assembly, talking about the ruling party, so they can as well, pass any legislation that they like in a fraction of some seconds, whether Nigerians like it or not. Some of the legislations, they don't even call for public hearing. We just wake up in the morning and all we hear is that, well, this legislation has been passed and there's nothing we can do about it. Because if you say, talk to your representatives come from the same party, majority of them. And so what do we have going for us? We have a National Assembly that is rubber stamped under the terms of the president and all of that. And, well, it's a bad thing for us. Growing up in high school, I was taught about the separation of powers, the three arms of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. As a matter of fact, in the United States of America, the legislature prides itself as primus inter pares because they believe that the Congress was inaugurated before the executive was inaugurated. And so they take pride in that. But here, what do we have? We have a National Assembly that kowtows, to the whims and caprices of the president at every turn in our national life. We once had some, semblance of, how can I put it now? I'm looking for an appropriate word. A functional legislature, in when we had the likes of Kenan Namani and Bukola Saraki, and to an extent, David Mark and all of that. They were able to hold the executive to account. But what do we have? We have a National Assembly that when the president wants to present his annual budget, what we hear is, on your mandate we shall stand.
That's one of the
how did we get to that low level?
I think that's one of the most outrageous.
How did we get to that low level?
The most outrageous things, that has happened, that goes on in this administration. How does a political slogan becomes almost like a national song? I don't know.
Like a national anthem.
National anthem, they recite it at fake meetings, and you're wondering, when was this?
Even in judges' meetings.
Even judges' meetings. So how do we have that separation of power? How do we have that transparency? How do we have that judiciary independence? How do we have, how does that translate to non-interference from the government, from the federal government?
Separation of, well, Jed, if you're asking questions, I think we have someone here who help us understand all of that, because it's tested, trusted.
It's basically...
He's a historian, he's an anchor, OAP, he's done it for a very long time. Good morning to you, Moses Humphrey.
You see, when they want to hang you, that's how they sing your praise just to hang you. It's, well, to answer your questions, straightforward.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning, Nigeria. It's basically executive rascality. Yeah, basically that's what it is. But then again, initially when it started, I was concerned and I asked the question, did the president authorize all of this? Did he authorize people to sing his praise each time he comes around. Did he authorize that? But I saw that he didn't caution them. He never cautioned anybody. He never cautioned. I think only there was a video I saw where he was moving around and people were. He came out from somewhere and then they started singing on your money. I like shh. But that was when we're talking about the kidnappings around the country and all of that. So the president has unfortunately surrounded himself with sycophants, and they know he enjoys praise singing. Yes, so they do it to appease him, and it's really unfortunate. You mentioned Bukola Saraki and the rest of them. Well, some would say no president will attempt what Buhari attempted in his first term in office. Having a president of the Senate that is basically not from his party.
From his party.
that was
at another time, I think we had the Senate president and the deputy from different parties. That was novel. That was novel. Buhari had it because at some point people were saying... He didn't
try it the second time.
He didn't try it. But at that time, people had cautioned him. Buhari was like, well, you elect whoever you want to elect. It's your call and all of that. So for some reasons, I think he might have been a better Democrat than some people now who claim to be Democrats, or people that say, well, we fought for democracy and all of that. Because, it happens once in a very long time. Obasanjo wouldn't have tried that. Even Jonathan wouldn't have tried that. But Buhari let it slide. And he said, well, they are the people that should let them do whatever they... And for that period, Bukola was able to, put a wage on some form of executive rascality. There was some level of decency.
Exactly. Yeah.
There was, which we don't have now. And so what we have is that a Senate president that tells us, forget it, whatever the president brings to us here is as good as...
Speedy ascension.
And all of that. Rather. So it's a very difficult thing.
It is. I think we should just move on to our third banter. Moses, you want to take that?
Yes, in a new development that has set social media buzzing, Nigeria's education and professional circles, is excited about the Osasere Okundaye, who has officially become the youngest chartered accountant in Nigeria. We'll take a break. Let's take a break and then we'll be right back with this story.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence, in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice.
Oh, well, just before that break, we're talking about 16-year-old Osashere Okundaye, who wrote the ICANN exams and has become chartered accountant. Well, Okundaye officially became the youngest chartered accountant in Nigeria, earning recognition from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN. Now, this announcement was confirmed by the Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, who praised her hard work, discipline, resilience, and commitment to excellence, describing her as a beacon of the limitless potentials of Nigerian youth. Okundaye's achievement comes just a year after another prodigy, Temilola Blossom, aged 18, also broke barriers by passing all 5 ICANN professional stage papers at the University of Ilorin. The minister further commended her parents, teachers, and mentors for their support, stressing that her success underscores the importance of nurturing talent from an early age. So there you have it. Well, 2 young women over time have broken records, become accountants at an early age. Well, the good thing is for you to write ICANN exams, professional exams, and the rest of them, you have to be at least 16 years of age. So it's possible that, you know, because I had this argument with somebody when the story broke yesterday. I mean, it was like, oh, no, what? It's not possible. How long would it take her to go through the university and then finish up and then write ICANN? But the truth of the matter is, like I told the person, you really don't have to go through the 4 walls of a university before you can write such professional exams. With just your O level, you can go ahead, write the exams, and that's probably what Okundaye did. Wrote the exams. From the age of 16, you can enter for it. So she wrote the exams, and she has emerged the youngest. The earliest one was 18-year-old. Now she's 16. So
I think
exceptionally gifted children.
Yes, exceptionally gifted. I think there's the one that broke the record yesterday was 17-year-old at Johnson Adewale, before the other one.
Oh, the one that broke the record before Okundaye.
She broke.
Okundaye is 16.
She broke Johnson Adewale's 17-year-old record.
Okay, there was that record.
Okay.
That was broken.
Yeah,
okay.
So this one is, I mean, it's a good
Johnson Adewale, is Johnson a male or a female? Male. Okay, because
I don't know how to do it anyway, but one speculating about this particular one is that congratulations to her. Beauty plus brains. You can see she's a beautiful girl. Plus brains. I mean, she's got it. Congratulations to you, young lady.
Congratulations to her. I also think it's a breath of fresh air, especially at a time in Nigeria where you have this debate about Olodo uprising. I'm sure you've seen the conversation about how the seemingly illiterate ones seem to be making
waves.
Making waves, going viral on social media. So this is a breath of fresh air and a good reminder that intelligence and education still matters. Really.
Talking about the Olodo uprising, we should be careful, really, because a lot of these people actually went to school but could not find jobs, so they went into content creation. And that has served them. They might be doing silly things online to make a living, but it should be concerning to the nation that people study through the university, graduate, and then package it, put it under the mattress, and become comical, just to earn a living.
Yeah.
So it's concerning to the nation, really.
It should be
our
concerning.
leaders should pinch themselves and ask themselves what they are doing wrong. It's a good thing. Well, there's a reform now that has been passed for NYSC, the NYSC reforms.
Yeah.
Yes.
6 weeks Orientation, new uniform and all
new
of
uniforms, skill acquisition.
Yeah.
You know, that's the focus now. Skill acquisition and the rest of them. I hope it would not just be teaching them skills, ICT and the rest of them. People know our young ones, they know these things already. They know a lot about ICT already. But they should be empowered by giving them startups, giving them something to start up some sort of work with the skills that they will acquire from the NYSC camp after 6 weeks.
Okay, two things I want to say. First, about our leaders, having to pinch themselves. I mean, I think our leaders are skinless. So even if they pinch themselves, they will not feel the pain. Number two is that if they are doing NYSC reforms, very interesting. I think they should include that reform too, that you should serve either in your place of origin or close to
your state of origin.
State of origin, because I will not have my child sent to a place where that child will be killed. I will not do that. Honestly, and many Nigerians are in that mode, as a matter of fact, whether we like it or not. So where you are doing the reforms, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the essence of the youth service program is already long defeated. And so if we are still rolling with it, part of the reform should be that people should serve close to where they come from so that at least their security can be guaranteed in one way or the other.
That makes a lot of sense.
Well, let's quickly run to the papers. Now, let's see what the headlines have for us this morning before we get into the conversation proper. From the Vanguard newspaper, the window headlines here. NDIC now covers 98.9% banks' deposits. That's coming from MD. U.S. disclosure on 199 killed jihadists referred to May operation. DHQ. Terrorists invade Borno school, kidnap students, writing NECO, kill teacher. Soldiers rescue 10. Okay, I guess they've rescued a few more because yesterday, when the story broke, we heard that they rescued 7. The Vanguard is saying 10, so maybe they rescued a few more. Well, more troubling is the fact that they have not given us the number of students that were abducted. Is it, are they trying to hide something? Okay. Oh well. FEC reforms NYSC to be headed by civilian. Okudaye, 16, becomes youngest chartered accountant in Nigeria. FG orders marketers to reduce fuel price. Dangote refinery determines price changes, marketer says. NLT blames government for fuel price standoff. Marketers slow to adjust prices. Ogspan. Xenophobia. Over 15,000 Nigerians stranded in South Africa as FG evacuates 271 today. It's not true, FG says. And, well, that's it. That's it, really. The headlines from Vanguard newspaper.
The Punch newspaper leads with Obi Kwankwaso lead NDC's battle against the registration. Obi Kwankwaso Dixon in marathon meetings as NDC files appeal today. Opposition party insists judgment won't stand. Vows 2027 ballot battle. Lawyers push speedy appeal as court ruling threatens NDC's bid. 5-month crude exports fetch Nigeria 20 trillion naira. 1.34 million Nigerians denied UK visas in 21 years. Operation Kosaye. Police hunts kidnappers in Lagos, Ogun Forest. State police NAS sends bill to 36 states assemblies. Chaos as flooding shuts Lagos airport temporary terminal. Kogi teacher dies after alleged assault for disciplining pupils. Providus Unity Bank begins operations after merger. Those are the lead stories from the Punch.
And that's it from the newspaper headlines. We'll dive deeper, into newspaper conversations at 10 o'clock after the morning show. In the meantime, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, Boko Haram strikes again as students are abducted mid-exam in Borno State. Quite unfortunate. But we'll talk about all of that in the coming minutes. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toad Heck Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel, We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered...
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. If you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. Gunmen suspected to be Boko Haram ISWAP terrorists stormed Government Day Secondary School in Lassa Town, Askera, Uba local government area of Borno State on Monday morning, abducting an unspecified number of students, writing the National Examinations Council, NECO, Senior School Certificate Examination, where one teacher was killed and another injured in the brazen attack, which occurred while students were in the middle of their exams, adding to a disturbing pattern of school invasion that has seen dozens of children taken in recent weeks, including 42 from a primary school in the same area last month. Well, troops from Operation Hardin Kai swiftly responded with ground forces and air support, engaging the terrorists in a fierce firefight, rescuing 10 students and a teacher unhurt while capturing motorcycles and inflicting casualties on the fleeing attackers. Tragically, a soldier and a civilian Joint Task Force member lost their lives in the operation, with efforts ongoing to free the remaining victim. Well, Senator Aline Dume described the incident as disconcerting and urged the federal government to do more to tackle insecurity, calling for intensified operations, better interagency collaboration, and decisive action against sponsors to reassure citizens they can sleep with both eyes closed. Well, in contrast, Pastor Enoch Adeboye of the Redeemed Christian Church of God defended President Bola Tinubu, stating the commander-in-chief has done his bit by issuing directives to the military and should not be expected to fight on the front lines, though he acknowledged the worsening situation reaching even southern doorsteps and urged the government to go after wealthy sponsors of terrorism. Well, the attack coincides with troops foiling an attempted breach at the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies in Kuru, near Jos in Plateau State, just 2 weeks after a deadly assault there killed security operatives, highlighting persistent vulnerabilities across the region amid public outrage over recurring school abductions. Well, before we bring in our guests, our hearts go out to the soldier and the civilian Joint Task Force person, that lost their lives in the course of working for fatherland. And I hope that the federal government will, in one way or the other, ensure that the loved ones that are left behind do not suffer. They died in the course of duty, in the line of duty. And I think the family should not be left to wallow. Well, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here by Mr. Elvis Elimihele. Elvis appears in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Elvis.
Yeah, good morning, Okoro.
Beside him, we have Prince Francis Chilaka, who is also a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Prince, and thanks for joining us. We do appreciate your presence, as always, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Now, we'll be joined in the course of the program by our virtual guests from our stations and other guests as well. In the meantime, let's start from the studio here. Elvis.
Yeah.
Students abducted midway in an exam. Are we back to 2015?
Yeah.
Is that a script that we are replaying, and to what end would that be?
Mr. Okoro, we are actually back to 2013. This matter started with the Buniadi boys, Government Technical College. 59 were slain in their hostel at night before the Chibok girls came in 2014. And since that time, the trajectory has not stopped. It baffles us that what Boko Haram said, that, what they call it, education is haram to them. Western education is actually trying to play out. And it's so sad that since that time, we've had the Dapchi. Remember, Elias Raibo is still in captivity till today. Boils down to all that happened in that. You remember that university in Kaduna, that private university in Kaduna? Remember even NDA? And back, do you remember the School of Forestry in Kaduna too? All these are schools. Before this recent one in Kebbi, in Papiri, in Niger State, then before we have this Oyo now. You know, the same day we had Oyo, we also had in this Askira Oba. This is a certain part of Borno State that are mostly dominated by Christians. But the big question here, Mr. Koro, is where is the Safe School Initiative money that was donated by the UN and other organizations to Nigeria in 2014 to actually solve some of this problem that is confronting us headlong now since that time to today? Where is that money? Nobody is asking. That money is about 144 billion naira. Nobody is asking about it. What has been done, right? Because there was a purpose for that money, and the purpose for it is what we are seeing. Now that school must function. Children must go to school and find, school a safe place to acquire education. Nigeria must not play into the hands of Boko Haram strategy. What they said that the Western education is an abomination. A country must not succumb to the dictate of a militant or a terrorist who doesn't want the country to move ahead. When education is killed, every part of the economy is killed. Education is the bedrock that will, give rise to every sector of the economy. Today, we have to begin to remind the National Assembly, especially the Senate. In May, they set up a committee headed by your former governor, Ojus Okalu, that it should look into what has happened to the Safe School Initiative Fund. That committee has about 18 members. They've sat and they've called all the stakeholders that are involved, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Education, the DSS, the police, and all others. What are they asking? Budget, even as at 2023, there was still a budget for Safe School Initiative. 2024, they tried their best to, get a budget, but they have not gotten. But the previous budget of 30 billion that was given out in 2023, nobody has accounted for what that money was spent for.
Okay, so in all of this, we are talking about the funding aspect of the war on terror, which looks like it's opaque.
It's opaque. If that money is there, part of all these things that we are talking about, apart from even talking about safeguarding fences and all of that, the security personnel themselves will be much more motivated and, to do their job. You see this one that happened yesterday. There was a kind of quick response to some extent that led to the rescue of 10 of them.
Okay, we will talk about that rescue operation in a bit because, how many of them were taken? 7 initially were rescued, and now we hear that 10 were rescued. I bet the others are still in captivity, and a teacher. Meanwhile, one teacher was also killed in that process. So many talking points in all of this. Let's bring Prince Francis into this conversation. Now, Prince Francis, we are talking about the one that happened yesterday. Before now, Alain Dume, sometime in May, talked about 42, that were kidnapped. And it's like the spotlight was more on the Orire abduction in Ibadan. Because, that one was strange. We hadn't experienced that
in the South.
In the South. So, but every time, Chibok girls, Borno State, this one again, Borno State, the one of May, Borno State. And we have a governor of Borno State, who seems to be doing well, by public account. But the governor said, well, it is not yet time for state police in Nigeria. Prince, how do you react to these developments? Borno State, the flashpoint of insecurity, the hub more like, and they are like.
For me, I don't think, first of all, when we say Borno State, I think because Borno State seemed to be closer to all the borders. Because these people trooping, if we say they're not Nigerians. But there's something he said a few years back, and each time we talk about Borno State, that thing comes back to mind. He said that as it is today, the insurgents we're dealing with are no longer foreigners. That we're now dealing with younger generation of Nigerians who are unemployed.
Who said? Babagana Zulu?
Yes.
Okay.
Who are unemployed that have not become a weapon in the hands of these marauders. So it now gives you the picture of what we have in our hands. We are dealing with our own society, so to say now. And you know how hurtful it will be. Because these people are people who know the terrain very well. They know the people. So they go for what they want. And this is where the question now becomes, why are these terrorists, these bandits, now particular about schools? It may not just be because they say education, why Western education is haram. Because now, if you notice, sometimes they try to speak English even when they're doing their videos. They're on TikTok. Is that not Western education? But the point is, I think it's more like seeking for publicity, seeking for attention, knowing that the scale will go up if we're talking about students, if we're talking about children. Also, Mr. Koro, don't forget that a few months back, we saw a video of young children dressed in camouflage, carrying guns. As we sit here today, the Nigerian military has not responded to that video. So these are the things that make you begin to think as if, what is going on?
Prince, exactly the question, what is going on? Because a lot of people believe that, well, unfortunately, that it's politically motivated. Because at some point, if you go back in recent history, during the 8 years of Muhammad Buhari, we saw a different version of terrorism and insecurity, and it was centered more on the middle belt, which is Benue, Plateau, Adamawa, Taraba, and all of that. And at some point, the penultimate chief of defense staff, who is now the Minister of Defense, told us, well, that these people are not Nigerians, that they are foreigners, especially those that have chased away people in Benue, Plateau, and occupied their native lands. They even speak passing French, according to him, and all of that. And so we are dealing with a lot. The one that we are dealing with now, is it politics?
Okay, you just raised an issue that I've always tried to raise each time we talk about the people that are invading Nigeria.
Okay.
And you just said that, they displaced Nigerians. They took over their lands. And meanwhile, you have a government that has vowed to protect lives and properties of Nigerians. So, what stops the government, knowing fully well that those who have displaced their people that are now living in IDP camps, what stops them from bombing them? What stops the government knowing that when you bomb these people who have taken over the ancestral homes of these people, you're not bombing Nigerians? Why have the military refused to take back the Nigerians who are living in IDP camps back to their ancestral homes? This is where complicity comes in. Because you cannot tell me, Mr. Koro, that the way we are, there are 5 of us here, and we know that this phone belongs to you. And I come and collect this phone and give it to her. And the other 3 people keep quiet. How will you react? The vow the government has taken to protect the lives and properties of Nigerians, does it mean that they cannot protect them outside the ancestral home? Even while they're in IDP camps, they still go there to attack them. So there is more to this thing than meets the eye.
All right, then. More to it than meets the eyes, indeed, and that's why we're asking the questions here. Let's quickly run to Oka, our outstation right there in Oka, where we have Kingsley Ubani, a public affairs commentator, join the conversation. Kingsley, good morning to you. Welcome. Welcome to the conversation. Another troubling incident. Students writing examination abducted just another day, another Monday in Nigeria. It seems to have become a regular occurrence. We are becoming used to seeing students abducted. But the catch here is some of them were rescued. Some Nigerians have questioned why the actual number of the students have not been put out there. But we hear authorities say they are looking at the manifest to ensure that they get the exact number of those abducted. You think this is to hide information? You think they don't have access to the manifest already? What are your thoughts on this one before we get into other aspects of the interview?
Well, obviously, I would say the government has enabled this because subsequent, school arrests, kidnap, you look at it and ask yourself, you can see that it's almost like the kidnappers are benefiting from it because there are no reprimand, no arrests, no persecution, just negotiations. So what government have been able to do is kind of enable these kidnappers and let them know that this can be a viable, business for them. Let me put it that way. So, when you look at the priority of this government today, it's like governance have been abandoned, and there's a shift, to politics, and every government machinery of government is being used to look at how to stifle opposition or how to, do things with respect to how they are going to return into office next year. So there is absolutely no commitment. There's lack of zeal, lack of commitment by this government to tackle insecurity. The last time the president visited Jos, you could see that he couldn't even enter the city. So, and these are the issues. They have enabled the kidnappers and the bandits and the people that are, perpetuating this act to continue by not being able to bring even one person to book. After all these several incidents, they just kind of negotiate with these people, embolden them, probably trade ransoms. And if you were this kind of element, you will see that, this looks like something that is lucrative. We'll do more of it. That's it.
Will the answer to this be schools staying shut for the safety of the pupils now? Will that be the answer to this? And by the way, before you react to that question, more information out there is that about 40 students, about 40 individuals, terrorists, repentant terrorists, as they are called, were asked, went for medical tests in Maiduguri, and the government of Maiduguri sponsored the medical test, and they were to be incorporated into the military. And we had the kickback. This was just last week. We had the pushback from the frontline soldiers in the northeast saying they do not want to fight alongside these repentant terrorists because they serve as molds. That's coming from the frontline soldiers now. But the government of Borno is being accused of pushing for the, inclusion of those 40 individuals who are repentant terrorists. Is this, you think the government had done due diligence in de-radicalizing these individuals, or could there be something sinister to it?
Okay, let me start from your first question. You said could the addressing solution be shutting down schools? If you shut down schools, that means in the next 10, 20 years, you have new breeds of terrorists because education is one of the ways you can, curb crime and, empower people, empower their minds to be able to stay away from some of these vices. Now, coming to the second issue, you could see, just like I made earlier, said in my earlier point, you could see that every move of government, both the national and subnational level, is to kind of pacify, let me use that word, this terrorists. There's no hard knock on them to, this is a crime that should come with the strictest, punishment that is available to deter people from, but you can't see that. It seems like there's a collaboration. The state is not showing its full power. peaceful integrity, just like they are showing their full power in things like, start looking for how to, stop the opposition. If they exert such energy in these insecurity issues, this kidnapping of abducting of students, I believe we will get results. But I feel that the Aso Rock is a mini state, a mini country on its own. So they're a bit immune from a lot of things. They have solar power. They have a lot of things happening for them there. So they are not so worried as the rest of Nigerians are. And some of these things don't get to them. None of their children are involved. Hardly government officials, kidnapped.
All right.
So that is it.
All right. Thank you very much, Ubani. Let me bring this back to the studio. Let me come to you now, Prince Francis Chilaka. Now, interesting to know, these kidnappers, when they came clad in military gear. And we've been seeing more of, such attacks where the attackers are clothed in military fatigue. And just the other day in Lagos, a truckload of
camouflage,
8,000 camouflage and weapons were discovered, from Lagos eastbound. According to the reports, it was eastbound. How do you react to the fact that insurgents now and non-state actors are clothing themselves in Nigeria's military colors, and how that will impact on people perceiving military personnel on the road when they come across them?
All right. You see, when issues arise, things don't just start overnight. I think the thing is that the Nigerian army or the military, so to say, have been polarized, and it's been done tactically by the politicians. When you started using the military to conduct your elections, you started using the military to escort politicians. You started using the military to escort trucks. You started using the military to even drive trucks. So the military, some of them have become escorts where they're not needed. And then you now have military men all over the place. When I was growing up, Moses, you don't see, when you see a military man, it's like you're seeing God. They're not available. They're always in their barracks, and once you see them coming out, it means that there is something that is bringing them out. And once they finish that assignment, they go back to the barracks. But because of the fact that they are now living within the society, they have become like every other ordinary Nigerian. Nobody fears them. And so the uniform has become something you can go and buy off the shelf. So that's the problem. We need to bring back discipline into the military. We need to take the military, let them remain and be known for military assignments. There are too many military men outside, and that makes it difficult for you to now say, this is an authentic military officer, and this is not. So that's the point. And that's where the problem lies. Everything in Nigeria has been politicized. Because everybody in Nigeria wants to wear uniform.
Okay, now I'll ask you this, and I'll also like Elvis to react to the question. The 40,000 that the Borno state government insisted be integrated into the military, what could be the sense behind it, seeing that Borno state itself has been, have had a lot of attacks, and the government is being accused by frontline soldiers of insisting that these 40 repentant terrorists be taken into the military.
Well, the first problem is the fact that you have called them repentant.
Well, that's that.
And then I've always been asking, when did the state assume the responsibility of God to decide who has repented and who has not repented?
Should the state?
Somebody wakes up from sleep, picks up a gun, cuts up the life of other people, destroy their livelihood, put them in a very deplorable state, and then you come back and you say they have repented. What happens to those people who have suffered from their hands?
Well, some of them say
because when you do that, sorry, Mr. When you do that, you are encouraging and enabling it. So what it means is that anybody can do the same thing and claim to be repentant.
Well, Prince, repentant. Some of them say that they were forced into that trade.
Forced by who? Are they not the same ones who go back to sell information? Have you not heard where the army people have also said that some of these boys will steal their bikes, steal their guns, and go back to the bush?
Can a state, Elvis, can a state compel the military to absorb certain individuals?
I don't think it's allowed. It's not. You see, the biggest dummy that was sold to this government is this so-called de-radicalization, what they call it. Is the biggest
de-radicalization, reintegration,
and
rehabilitation,
and repentance. All those languages of re. That's what have killed this administration in fighting these terrorists. It's not working. There is no way somebody that have only known one business, the business of how to kill, then you bring him out. After 6 weeks, you now say the person has forgotten his past trade he has ever known over all his life. Moses, you went to school. And no matter, even if you become a 90 years old man today, you still remember what you studied in school, is it not? Yes.
Absolutely.
That's how these terrorists are. No matter how you pretend that, oh, they have become repentant, these guys are not repented. Why do you think that most of the military operations fail in ambush?
I think they have moles in there.
100%. Even the brigadier general that was killed, was somewhere and phoned Uber and phoned that, oh, I am so for rescue. How did you think his phone information got to the insurgent and now went to kill him before any assistance could come to him? Because there are so much more. You see, get to meet all these guys at the trenches one-on-one. They will tell you that it's just God that is keeping them. It is not really the training any longer. Because you don't know who is who among them.
Okay, now, when you talked about the general that was killed,
yes.
Moses gave you the name.
Yes.
But I wanted to ask which of the generals. Because
Uba.
In the last, in the last 2 months or so, 3 months, we have lost about 8 of our generals.
Yes.
And more. Now, talking about generals, we have a commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who, by the way, he gives orders to the troop. He has a paraphernalia of security agencies, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Defense Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, and all of that.
Special General Police as well.
In 2014, when Chibok girls happened, the same president said, hey, Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, you are the commander-in-chief and the buck stops at your table. If you cannot protect Nigerians, if you cannot rescue those girls, then get out of that place. And we had people weigh in, on that. One of those people at that time was the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, talking about Revered Pastor Enoch Adeboye. He said, Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, you are the commander-in-chief. You need to do your best to ensure, that you rescue these children and all of that and bring insecurity to a halt. But just in faraway United States, we had the Revered Pastor say, well, Tinubu has done his bit. You don't expect him to be on the front line. You don't expect him to wear camouflage to go, and he has given his commanders the orders to go and flush out the terrorists, and so more like trying to absolve him of responsibility or defend him about insecurity. Let's have your broad reaction to this development, Elvis.
Yeah, I saw that statement from the Reverend Pastor, and I wasn't happy about it because, like you came with your prologue, he has told somebody in 2014 resign because of the incident that happened. And since he came into power, several of that incidents have been happening in his administration now. And he has not even thought of, talking about resigning. Remember last week we discussed it when Peter Obi said he should resign. You see, I didn't expect that from the pastor. I expected the pastor to speak the truth as it is to the power. Yes, about 2 weeks ago, he gave an ultimatum of 90 days that the military should flush out the terrorists in 90 days. He did that about 3 weeks ago. And who is going to command and compel the military to do that job?
Well, you don't think the action taken by the military in this in yesterday's kidnap was part of it.
We commended that. I've already said it here.
Swift, yes, the swiftness of it.
If the commander-in-chief is not on his toe, as expected, the president and commander-in-chief, to command all the service chief and on their responsibility, how will that ultimatum he gave, 90 days, how will it work? So the president must not be insulated from what is going on. In fact, the buck stops on his table. Every security details, intel in this nation, there is no day he doesn't receive it. And this is a 36-state nation with the federal capital. So that is his entity that he's voted into power to oversee.
Elvis, can we talk a bit about this Sunday Igboho's Iru Eko, in Oyo State, that appears to be making a lot of headways and breakthroughs? I mean, can that formula be replicated up north? And does it seem as though he's doing the job of the military? Because, I mean, in the last few weeks, media has been awash with videos, pictures of his intervention, rescuing of some abductees. So how would you,
Before we start celebrating individuals who are now like militia, man, you have to first of all recognize that it is the failure of the security architect of this nation that now began to throw up individuals and now be celebrated.
Yeah.
It has its own repercussion. If everybody begin to tell you, I have my own army, to fight insurgents, a time is coming. These people will now begin to take territories and now begin to hold people hostage. And I begin to tell, because people will now see them as, these are the people that are defending us. They cannot begin to come up with narrative. It's very dangerous. We should not encourage it. We have civilian JTF in the north, that are, working with this military. This one that certain individuals are now coming up and say, I can do it. I am in the forest. I see videos and I see pictures. If you are doing the job, you are in the forest, you are not sending videos and pictures to social media. You are glorifying yourself. You are glamorizing what you are doing at the detriment of those people whose parents and children are in the bush. That's not what we are looking at here. We are looking at those that will confront this terrorism, headlong and do what is expected. I don't have to join issues with what Igboho is doing at all. We must not celebrate individuals not taking over the responsibility of the functional Nigerian armed forces that still get budget, has all his paraphernalia, even have a minister who oversees them. I mean, such persons like Igboho is the failure of government that made us to be remembering them.
Ah, God. Nigeria is becoming a country where non-state actors are beginning to hold sway. And I think a few years back, I said something. I said, when you allow non-state actors to become visible and important, you kill the morale of your own security agencies. If Sunday Igboho is as good as he talks right now, why is it that those children have been kidnapped? This is almost going to 40.
But he wasn't given the authorization to go after them.
No. Let us not talk of authorization.
No, because the information out there is he asked the governor of Oyo State to give him the permission to go after them, and he wasn't given.
The ones he has been going after, who gave him permission?
But the ones he went after, the ones he confronted, they released them in 2 hours.
No, who gave the permission? Let's say when we want to.
So you want him to take laws into his hands? When we want to
put people up, let us be very honest.
Would you prefer he took the laws into his hands?
No, let me say this. First and foremost, it has been confirmed that those who kidnapped the former Minister of Power, family members, are not the.
Well, that's not the kidnap I was talking about.
They are not terrorists that we're looking about.
Yeah, those ones were kidnapped.
I was talking about the pregnant woman.
The second one that happened, it was more like an ultimatum. He said they should release them. He didn't confront them.
In 2 hours. And
he didn't confront them.
But the police have even got to deny that. He did not. The police have actually returned. He did nothing.
He did nothing.
Police have.
So let us stop. Let us stop bringing up people who are not state actors. We're talking of state police, and I keep saying it that we are not right for state police because these non-state actors will hijack this state police and we'll have a mess in our hands. And that's going to be what's going to play out in Nigeria if we're not careful. Because when everybody's happy now, state police. At the end of the day, if it is not well managed I am telling you, will be worse than we started.
All right, let's quickly go to.
If you are talking about management, forget about it. There's nothing that is well managed in Nigeria. We are already going to see the collapse of that state police that everybody will now begin to discuss it again. Why? How did we get here? Go and mark it.
You should have some hope, please.
Have hope.
Have hope, confidence in the government and what it's doing. Well, let's run to Benin now, where we have Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation, Emmanuel Ogbidi.
Good morning.
Yes, we're talking insecurity. Another school kidnapped.
Thank you very much.
Another school abduction. Students trying to better their lives, writing exams, kidnapped, and then we saw the video earlier. I don't know if you saw it too. You know, they were running helter skelter as the kidnappers came shooting sporadically, clad in military gear. That's concerning to me. Yes, that's the video there as the students ran, for safety. But an unspecified number of them were taken. And, we hear that 10 have been rescued now. But more importantly, we've seen a rise in insecurity right after the United States declared its involvement in curbing insecurity in Nigeria. The other day, we're told that 199 terrorists have been killed, referring to an earlier military operation involving Nigerian forces and the U.S. military. But we've seen a doubling down of, kidnappings, soft targets, particularly students, pupils have been kidnapped more than previous time. Has the U.S. involvement helped us in any way, or have it compounded our issues in terms of fighting insecurity in Nigeria? By the way, be aware that they have established an intelligence center in Nigeria. How is that? How would you say that is going?
Thank you very much. I want to quickly salute the courage of those on the studio over there, because it gives us a lot of hope when we see Nigerians who can still speak truth to power. As a matter of fact, there are two things that never goes together, and it is security and politics. The major problem that we are having today is that our security architecture, our security issues, our national security matter has been mixed with politics. And very quickly, you even begin to see ethnicity going into politics, going into insecurity. When some certain crimes are committed by some persons with certain toga, it seems to be normal. But when it happens in other places, it is very abnormal. Or when you see a military action, a fierce military action in some certain quarter, it is turned or it is tinted to be an attack against some certain persons. You don't politicize security matters. As a matter of fact, the establishment or the involvement of the U.S. in Nigeria's security issues today can only produce little or no results. The reason is because of how much the Nigerian government has gagged, have protected how the American government should assist us. Because I keep on saying the issue of insecurity today is not manpower, it's not weapons. No, the issue of Nigerian security today is compromise. There is high level of infiltration into our security system, into governance, in politics. These guys who perpetuate insecurities, the sympathizers, the sponsors, many of them are well-known friends of our political leaders. So how do you match action against forces you sympathize with? How do you carry out intelligence in a security system that is infiltrated and compromised by persons known and unknown? Like my brother said in the studio, referring to one of the generals, because you have so many generals that have been kidnapped. The only way we can describe them outside their name is the one that was. They were ambushed, and as a general that is well trained, he maneuvered his way out of the kidnappers' territory and succeed or cover within the forest. The only mistake he made was a call. Who asked him to make a call? Who did he call? Immediately he called. There was a response from the insurgents to know that he was still alive. That is compromise within the communication system of our security. So how much intelligence do you think the US will provide for Nigerians? Who implements and who works with those intelligence when they are provided, when they are gathered? That determines the level of success that such intelligence will produce. If you ask me, if the Nigerian state wants to be very sincere in tackling insecurity and bringing assistance from the United States, they should be given the free hand to manage their intelligence, to put boots on the ground, and deal with insurgency.
All right then. Thank you very much, Comrade Emmanuel. Comrade Emmanuel does not think that American involvement is going to help us in any way.
They will be engaging, but as a matter of fact, immediately any intelligence hits the Nigerian army as it is today.
Beautiful.
My brother, that intelligence will be defeated. So what do we need to do?
All right, thank you very much,
The
Comrade
Nigerian
Emmanuel.
military
We need to
needs
move
to
on
be-
to other conversations.
The Nigerian military needs to be
that
fitter
you are going
again.
to stay with us in the course of the show. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. Well, let's come back to the studio. But before we get into the next conversation, there's something that it's concerning, something that bothers me. And Prince Elvis, we saw an amateur video. Who made that video?
Where everybody was running helter skelter.
Everybody was running helter skelter.
See, Okoro, this is, Nigeria has, when we talk about technology, this thing is not, this is a drone. This thing is not ordinary.
No, it's not a phone.
It's not a phone. This is a drone. You can see it from on top.
Okay, so probably they came prepared.
These guys are always, you say they came prepared, they're always prepared. Now, I have a question I'm going to ask. And I'm not going to sound, sarcastic. You heard that the military engaged and rescued some of those children.
10 at last count.
10 at last count. Seized some bikes. 7. Now, the people who were wounded, these bandits that were wounded, as they claim, where are they? Because I keep asking, do they just disappear into thin air? There's no report saying that anybody was arrested or captured or taken to the hospital. So where are they?
Oh, well, so many questions. I'm not sure we're able to provide answers to that.
Okoro, you know that these children that are running are not even aware that there is a video of this on them. Okay. They are not aware because they are running for their life. These guys that came with all they needed for this operation. They are also going to be surprised now that when they see this video that they were even running like this. They are not aware. You see, when you talked about the Pastor Adeboye's matter just now, you asked me, I want to remind you of when Osama bin Laden was captured. Situation room that led to the capturing of Osama bin Laden. Obama was in situation room with all the military paraphernalia in the US. He was watching every bit of what is going on until Osama bin Laden was clipped and captured. That's what leaders do. And that's what we are still telling President Tinubu, that he must live up to that expectation of being the commander-in-chief, not just a president. Okay. But president is politician. Okay, to be a commander-in-chief must now wear that armor clothes that it takes for you to be a real commander. Okay. That's what.
At some point, I think we saw Goodluck Jonathan wear camouflage.
Yeah, he was there.
You talked about Adeboye.
Okay.
A revered man of God, For me, these days, I don't even know what to call them anymore, whether they are really revered, whether they are really called. Because I find him making excuses for a President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And he could not make the same kind of excuse for a Jonathan.
Maybe he's repented too.
No. Oh, I rest my case.
All right, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll talk about xenophobia. We'll shut down all South African businesses in Nigeria. Now, this is coming from the National Association of Nigerian Students. We'll talk about this in a bit. Please do join us again.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back. The National Association of Nigerian Student NANS has issued a major threat to shut down all South African businesses operating in Nigeria if xenophobic attacks on Nigerians do not stop immediately, declaring that no one has a monopoly on violence. At a press conference on Monday, the students' body pointed to the brutal broad daylight killing of prominent Nigerian merchant Big Joe outside his shop in Withand province and other ongoing assaults, vowing to mobilize fully to occupy and break down multi-billion naira investments like ShopRite and others by the June 30th deadline. NANS also warned Pretoria that continued inaction by the South African government and its police would trigger massive disruption of their economic footprint in Nigeria, framing the move as a direct response to the onslaught and looting of Nigerian nationals. The latest escalation in tensions come amid a pattern of xenophobic violence that has seen Nigerian citizens attacked, displaced, and killed in South Africa, with recent government evacuations of stranded nationals, highlighting the humanitarian crisis. While data shows immigrant populations rising in most major African countries, including Nigeria, South Africa has recorded a slight decline, yet hostility towards foreigners, particularly Nigerian, persists. Elvis, let's examine this. Do you think that this statement is coming at the right time? That's one. And then do you think this might hurt Nigerians who are under the employ of South African corporations in Nigeria?
Jay, this statement is coming at the right time. Let me start from there. I remember when we were students, I think by now we would have even hit the street on this matter during our days as students, not these politicized students now. They are even coming too late. No matter what it takes, whether Nigerians under the employment of South African companies in Nigeria, what we are seeing South Africans doing to Nigerians over there has become so disgusting that whatever action Nigerians need to take now is even overdue. That is even coming from student body is even what is giving me worries. We ought to see this kind of action from Nigeria government, actually talking to South Africans that enough of this. Look at that man that was just killed. What is his offense? Because he left his country to seek greener pasture somewhere. Is it not the same way they came to set up business here? How many of them have we killed? So these students issuing this, I think Nigeria government and civil society organizations should even back them up. Let us also remind them that violence, like they said, is not monopoly to one person or a tribe or a country as it is. They are not the only one that have the violence of crime.
All right. Do you also feel that Nigerian government's historical lack of consequences on the global stage, I mean, when Nigerians are attacked or, in other countries, do you think it has actually fueled this uprising against Nigerians?
Yeah, it's part of it. This is like a see-finish thing in our local parlance. Now, see-finish be this. You understand? You see, when it happens, and we have not actually said, oh, these are very these are our citizens, my nationals that needs to that I have the responsibility to take care of. First of all, how I mean the urgency in rescuing them. You see, most times when things of this nature happen in any part of the world, not even attack, you see, it is until we cry and remind Nigerians of their responsibility before Nigeria government will now begin reluctantly. We even see some individuals, like sometime last time, Air Peace has to even go and bring them back, when the government did not even make any attempt. So when we now began to remind government about their responsibility, those countries are watching how Nigeria value their citizens. So when they say, even if we strike them, their country may not even come. You can't do this to some certain countries in this nation. You understand what I'm saying? So the Nigeria government of this big father will be doing over the years has not paid off. It has not paid off. So it's time we have to start having another trajectory into some of these things. Since we have done this and it never paid, look at the end result. Let us have now devising another means. That devising another means is that these students said they are going to occupy the South Africa embassy. It's overdue. Let them do that.
All right.
Because these students that are coming, they left their businesses. Most Nigerians there, they are business persons. They vandalize their business. They let them. Then they are now enjoying their own and repatriating the gains of the business over to their own country for this miscreant to now be enjoying at our own sweat. It's not done.
All right, Prince. Evacuation seems to be like the response of the government all the time when there's hostility in foreign lands. What does this connote? Is this a breakdown or a lack of foreign policy gaps or something? What do you think?
First of all, I'm going to start from where he finished. I'm going to talk about the students saying they want to shut down.
Yes.
Don't forget that today is the last day.
Yes, that's it.
And if you had listened to the speech of the South African president, one thing comes to mind. And what comes to mind is you have a president who believes in the fact that power belongs to the people. Because the South African government has not come out boldly
to take a stance.
Yeah. And it shows you when the people are in charge. So the president himself does not want to find himself in the bad books of the people. That's on one end. On the other end, you find out that Nigerians or the Nigerian government or those in power have no value for the ordinary Nigerians. No matter where you are in the world, they don't have value. And a lot of reports are coming in. People are saying that even government officials are asking them to bribe them to have their names inputted on those they will bring back. The government of Ghana brought back their citizens. There was no rancor, there was no noise. Why is it that Nigeria will find it difficult? We don't to protect our people outside. Maybe because we don't even protect our people inside. Charity begins at home. So because we do not value the lives of Nigerians in Nigeria, how will we value their lives when they're outside?
Okay, all right, Prince. Let's take this conversation to our virtual guest. Let me come to you, Kingsley Ubani. You follow this conversation. Now, two questions. Oh, okay, I understand that we've lost connection with him. So I'll take it to Comrade Obidi, who joined us from Benin today. Comrade Emmanuel, now there is a report that says about 15,000 Nigerians are stranded in South Africa. Talking about those who are even willing to come. And out of that, 271 of them have been cleared to come back, I think either today or tomorrow. But they are even saying, we are willing to come back, but the Nigerian officials in South Africa are asking for us, to pay them some money, to give tips before our names are included in the list of those meant to come back. Now, two direct questions, two straightforward questions. How much of, economic impact will this protest, the threat by NANS, how much of that will impact on Nigerian economy? If you understand that we have one of our biggest telco companies being South Africa, we have a few other, in fact, financial sector. In fact, as a matter of fact, there are some businesses that are South African that a lot of people don't even know, but I'm sure that NANS will have all of that information. How much of this threat will impact on the economy if they go ahead to carry it out? That is number one. Now, do you think that this will also put pressure on both the Nigerian government and the South African authorities to talk to their people? Today is the deadline given by the Dudula movement. If you don't leave, we cannot guarantee your safety in South Africa. And the government is more like neither here nor there. How do you react to this development? Those two questions, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe you can hear me clearly now.
Very well, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, the truth still remains that the engagement of the Nigerian students is a kind of contribution to what ordinarily the government should have been taking the forefront or taking the lead in putting or adding value to the lives of its citizens abroad. But that have not been adequately seen by the Nigerian government. There need to be some level of more action, even if we don't call it retaliations. Take, for example, the South Africa investments that are in Nigeria. All of the Nigerians that have been deported from South Africa, the only way you can make South Africa to also feel the impact of their action is to profile those Nigerians. Many of them are tech gurus. Many of them have the qualification to work in companies like the brands of South Africa that are here. I don't want to, the MTN and co. Those who can work in those companies should be directly employed in MTN. Those who are not skilled workers, the profits that MTN makes and all South African companies in Nigeria should be deployed into managing and establishing those South Africa those Nigerians who lost their businesses in South Africa for the next 5 to 10 years. And if they are not willing to sign into such an agreement to take responsibility in settling Nigerians that are deported from South Africa or that were chased away from South Africa, those companies should be strictly and rightly taken over by the Nigerian government. It's a stiff action. It's a diplomatic action, because we cannot encourage, a reprisal violence against South Africa citizens that are here. We are bigger than that. But you see, all of those multinational investments of South Africans that are here must bear the brunt, the responsibility, the finance that we settle and that we establish Nigerians that are deported from South Africa. That is one. Then two, the reason why you see recently Donald Trump pulled away from UN and is pulling away some support, and even NATO, is some of the things like this. You ask yourself, in all of these actions that are happening, looking at the indifferent position by the South African government, let me agree that it's afraid or is scared of the people or is complacent in all of the issues. Where is the African Union? Where is the United Nations? Is it only when we need to pay our subscription dues for belonging to the African Union, or we need to assist the African Union that we know that we are all Africans? Lives are being killed. People are being made in the streets today. And none of these international or global unions are making a direct statement, or by the treaty that is being signed, are being deployed into these areas of crisis to protect the interests of the African or the global South. If you are expecting the Nigerian government to do more than what they are doing today, I will tell you there's little or much that we can expect from them. The reason is because many of them have been compromised. They have no integrity within the Committee of Nations. That is why you see common South Africans can do this to the face of Nigerian government. It's a slap to the Nigerian government today. And that is why you see there is nobody that is rising to the occasion than even the nurse is speaking. Now, what about our own Nigerian officials that are there? You cannot deny the fact. It is not the first time. This issue, last time when there was xenophobia attack in South Africa, this issue emanated that one of the leading airlines in Nigeria today went to bring Nigerians free of charge. You had people who were racketing Nigerians in South Africa to collect money from them. What is the ambassador of Nigeria to South Africa, the officials, what are they doing to curb all of this? If you narrow it critically, you discover they are all in the center of this.
All right,
It's a
thank you.
very pathetic situation, and I think Nigerians must begin to look for a way to rescue themselves in all of this city. But if we wait for this government, there's nothing or little that we can achieve from it.
All right. Thank you very much, Comrade Ogbidi Emmanuel. Let me bring this back to Elvis here in the studio. Nance are saying, look, there were protests, shut down businesses, and all of that. Comrade Ogbidi has said, look, that's not the answer. You know, that won't solve the problem. But we know that some of these companies are franchises, really, in Nigeria. You know, so and then you have a lot of Nigerians working there. Senator Adams Oshomole once said, and he was challenged on the floor of the House, that these companies should be nationalized. Do you think that should be a path that we should take? Will Nigeria, if these companies operated by franchises of South Africa or companies operated by South Africans are nationalized, will it be properly handled? Will they be properly handled?
Well, for now, let's not get to that level of nationalizing it yet. But I know these people, these elements will not stop.
Why shouldn't we get to that level?
For
Think
now,
it's too early?
Because no, we are still waiting that maybe government will come from their own side and actually speak, categorically to this matter. Because
President Ramaphosa has constantly said, "Calm down." But then,
no, I'm not talking of South
some
African
Nigerians.
government.
Okay, because just the other day, 2 days ago,
government is completely culpable in what is going on there.
Culpable.
Yes, because they have not. There's supposed to be a functional police force in South Africa.
Well, we see the 2 people that were killed before the uprising, where they were killed by policemen.
They were killed in police stations. So
by policemen.
That's why I'm saying that they are part of this. They are complicit of what is going on in South Africa. So we are thinking that let Nigeria government make that categorical statement for Nigerians to actually know what is going on. Otherwise, this nationalizing their companies here, we might get to that level.
So what statements are you talking about?
The Nigerians that are coming, they need jobs. They are living there, leaving their businesses behind. Nigeria, their company cannot be doing well in Nigeria, and they repatriate the proceeds to South Africa to foster their economy for these disgruntled elements to be enjoying at the detriment of Nigerians that are coming home.
Talking about jobs, that's another angle to it. In Ghana, when Ghanaian government took Ghanaians back, the government promised to give them something to start to start with, some monies, and then help them secure payments or some sort of compensation for their properties that they have left behind in South Africa. So they had to enter a register with your papers to show that you own what and what and what and what, because that's how the government will help them secure some sort of compensation for the properties that they have left behind. Should Nigerian government be doing the same thing?
Where is the government?
Helping Nigerians.
Where is the government? You are pulling my legs. Even if you were brought back from South Africa, Moses, and for you to be profiled to be part of that list, if I thought there's any compensation, they will ask you to pay money. It's as worse as that. And this is somebody that is already stranded, coming from another country. For your name to be in that list, the Nigerian government will tell you, the people that will be given that opportunity to say, okay, this is your job, your functional job that's supposed to do towards your fellow citizen, will now begin to ask for bribe, and nobody will look at it. Nobody will look at them and say, this is wrong. So forget about it. In saner countries, clients where these things work, we commend them, but unfortunately, it's not working here. That's the reason why we keep talking, so that we can even begin to allow government to know their responsibility. And probably one day we'll have a government that will actually be responsible to the people that voted for them into power. Not these governments that we see that gets in there and feel that it's their birthright, so they inherited it and arrogantly shun Nigerians and ask you can go to hell.
Okay, sorry, before we leave, Prince, in South Africa, there seem to have been counter-protests against these people saying, well, we don't want foreigners to leave. In fact, they have been asking Ghanaians to come back. So how do you react to that?
That must be opposition party.
When you say counter-protest, is the counter-protest making any sense?
Well, the video we just saw actually is a different protest. It's called the Abahambe protest. That's the video that we just saw. Abahambe protest, which means let them go. That's what it means in the in Swahili.
No,
Let them go. So we have these people saying, Abahambe, let them go, let them leave. And then you have another group of industrial workers saying, look, we need foreigners to come because we can't do the work. We don't even know how to operate the machines and all of that. Let them come. How do you balance both?
You see, Moses, let us be honest with ourselves. The people asking other African nationals to leave South Africa are more in number than those asking them to stay. Now, those who are asking them to stay, do you sincerely believe that they will protect the people that will stay behind?
Apart from that, even these companies that are saying Nigerians should stay, even these protesters are also attacking them. They said they employ Nigerians at peanuts, not up to the required minimum wage. And they use them like slave labor. And that's why they are protecting their interests to come back. Even very soon, you will see these South Africans attacking some of these companies. And they are merely from opposition. The government that is in power today actually campaign with part of what is going on. That they are going to make sure that they sanitize South Africa for South Africa to be for the South Africans. And that's why you see Cyril Ramaphosa just turned a blind eye to what is going on. So it is designed. These people that are saying stay, they don't have that power because they can't protect the foreigners. But they need them for their job. But unfortunately, they don't have such power.
Will the government in Nigeria provide industries and jobs for Nigerians that are returning from South Africa? That's the question I will leave you with. Does anybody here have answers?
That is the job of the media. In 3 months' time, do an investigating journalism in this matter. How Nigerians that came back from South Africa are faring.
Who is the ambassador to?
That's
who's the Nigerian ambassador to South Africa?
Challenge.
Has
it resumed?
Well,
in a time like this, is ambassador not supposed to be on ground?
Well, the minister is on ground.
Minister of who?
Foreign Affairs.
Who has more power?
This matter did not just start. You remember the white farmers.
This is how far we can go.
Farmers that came from Zimbabwe to Kwara State. Who is talking about them today? That's why I'm giving us this assignment. We must continue to know how.
Well, thank you very much, Elvis Elimehele and Prince Francis Chilaka, both public affairs commentators. We've also had Kingsley Ubani from Orca and Comrade Obidi Emmanuel from Benin join the conversation this morning. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, this is how far we go on VOP this morning. At 10 o'clock, we'll be flipping the pages of the papers, looking at the headlines, making sense of it all, right here on this dial. I am Moses Humphrey. See you again at 10 o'clock.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are. The voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Dialogue. We bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible.
Welcome to the program. It's a newspaper review, and it's a full house, of course. Tuesdays are always like this. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again.
Yes, of course. And then let's introduce the other guest. We have Elvis Elimehele. He stays back from VOP this morning.
Yes,
we are being joined by Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator. And we also have Darlington Agumwa, who is a lawyer and, of course, a public affairs commentator. Gentlemen, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. A rainy Tuesday morning it is.
Yes.
But
Flooded.
Flooded in parts of Lagos. It was also flooded, was it on Sunday when it rained?
Yeah,
it rained on Sunday.
Even yesterday.
Okay, so the flooding from Sunday affected flights at the airport. To the point, well, flights were not grounded, but
Delayed.
Some of them were delayed. And we were told yesterday that they have been able to manage it. And some airlines, KLM, some of the airlines that were affected will go back to, where they used to fly from. But today's rains have posed other questions. Will we continue to shift airlines from one terminal to another because of flooding? Why don't we just take care of the drainage, which is the cause of the problem? Oh, well, that's these are the questions on the minds of some Nigerians. But let's look at what the papers have for us.
Sorry, Moses, before we get into that, this flooding that you are talking about, is it the highway or is it the wrong way?
The wrong way.
The wrong way got flooded, and it's a serious matter. It's a serious matter. I mean, if we could get because wrong ways are supposed to be flat surface and all of that. And so where did the flood come from? To the extent that KLM, had to, cancel, and others canceled their flights.
Yeah, they didn't cancel, but
delayed.
They were delayed.
Delayed.
And that says something about those who constructing some of this infrastructure.
It's part of the construction work going on at the airports. There's construction work going on.
That will tell you that.
Yeah, so that's part of why we are having this.
90% of the time, we don't get experts because all these things have to be taken care of from the bottom up.
But Barrister, even with the climate change now, some of these expertise jobs are also failing because the climate change all over the world, we're having this flash floods.
Does it have to do with...
It's not peculiar to Nigeria.
No, don't go there.
No.
We know what a climate change.
There is no way you will give an airport project to somebody that is not an expert. Remember a cow.
No, Elvis, if you talk about that, I mean, we have seen companies that were registered within 3 months and they were given billions of Naira contracts.
I wonder.
On things that they did. In Nigeria, anything can happen.
There is no way
because
an
aviation
airport
is regulated internationally, you may not have such fraud in constructing an airport.
Okay, hold on. Is it only your country that has climate change? Tell me, is it only your country? You mean rain did not fall in any other place in the whole world now? No other place, Abi?
But we also see videos of some other countries.
How many of them? How many?
No, it's there.
How many? I am telling you that, look, in Dubai, at least nobody will tell me anything about that. In Dubai, you can't see one drop, no matter how rain falls. Immediately it drops, it goes underground. You'll be wondering, where are the rain? Dubai.
I know what you are talking about.
So why can't it happen here?
It does.
But it's still constructed.
You see, a state like Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom used to have very notorious flooding when I was a copper.
Until somebody did something.
But Akpabio did it. Today, Uyo, no flood.
Oh, you have contradicted yourself.
No, what I'm saying.
No flood.
No more flood there now.
What I'm saying is
somebody did it.
It is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. That yes, it can be solved, but it's Akwa Ibom got it right. Others have not gotten it right. Can also borrow leave from there.
It remains that somebody did something.
Airport is what I'm saying. You can't just
why can't
an airport project to
Elvis, the fact that the airport is undergoing construction.
Yeah, it could also lead to that.
I mean, that shows you that the failure of project management. I mean, they should have anticipated all of that. Because if you talk about project management, you know, there are sequences and all of that. So they didn't expect. I mean, we have meteorologists also who give us information about floods and all of that. The federal government, NIMED, has also given out warnings that there will be floods.
Do we listen
in some parts of the country?
Listen to advice?
Now, the project manager, the people handling the airport construction, they didn't put into consideration all of that and maybe build drainages that could take away the water from the wrong way. I mean, it's
that is before this this renovation.
Let us leave the airport.
In the process of renovation.
Or if it is not part of the project,
the so-called high-brow area in
Lagos. They didn't do EIA, environmental impact assessment.
The so-called high-brow area in Lagos, where the elite live. Can you explain to me why is it that every year when small rain drop like this, all the residents of Lekki will vacate their places? Why? That is Lekki, the so-called high-brow.
Like even in Koyi.
Why?
Via as well.
We are messing up with the environment and we want to gain at the end of it. Can never happen.
Exactly the point. The point is that in other city centers of,
I complained in the other show when this Atlantic estate was being built by Tinubu, and we are feeling. Did you see what they did there? You see how they facilitated that area? They elevated that particular area so that all the rain now will not be going to the adjoining areas within that environment.
That is where the problem is.
Somebody did that thing. Somebody did deliberately.
In other city centers in other parts of the world, when they want to sandfill and do construction like this, they have a way of managing it to the extent that there's a central collection point.
I am telling you.
If the city is flooded at some point, you know, there's always a sensor that triggers it. It opens, and underneath, the water flows into the ocean. Why is it that we don't have that?
No, they don't plan.
That is the problem.
They don't plan. Even the so-called highway, super highway. Did you hear what I'm hearing this morning about it? The environmental insights was not even, nobody put into consideration when they were doing that. Nothing that was done. Umahi was there running his mouth.
We'll come to the superhighway
please.
much later. Okay.
We create a problem and we are blaming nature.
Let's get into the conversation on the dailies this morning. But the good news is flights has resumed at the airport. All of what happened on Monday has been taken care of. On Sunday has been taken care of, and flights have resumed at the airport. Okay. Now, post-primaries. From the Guardian newspaper now, post-primaries, role in APC as Atiku, obedience, alleged sabotage of opposition. And quickly to the writers of that story to help make sense of it. The writers here state, Ondo APC supporters reject candidate's substitution. Protest appeal outcome. Ex-Dixon aide. Supporters dump NDC for APC in Bayelsa. Court compels INEC to facilitate ADA registration. APC dismisses circulating candidates list as fake. Quiet nomination process stokes uncertainty among aspirants. Gentlemen.
Moses, I didn't hear very well. Did you say ADA?
Yes, ADA.
That was not rejected before.
That was rejected, yes.
Yesterday, the court ordered
the court
that
is now...
The same leaf for
and given 72 hours, to give them access codes, to update their details, on the platform.
This is confusion.
But they will not feature candidates.
No, they will not feature candidates.
Can you imagine? So what has the man done now? I was thinking that this LIFO should have been suspended. The man is causing confusion. This thing that he did now, giving ultimatum and to what end? And who's going to benefit from it?
There are some lawyers that do agree with.
You have started now. You have started now.
No, I'm certainly every lawyer cannot be on the other side.
No, at all.
There are lawyers that agree with his judgment based on the letters of the law.
Must you bring lawyers into the matter? We are talking of a judge who gave order.
We are talking about the judiciary.
The judiciary. I mean, those cases are represented by lawyers.
They are different now.
No, but lawyers go to the court to defend, either to canvass either for or against their clients, isn't it?
When you come to them and to help you do a matter, did they force you?
No. My point is this. Let's not digress. My point is that the government, the judgments given by LIF, we have seen some lawyers support this judgment and say, well, based on the letters of the law, the way I or we understand it, the judgment is correct.
No matter what you bring to a judge, he is there. He is there as an arbiter.
Gentlemen, I don't know if you get my point.
I get your point. Any matter can go to court. It is left for the judge to sift through it. Don't blame the lawyer here. Let the judge. That is why he is at the bench. He's an arbiter. So let him tell them that this thing is wrong. I don't want to do it.
All right then. Okay.
Let's get the registration of this ADA predates whatever thing that is going on in the political space. And based on the evidence, it doesn't matter if it will allow ADA to field candidate or not. But the evidence in court shows that the party should be registered. And that's the judgment based on available evidence in court. And the man will not detract and become emotional to the point of saying, because, they are not going to field candidates, then we have to just go ahead and give out judgment that is not in tandem with evidence before the judge. So I don't see any blame in this.
No, it's not about blame. My own position is that LIFO's judgment, when you subject them to legal scrutiny, we have some lawyers say that judgment is right.
You recall that there was a day we were arguing,
and others will say it's wrong.
So there was a day we were arguing about this Imo State judgment that brought in
Hope
Uzodimma. But when a lawyer gave us all the facts of the case and even referred us to the judgment, it became clear that, as a matter of fact, Uzodimma won. Based on available evidence in court.
The certified true copy of
copy of that judgment.
Remember that after
Sorry, let's allow others to speak.
After the judgment, let us correct ourselves here.
There's no correction we want to make here.
The erudite Mike Ozekeme, forget removing his censorship or not. He went back to the same people based on new evidence that this judgment in Imo State is wrong. Look at this thing. Instead of the court to look at what he brought, they slammed him with 40 million naira.
I also listened to a lawyer who gave Justice Peter Olifo a pass mark on that judgment he gave that day that almost brought down all the 5 political parties. That he has already set aside date for judgment. And in law, you must, once the case are heard, you must give judgment. And based on that, whether the matter was with the appellate court, that it is right for him to give judgment, to make pronouncement on the cases that have been heard in his court. That was why he gave that judgment. He came and defended him in that manner. When sometimes we try to mix emotion with
the law. Yes.
Yeah, that's just what.
And it doesn't work.
All right then. So let's move on to other stories now. 2027 candidates, fresh crisis hits parties as INEC portal opens. Wike Turaki PDP factions disagree over INEC portal access. Ayedatiwa Tunji Ojo APC camps clash. INEC defends action. And,
Moses,
yes.
which of the PDP is going to be uploaded in that platform now? You know that now that
it has to be based on judgment now.
Which judgment is subsisting now?
Who is interpreting that
judgment? And which one is subsisting?
So I want us to get some context to that story.
Please, let's get
which of the, because Wike and Turaki
yes, which one will INEC will be uploaded?
And they are both fielding candidates.
They are both fielding candidates. So which one? Can we get have a
whose candidate will now carry
into that story?
As he gets a context into it. Now, what happened is that, you know, the penultimate global cycle elections, you know, that was held in Ekiti State. PDP had a candidate.
They had a candidate.
In the person of Oluyode.
Oluyode, yes.
And he belongs to the Turaki faction.
And so, though he also went to meet Wike, there was a closed-door meeting between him and Wike after he was...
And so why did Wike call for that closed-door meeting? Wike said, unless you come to me, we are not going to, you know, accept your...
Okay, support his...
We are not going to accept and support your nomination. Which means Wike duly understands that the Turaki faction, as far as... Because it was even the Court of Appeal judgment that said, well, you are the authentic candidate of the PDP. So, but let us see what INEC will give the access code.
That is the biggest question now.
Well, the two parties are you know, going for it.
The two factions.
The two factions, I beg your pardon. They are going for the access code. INEC hasn't given anyone access code particularly. INEC, well, the report here says, while the INEC recognized leadership led by Abdurrahman Mohammed and National Secretary Samuel Anyang conducted the sale of expression of interest and nomination forms under the commission's supervision, so INEC supervised both factions. The Turaki faction also issued forms to aspirants despite lacking INEC recognition and oversight. And according to INEC's 2027 timetable, parties were to receive portal access codes for candidates upload on June 26, which was moved forward. But he stated, this is Bature confirmed the receipt of the code, said the PDP had begun uploading its candidates. This is...
Bature is of which of the faction?
I think Bature is of...
Dorama?
Yes.
So according to this report, Bature is confirming receipt of access codes. And he says, I can confirm that the People's Democratic Party under Abdurrahman Mohammed and Senator Samuel Anyang have received INEC's access code. We have commenced uploading candidates.
That's the Wike camp.
Okay, this is the Wike's camp.
Yeah, that's Wike's camp.
So they have received access codes, while the Turaki faction are also asking for their own access code.
I think that may not fly. May not fly because
it's just unfortunate that the PDP is where they are today. And I said this even last year that they are not likely to get their acts together until 2027 election. And that's what we are witnessing today. When they needed to tame the monster within the party, they couldn't tame that monster. Now the monster had grown so big that nobody can even dare it. And he made it clear that PDP will not field the presidential candidate. And even Makinde that attempted to do it with PDP APM has dropped PDP now. His posters in Ibadan and elsewhere is now APM presidential candidate.
The PDP has a candidate.
No, you don't understand. As at that time, he just one faction of the PDP has a presidential candidate.
No, the authentic PDP has a presidential candidate. Now,
so the one that is not authentic is also fielding candidates.
The authentic
I say it's just fielding candidates too.
Candidates to who? To INEC or to you?
To INEC now.
INEC doesn't know that person.
That's what I'm saying.
So PDP essentially has a candidate in the person of Sandy Ono.
I know.
From the what I'm saying from the
is,
camp.
But Wike has said that they will not field a candidate against us.
He fielded one.
Of course.
Okay, maybe as time goes on.
No, it is easy. What will happen is
Sandy
Ono.
Ono, yes.
Please, Let us call a spade here. I will never blame PDP or anybody, but the president, because he supervised it. We were backing Wike in everything he did.
No.
He was backing Wike.
This is not matter of president. Now, before before Tinubu ever came to power, PDP has
hold on.
PDP's problem started in 2019 when Atiku came in.
Elvis, let me land, please. Let me land. When Wike got to Abuja as the FCT minister, you saw what he was doing. And APC, headed by Tinubu, was very happy with what he's doing. When Wike wanted to be excluded from TSA, he said, I will allow you, but if you start working against my party, you will lose your job. He said openly. Is that not true? So, why can you be pulling the string from behind and you are telling me that I should forget you and be looking at the person you presented? Everything Wike did.
If PDP has been responsible enough,
listen,
before Tinubu even came to power,
it's a lie.
There won't be that crack.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Hold on.
PDP has had issues even before Tinubu came to power.
Listen very well. Let me explain it to you. Listen, please listen. When Wike was doing whatever he was doing, Wike told us, he said whatever he did, Tinubu gave him the authorization.
No, so you are looking at Tinubu 2023. But I'm telling you that before
this is the president.
PDP was already in
this is what he said. No, it's a lie. It's a lie. It got worse. It got worse.
Said it's a lie and it got worse.
They're not able to fix
that. Must have moved back to worse.
Hold on. It got worse.
And when you said it got worse, it means something was existing that got worse from bad.
If they have
and you are saying it didn't start.
Sincerity among the leaders.
Hold on.
Okay, so I get your point. Your point here is that PDP had issues, but then under this administration, it got worse.
Why those issues would have been resolved if Tinubu did not put a hand in it.
How? But he's not in the PDP.
Oh, really? Please, I want to give you something to chew this morning.
Okay.
An appeal court to tell MC Oluomo, you are no longer the leader of your NRU.
No, we're talking PDP.
Hold on. Come. Please, listen. This young man or whoever said that he will not obey that court order until Tinubu tells him to do that.
For clarity purpose, it would be nice we focus on issues.
I'm giving you an example of what.
No, we're talking about PDP.
I know. I am telling you that because you are asking me how Tinubu got into
Wike's influence in the PDP.
Listen, I am telling you how Tinubu got into this matter now.
Into PDP.
You are trying to exonerate him, and I'll give you another example of what he's doing. This MC Oluomo case now, are you trying to? And he kept quiet. Tinubu kept quiet.
Is MC Oluomo in PDP?
I am telling you how Tinubu is pulling the strengths from behind it.
That is affecting PDP.
Exactly.
That is affecting PDP.
Don't deny that. Yes.
Okay. Enlighten me, please. Okay, so MC Oluomo.
What happened in Rivers State? What happened in Rivers State? What happened in Rivers State?
I would love to be educated here.
I am educating you.
I would appreciate.
Good. What happened in Rivers State? Was there a necessity for a state of emergency?
Have we gone to Rivers State? I mean, I still don't understand the MC Oluomo aspect.
Is that what?
I still don't understand the MC Oluomo aspect.
Let me tell you. Please listen. When I finish talking, you cannot add the word. Not just Nigeria. An appeal court gave a judgment against MC Oluomo that you are no longer the leader of your union.
Yes, absolutely.
You vacate out that office.
Absolutely.
Appeal court too.
Yes, and then
MC Oluomo went to Abuja and told the whole world that he will not obey that court.
Okay, so how does the PDP come into that? That's what I'm trying to learn.
I am not PDP. How does Tinubu come into the matter?
Okay, so it's not PDP. Okay.
I am telling you how he has been pulling the scene from behind.
You are confusing issues.
To MC Oluomo to PDP. Tinubu's hand at in it.
Barrister, you're confusing issues.
I'm not confusing. I am telling you how
let's get into other conversation.
He destroyed PDP. Tinubu destroyed PDP.
All right. Okay. Those are your thoughts, but that's fine.
It's the fact.
Okay. Some more headlines from The Guardian here. 2 die in Borno forest, saving 10 abducted NECO candidates. That's the security agents that went to save those candidates. The writers to that story reads How We Regained Freedom by Vice Principal. Kuriwa urges removal of failed security chiefs as Ndume tasks FG. FG warns Petrol marketers against profiteering, seeks reduction of prices. I think that's good news. FG's interference in the price of fuel.
Headed by Tunji Bello. I think that's agency that is trying to intervene in this matter. Because it is very clear, it's still exploitation of the masses. Because if at $114 per barrel, that was the peak during this crisis in between Iran, Israel, and America. But as at today, that same price has dropped, as at yesterday afternoon, dropped to $72.5 per barrel. That's almost like a drop of about 40%.
Okay.
Now, look at the marginal drop from 1,300 to just 1,200, just 100 naira. It's not making sense to me as a person. By now, as at the time this crude was $73 to a barrel, we were selling at 800, 850. Why don't they bring it back to that 800 in the first instance? At least for Nigerians to know that, okay, now there's no problem for the moment.
Yes.
In the Gulf.
The crisis in the Gulf, yes.
And the Strait of Hormuz had been opened. And they say it's 20% of world oil that passes through this strait.
We didn't have a business with the Strait of Hormuz.
No, you see, we have business with it in the sense that
there was pressure.
When there was pressure and these people had to buy from other markets, of course, demand now outstripped supply. Now that the space is opened, why would we suffer?
There was also a rumor, it was online over the weekend, that marketers were importing Dangote fuel back into Nigeria. I don't know if you saw that.
Yes,
I saw that report.
It is true.
Now, okay, it is true. You're confirming it.
It is true. Because I asked some questions from some people that should know. You see, what they do is, it is still legal. Dangote Refinery is not a Nigerian company in the true sense of it, because it's in the free trade zone. And it can move its oil. And they do transloading on the IC. How much is Dangote selling at that point where they do transloading? Because our sea is shallow and not deep enough to take some ships. So they do transloading on the IC. In fact, the Republic of Benin, its waterways is even deeper than our own Nigerian waterways.
So is it right that they
take it based on international?
They drill here, refine, sell here, and then bring back to us and sell back to us at a higher price?
It's just like what Yoruba will call Olegbe Olegba.
Okay.
You understand?
That explains it.
So they go there, do their business, and when they are turning back to bring it back, they pay as much as almost double the price. So as of today, the independent marketers are ready. The independent marketers are ready to sell at 980 naira a liter. But because Dangote is the dominant player,
So it is Dangote that will now determine the price. Barrister Darlington.
Yes,
okay.
But you see, my worry here is that each time we talk about the oil industry and what is going on, it pains me seriously because
Tinubu has not gone after they
told us that he is an oil guru. He worked with the Mobile, and so he will sanitize that industry. That's why he's the Minister of Petroleum. True of us. Is that not what they told us?
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be hearing this now? Tell me, this is where I go. This is what gets me worried. We left the leprosy that is...
Don't be worried. He saw General Buhari that he was coming
he has
to fight
gone.
insurgents.
Please. He has gone.
No, it's the same narrative now in Nigeria.
This is the oil industry we are talking about. It was done. So, if Buhari made a mistake, Tinubu should make the same mistake.
Is it not APC?
No, Tinubu should make the same mistake. The man who fought for democracy.
Yes.
I when you want to compare this, stop comparing in comparing. Buhari is a military man.
I'm not comparing. I'm not telling you that they belong to the same family.
They did not. Tinubu fought for democracy under Nadeko. He should have made a difference. He should have made a difference for God's sake.
That fighting is in doubt.
He should have made a difference for God's sake. That's my worry here. Okay. Everything about him has gone bonkers, and people are defending it. For what? He praised himself to high heaven. He fought for democracy. He's the master strategist. Where are those things now? Why can't you hold him on to that? Hold him on to that for God's sake.
The crux of the matter now is for fuel price to come down, Nigerians will have to depend on how Dangote feels.
Yes, because Nigerian refinery has not worked. If our refinery
we have even deregulated the sector. In fact,
so he has become the monopoly that we feared he would become.
He's there because we don't have refineries to compete.
And then you cannot blame him. You cannot blame Dangote. He invested his money to do business. He's not a socialist. He's not Father Christmas. The only way to make sure that we reduce this tension is for the so-called BUA and the other refineries
which
to
are
come
coming on stream, so they can be competing.
You understand?
I'm happy you brought us to this point. Coming on stream for how long?
It's been years. We've been hearing about coming on stream
for the past 3 years.
We heard that.
And you know the worrisome thing. The worrisome thing is that now Nigerian importers are importing Dangote fuel from abroad. That is number one. Just like Dangote used to buy Nigerian crude oil from abroad. Yes. So what does that tell you about the economics of Nigeria?
No, oil is an international commodity.
Oil is an international
commodity. Yes. So if the importers believe that it's still going to make some gain in Nigeria, he can import his products.
Like Saudi Arabian importers importing Saudi Arabian.
Yes, if they believe that they can make their gain, that now boils down to the failure of the government because the refineries are not working. The refineries that were working, all this importation would have been absorbed because if you bring it in and our refinery works, the price of our refinery sold is lower. We can actually patronize those filling stations that are in tandem with our refineries. When I was coming to the office this morning, I drove into an NNPC petrol station. I bought 1,165 naira a liter, but I saw MROS 1,195.
And MRS is a partner with...
MRS is a part of a partner with Dangote.
Yeah.
So that shows you that if there are more competition in the industry,
prices
will be competitive.
But NNPCL also, which is the marketing arm, which is the fuel station
arm,
you know, at some point partnered with Oando bought up that marketing arm of it. And so what they are selling, what you bought is probably what NNPCL imported.
Yes, what they imported.
So if they imported it from Dangote, let's assume they imported it from Dangote, probably
and they sell it cheaper.
And they sell it cheaper. So what's the
No, it may not be that they imported from. There are so many before now. In Malta, they go to Malta to import and some other European countries. So if they see that Dangote will not favor them, they'll go to the one that will favor them because they want to get to Nigeria, have market. This money now,
it's not only NNPCL. We have, what's his name? Farouk issued over 30 licenses.
Yes.
That got him into trouble with Dangote. So on those licenses, what are they doing? Are they finding it difficult to buy Forex, to import or what? Because if you have 30 people importing, I mean, they are going to ordinarily force down Dangote prices. But that is not happening. So what do they do with the license?
Please, I want to ask a question here. Did we have a PIA or not? What was the essence of that PIA? Remember all the hoopla about that PIA? That with it now, the oil industry will be sanitized. Everything will be seamless. That PIA. Do you know the when they signed it became worse? So what was the essence of it, for God's sake? PIA. That everybody... You remember what happened with that PIA?
Well, I think basically more than 50...
What kind of thing is this?
More than 50-60% of that PIA, dealt with the upstream. Upstream sector, how to manage Nigeria's resources and make money for the government.
Did you?
And I also...
Did you manage it?
Part of the PIA is to strengthen local industry against the foreigners.
So it's up to individuals to invest.
And that's why most of these people that get licenses,
exactly.
They get it for other purposes other than what they gave them the license for. Look, why you ask yourself, there was a time I asked myself and I found out, why are many filling stations close to the border posts are not working? yet they get allocation. Most of these people, they cited filling stations close to border so that when their trucks are moving to the border, they will say our filling station is somewhere there. Whereas they are taking it outside the country to sell and make exorbitant profits. Those who got license under Obasanjo for refineries, because there was a clause in that contract paper that you are supposed to cite your refinery, but that feeder stock will come from the crude. Now these people got license because of that feeder stock, and as soon as Obasanjo realized that these people were not even laying foundation, not to talk of building refinery, then Obasanjo now said, look, if your refinery has not been confirmed to be ready to process crude, then we are not giving. And that was how all of them died. Before Dangote came up, before Bua now came up, and some other modular refineries.
Please.
So the question is, sometimes government will have good intentions.
Yeah.
But Nigerians are adept at circumventing the law. As at the time they were rolling out those licenses, it was the belief of Obasanjo that at least if we have 20 refineries working, even if it's just 50,000 barrels a day that they are processing, I mean, you are talking of about 1 million barrels, which translates to 154 million liters a day. And our consumption hovers between 40 and 50. So you have a glut and you can now sell to the outside world. But in a situation where that you want that crude that will be allocated to that non-existent refinery that will now sell at international price and make profit without any contribution to the economy. Obasanjo didn't envisage that when he gave out license.
It transcends to all the business in Nigeria. Even in Forex, we see it.
Elvis, please, whenever you want to blame operators, go and ask government, what are you doing? Is it the responsibility of the criminal to get away, or that you, the government, that represent?
No, that's exactly where I was going.
To apprehend
that's exactly where I was going. That's the failure of government.
The major reason for removing subsidy is it not to stop you from transporting it across the border?
Yes.
What are not the major reasons? So why is this going on?
In every country, there are people who want to be smarter than the government, but the laws are there to check them. The law, that's the essence of the law. They are there in America.
I don't know why with the government, they don't want to do the needful. It's like this insecurity now. You just pretend as if you don't know that it's insecurity, and you are blaming terrorists and all that.
Right,
they are having a free reign.
Let's focus. We'll take one at a time.
It's the government.
We'll take one.
Like the spokesperson said.
We'll take one at a time.
The spokesperson that day on the national television saying that they have warned Nigerians not to travel at night.
Can we have a civilized conversation?
Coming to tell Nigerians not to travel at night.
The conversation that the government is always causing problem, and they are looking for somebody to blame.
You know, so those kind of defense, very laughable, very laughable defense. They are saying Nigerians should not travel at night. That means we have succumbed to the terrorists that they have taken over Nigeria. I know.
Okay, because we're running out of time, there are other stories I would have loved us to touch on, but let's zero in on the. Pardon? Yes, let's zero in on the approval for the NYSC to overhaul itself, to be overhauled. So FEC overhauls NYSC after 53 years. Now the agency is to be led by a civilian. And if a few other things have been introduced, uniform change, the orientation camp extended from 3 weeks to 6 weeks. They would introduce skill acquisition, ICT, introduction of ICT knowledge and the rest of them. But the military will still be around to guide, protect and all of that. And then the camps. Now, the issue I have, some of these camps are not properly taken care of. You go to camps, there are no waters, no water, no proper sanitation and the rest. So should the states, it's on the states, right? It behoves on the states to cater to provide a conducive environment for the coppers. So. And then the corps members themselves can have, they will look at security of places before corps members are assigned to certain places. And a very important one is the fact that corps members will be assigned to primary centers that align with what they studied in school. Can we do that?
No problem. Well, we should be able to do that.
That's even a very nice one. You understand? Because that will serve as your first base of experience in your profession. That would be very good.
As against just going to
but in
teach
reality,
when you read banking.
Some of these things are not likely to work. I'll give you an example. When you talk about they should not post people to where there is insecurity, can you tell me a place in this country today that we are not assailed by insecurity?
No, they will X-ray.
Let me tell you. Places. You see, the point is, the facilities in the NYSC camps can no longer contain those they are deploying. Did you know that the corps members posted to Lagos, they had to spill them over to Osun and Oyo State for orientation camp? Because there were too many that camp in Agege cannot contain.
People walked their way to Lagos.
That's what I'm saying.
It always been like that. I had a joint orientation. Akwa Ibom and Cross River were joined together in
understand?
Obibra.
Now, what that tells me?
Yes,
what that tells me?
As at our time in the 90s.
Okay, maybe because one of those two states didn't have a convenient place.
Yeah, Akwa Ibom never had.
Talking about Lagos, I served in Lagos. That was in 1990. We had two camps. I was the set that opened the camp at Ikpaja, Iyanekpaja, the original camp. I was the set that opened it in 1990. But we also had another camp in Yabatek then, so.
What is different from a corps member that is supposed to serve in Lagos State now doing orientation in Osun?
No, that's what Elvis is saying. That's even in his own time, in the 90s, that it also spilled over from between Akwa Ibom.
The camp in Lagos is functional.
Yes.
It means the number of people posted to Lagos outnumbers the facility in Agege.
I agree with you. As a matter of fact, my opinion is that the NYC has clearly outlived its usefulness.
Exactly.
And it should be scrapped. There's nothing like reforming it.
But the point...
Now, when I was in school, I finished my degree exams in June. By end of July, early August. By end of July, our results were out.
Of course,
and
now,
so by mid-August, call-up letters, postings had arrived. September, we were already in camp. And you know what? In camp that day, at the Paja here, we were entitled to one big cow every day. One cow every day for the days that we stayed in camp. But I'm not sure,
it happens.
Throughout my 3 weeks in the camp, we had only one cow.
Okay.
And for that, you want to go and serve again, Abi?
No, I don't.
I'm not
The problem is that my greatest worry now is sending my children, to some parts of the country where I'll get a call and I will not do that.
I want to say something here. During the time of Abacha, something happened with the law education. It was that man that decentralized the law school, Abacha. And they said it was for selfish reasons, this and that. But it worked. Because as at that time, there was beginning to be an overflow of lawyers who want to go to law school. You had only Lagos and I think two other ones.
No, it was only Lagos.
It was only Lagos. It was only Lagos.
Abacha decentralized it.
I had a cousin. At that time, law school in Lagos had like 3 streams. Morning, afternoon,
exactly.
And I heard a cousin who was living in Okoko. Because that was where he could find a space.
Good.
And he was going to Ozombamba the way early in the morning, every day.
I saw lawyers going to fetch water and walking along the street of Iboshere. Because it was so much. They rented apartments in adjoining offices and all that. Lawyers. Who are going on the training. But Abacha did it. As unvisionary as he was, this man did it for law education.
So now, I want you to land on the NYSC and the analogy.
I have given you an example. Now, NYSC, with this burgeoning number of students, graduates, who are urging to go to orientation camp and NYSC, do you need anybody to tell a futuristic and visionary civilian administration to look for a way that will accommodate all these students? Do we need to talk about it? You saw that the universities are churning out large number of graduates every year.
All right.
Do you know that?
Let's have you land on your thoughts.
They now go in batches. Are you aware? They
go in batches.
They run out of time.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
The issue here is that
in fact,
90% of what we are seeing, reading as reformation today, is tainted with a lot of ambiguity. Now, they're talking about uniform chains. People are looking for where they can make fast money with government. And sometimes the government don't even view all these things. They don't actually scrutinize it before they now go and start making it a statement. We are reforming NYC. They have to look into it very well, because this reformation will also not let it not end like state police that we are not discussing now.
I like the word reformation.
Because at the end of the day, the people that are going to be beneficial of these things are faster than government sometimes. By the time you go in, look at 63334 system. Remember when it was coming in, it became education was going to be. Today, who is talking of 6634 any longer? So let them take their time to scrutinize whatever information they have at their table before they tell Nigerians.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. This would be a good place to anchor the conversation. I appreciate you, Darlington Nagumo, who's a lawyer and a public affairs commentator, Daily Fanimo, a reporter, of course, public affairs commentator, Elvis Elimehele, and Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, I will not return alone. I'll return with Daily Fanimo here, and we are going to travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting, trending political stories. Join us then. It promises to be quite interesting.
Promises to be interesting. And another interesting program coming up now is sports. Stick around, because we do have so much more updates on the World Cup. I'm Moses Humphrey. See you next time. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
A voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling.
What is the World Cup or a major tournament at all without an upset? And the football world was blessed with two major ones, as the Deutschland and the Dutch were knocked out by Paraguay and Morocco, respectively, at the World Cup round of 32. Like I always say on the show, the World Cup is shaping up, and it is shaping up really well. So a lot of people, a lot of football lovers, the World Cup, the FIFA 26 World Cup just started in North America. And about 32 years on from their meeting in USA 94, Morocco actually swung the tie around this time, because they lost in 94, but this time they took the bull by the horn, came back from a late goal from Issa Diop, and ultimately won a penalty shootout against the Dutch Netherlands right there. Ronald Koeman, the coach of Netherlands, was the captain at the time in 1994. But Morocco said, look, we've had a good history right here in Monterrey. They were there in the 86 World Cup when Mexico hosted. And they took this time around to say, look, lightning can strike twice. We are the victors of Monterrey. Good morning and welcome to the Sports Republic Show on Voice of the People Television. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and you know how we do it on the show. We give you all the juiciest stories from the world of sports, including the World Cup. I mean, how would the Netherlands people be feeling right now? I said it, look, that fixture was just too early. Netherlands up against Morocco, two contenders, number 6 and number 7 in the world. It's too early for the round of 32, but it is what it is. When you do your job in the group stage, you are bound to meet up. And in a competition like that, with 48 teams in an extended version, we are bound to have fixtures like this. Brazil as well also survived a scare from the Japanese team, and the question still lingers: when will Japan leave the knockout stage at the first hurdle? I won't be doing this alone. I have my man with me in the studio, Olamide Olajide, as Ruby, breaking down all the juiciest stories from the world of sports, like I said. And of course, our virtual guest will be joining as the show progresses. But before we go into all the World Cup razzmatazz and all of that, let's take some other news because a lot is happening in the sporting world. And we will start with athletics this morning. As Tobi Amusan, the sprint queen, let me call that, of Nigeria, she says that she isn't feeling any pressure to keep her form going into this season after winning the women's 100-meter hurdles at the Paris Diamond League on Sunday. And the world record holder matched a season's best of 12.28 seconds to take the race ahead of America's Grace Stark in 12.38 seconds and Alicia Johnson in 12.39. And it was the third time Amusan had run 12.28 seconds this year, after doing so in Xiamen and Rabat in May, and a second Diamond League win of the campaign following a victory in Rabat. And she has also won the New Taipei City Athletics Open this month and gold at the African Championships in Botswana. And the 29-year-old, who won 3 straight Diamond League titles from 2021 to 2023, currently has the second fastest time globally this season behind Masai Russell's 12.14 seconds, said the environment and expectations don't get to her. And she noted that she dislikes warm weather but was determined to perform. I was pleased with her execution and is mainly grateful to be injury-free. And Amusan added that she relies on grace, a strong support system, and a focus on the finish line rather than pressure, and that her approach to each hurdles race changes depending on how she feels that day. And looking ahead, Amusan is set to compete at the Prefontaine Classic next, though she hasn't confirmed further races yet, and she's targeting a return to the top of the Diamond League standings this season after her earlier dominance. And the Nigerian sprinter said she tries to take a shot at every race, whether her preparation feels sharp or sloppy, and remains focused on staying fit and competitive through the rest of the campaign. I wish her the best. But one thing I want to just ask about Tobi Amusan is that it seems like the Nigeria Athletics Federation, we are beginning to use her like a certain Blessing Okagbare. We need to start looking for other people, to come up in such events, right? Because there'll be a time where Tobi Amusan will want to retire, and we need to be ready at the time so that we won't have to start going back to the grassroots like we always claim, to go and look for, other talents to come up. All right, let's move on and let's talk about Formula One. Yes, we saw the Grand Prix in Austria over the weekend, and George Russell, who won the race, ended a nearly 4-month winless run by taking victory at the Austrian Grand Prix on 28 June 2026. His first since season opening race in Australia, and the Mercedes driver said the result was a huge relief after a difficult stretch of races and mechanical failures and bad luck that allowed teammates Kimi Antonelli to win in 5 in a row and take charge of the championship, while even Lewis Hamilton moved ahead of him in points. And Russell pointed to recent polls in Canada and Spain and the Austria win on a track he does not consider suited to him. as proof of the resilience he needed to bounce back from a low point. And Russell's season had included retirements and off-pace weekends, most notably a battery failure while leading in Canada and penalty confusion in Monaco before a bit of fortune in Spain when Antonelli retired. He admitted the tough races had tested him psychologically and called the last 2 weekends vitally important to remind himself he could still deliver. And team principal Toto Wolff said he had told Russell to just drive during qualifying to help him reset, explaining that the pressure of competing against a dominant teammate had led to overthinking rather than focusing on the core task of driving. This is what happens when you have 2 good drivers, on a particular team. Kimi Antonelli started the season very well. The first 5 races, he took it all. He is the leader in the drivers' championships, and Russell will be looking at himself and saying, "Look, what can Kimi do that I cannot?" Because at some point, since Antonelli is the man that is leading the pack, they will have to tell Russell, to calm down. They have to push one person. But personally, he would look at it and say, "Why not me? Why him?" And I hope that's not going to lead to a rift, in the Mercedes camp. But Red Bull's major upgrade put them back in contention, with Verstappen, Mad Max himself, saying it was the first time he felt he could fight for a win. And Hamilton noting the weight reduction and updates made them a threat again. And Russell moved back to second in the standings ahead of Silverstone. That one right there is going to be an important race because George Russell himself is British. Of course, going against the likes of Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton. Let's see what's going to come out of Silverstone. All right, still talking sports, and let's talk about tennis this time around. And world number 1 Yannick Sinner began his Wimbledon title defense with a nervy 5-set win over Miomir Kecmanovic, coming through 4-6, 6-3, 6-7, 6-8, 6-2, 6-3 in 3.5 hours on center court. And it was his first match since the French Open collapse against Juan Manuel Cherundolo. And Sinner looked below his usual standard early on with 10 unforced error in the first 8 games and a broken serve that cost him the opening set. And he also caused concern when he slipped behind the baseline in the 3rd set and later played through a bleeding toenail, but recovered to level the match twice before pulling away late. And Kecmanovic, ranked 58th, pushed the 4-time major winner hard and took the 3rd set tiebreak after saving match momentum from 3-0 down and then 6-5. And that gave the Serb a chance at his first top 10 Grand Slam win. But Sinner reset after dropping it and broke 4 times in a row to force a decider despite blood seeping through his white shoe. And with the match into his 4th hour, Sinner finished strongly, taking 4 of the last 5 games to avoid becoming only the 3rd defending men's champion to lose in the Wimbledon's first round. I mean, this is good for Sinner, with the likes of Carlos Alcaraz missing from this tournament and Novak Djokovic chasing a record 25th Grand Slam. I mean, Sinner will have to know that he has a lot of work to do and he can't afford to lose anyone. This was a grueling match, 3.5 hours that was played right there on center court, and he had to do that with a bleeding toenail. It shows that you have to put everything down, your blood, sweat, and tears. You have to put it down on the court to be called champion. And Djokovic has been doing that for almost 17 years now. I remember in Australia, the Australian Open in 2009, when he broke through and he won that one. It shows that he's here to stay. And with these new cats, on the block, the likes of Yannick Sinner, the likes of Dominic Thiem, Ben Shelton, Carlos Alcaraz, it shows that Djokovic himself knows he has a lot of work to do. But for Sinner, who is the defending champion of Wimbledon, he knows that he has to push himself so that the likes of Big Novak will not, come and get his title. And still speaking Wimbledon, let's move on now to the Joker himself, Novak Djokovic, because he began his pursuit of a record 25th Grand Slam with a hard-fought 6-4, 5-7, 6-4, 6-4 victory over China's Wu Yibing in the Wimbledon first round on center court. And the 29-year-old, tied with Margaret Court on 24 majors since the 2023 US Open, kept his 21-0 record in the SW19 openers after a match that lasted 3 hours and 12 minutes. And he admitted it felt tougher than the typical first round, saying he was happy but not at his freshest after not playing since his French Open 3rd round loss to Joao Fonseca. And the contest was tight throughout, with Djokovic breaking early to take the first set before Wu hits back to level at a set apiece. And Djokovic's fitness was tested in the long baseline exchanges in the 3rd, which he closed out on his 4th set point to the crowd's delight. And he eventually pulled away in the 4th despite 6 break points against him, and who earned plenty of support with chants of his name similar to those for Ogarun last year. And Djokovic responded to the atmosphere by calling for more noise and later mimicking a violin in tribute to his daughter after winning. I mean, that's very, very good for the big man, Novak Djokovic. And John McEnroe, who is a legend of tennis himself, praised Djokovic's intensity and desire, saying the Serb still wants it badly after hundreds of matches seen. And Djokovic himself said Wu surprised him with his level and had no real weakness at times. And the win sets up second round meeting with Stefanos Tsitsipas, who Djokovic has beaten in the 2021 French Open and 2023 Australian Open finals. All right, a good one for the big man, the Joker, as it's popularly called, Novak Djokovic. All right, we'll be moving to this woman on your screen right here, and we are talking football now because Esther Okoronkwo, Super Falcons, I beg your pardon, midfielder, she has made a return from injury on Sunday, playing 25 minutes as AFC Toronto beat Vancouver Rise 3-1. And the 29-year-old had been out for nearly 2 months with a meniscus tear picked up in a league match against Halifax, a spell that also caused her to miss Nigeria's 2 friendlies against Senegal, which the Falcons won 5-1 on aggregate. And Toronto struggled in her absence, managing only 1 win, 2 draws, and 2 losses in 5 league games. And a comeback comes as a timely boost for Nigeria ahead of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco from July 25th to August 16th. All right, I learned that my guest right there virtually is with us, Abiodun Aquino. Good morning and welcome to the show. I mean, you just heard what I said about Esther Okoronkwo, a timely return, giving a big boost to the Super Falcons ahead of the WAFCON. Right, she may be match rusty because she actually missed, the friendlies against Senegal. But how vital, how important will Esther Okoronkwo be as the Falcons chase an 11th title? Because she was vital during the La Decima, because she came on and she assisted in that 3-0 win in the final against Morocco. How do you think she's going to play a key figure despite being match rusty for the Super Falcons ahead of the WAFCON? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Olamilekan. Well, I'm really excited today because of the success of the African team so far at the World Cup, and I'm really, really elated. But then, talking about the return of Esther Okoronkwo, I think this is the perfect time for the young lady to be back on the field of play. I'm quite sure, Justin Madugu will be looking forward to see Esther Okoronkwo back in the starting lineup or probably in the team. But then, like you said, she's currently, out of sorts right now. No disrespect to her because she's been out for 2 months or so. So I think she's a bit match rusty. But then with some couple of games under her belt, I want to believe she'll be back again, to ruffle feathers with the big girls in the national team. She's a fantastic player, no doubt. We saw what she did at the last WAFCON. I think she was the reason why we won that particular trophy. And Justin Madugu will be banking on, our experience and know-how to deliver when it matters when the WAFCON really starts. So I'm looking forward to see Esther Okoronkwo once again in the national team.
Absolutely, because when you're challenging for titles like that, even though you've won it, you are perennial champions. You need to, have your best legs. And I think Justin Madugu will be very, very happy that Esther Okoronkwo is back. I mean, with her, the likes of Gifts Monday, Asisat Oshoala, as the OG of the team, it will be very, very important to have them alongside the youths that will be called up as well, to negotiate these tournaments. And the Super Falcons, they've not had the best of preparation. But then there's a reason why they won the WAFCON 10 times. They're the best team in Africa right now when it comes to the female football. But with other teams coming up, the Cabo Verde ladies, the Moroccans as well, who have had a lot of drama, they're still going to host. And they made the finals. I mean, they've lost finals back-to-back, as hosts. Now they're hosting again, and they'll be looking to get to the final and do, one better, to become third-time lucky. But the Super Falcons will know that they have a job to do. They have to win number 11 because we've become so accustomed to Super Falcons winning the WAFCON. So they have to go to Morocco and try to get number 11. All right, still speaking about Morocco, and this time we are moving into the World Cup because Morocco pulled off a dramatic 1-1 draw and penalty shootout win over the Netherlands on Monday night to reach the round of 16, ending Dutch hopes early in the Men's World Cup. After the shootout was logged at 2-2 following 4 kicks each, goalkeeper Yasin Bono had denied Caicedo Somerville with a left-handed save, and Ismail Sabari then converted the clincher into the low left corner as Bart Verbruggen dived the wrong way. Verbruggen, by the way, was the best goalkeeper on that pitch at the night, even though the result did favor him at the end because Netherlands cashed out. We'll take a short break right now. When we get back, we're going to go more into that game and talk about other games as well at the World Cup. It's still the Sports Republic. Stay with us, don't go nowhere. Right, welcome back. It's still the Sports Republic on Voice of the People Television, and we are into the World Cup, and we are talking about the Netherlands match against Morocco last night, or let me say this morning, because it was a game that had a lot, on offer, and the likes of Achraf Hakimi didn't fail to deliver. Ismail Saibari showing why he is the only African in history to score in 3 group stage games in a row. A fantastic one right there for the Moroccans, and the result sends last year's semi-finalist Morocco through to face Canada in Houston on Saturday. And Cody Gakpo had put the Netherlands ahead in the 72nd minute with a goal set up by Somerville. And the moment was especially emotional for the 27-year-old. He broke down in tears as teammates and staff surrounded him. And just days after he and his partner Noah van der Baai shared the news that their unborn child had passed away, and the Dutch appeared set to hold on until deep into stoppage time. But Issa Diop had other ideas, heading in a Champions Talbi cross in the 91st minute to force extra time. And the Atlas Lions of Morocco nearly won it late in the added period when Sofiane Rahimi beat his marker and went one-on-one with, for me, the best keeper on the night, Bert Verbruggen, in the 97th minute. But the Dutch keeper produced a crucial deflection, and beyond that chance, both sides struggled to create clear openings during the 30 minutes of extra time at Estadio BBVA. And the match was the second shootout of the day after Paraguay eliminated Germany on penalties earlier on Monday, and also featured the highest combined ranking of any round of 32 game, with ranked 6th ranked Morocco facing 7th ranked Netherlands. For the Dutch, the loss marked their earliest World Cup exit ever, a sharp contrast to their run to the quarterfinals 4 years ago and Morocco's run to the semi-finals in the same tournament. Olamide, I mean, we saw a fantastic game right there. Look at the man on your screen, dejected that he lost the game ultimately, but he scored a goal and it was visibly emotional. But look at this one, Yassine Bono, during the penalty shootout. Who makes a save like this during the penalty? He didn't even dive, he just moved. What do you see about the Dutch team against Morocco? I mean, you remember in 2022, they were knocked out by Argentina in the quarterfinals. Yeah. They went far, they left the group stage. But this time around, in the round of 32, it seemed like they haven't really learned a lot. But if you look at that team, they have a lot of talents. Somerville has been exceptional this tournament. Yeah. Likes of De Jong, Gravenberch, and Tijani Reinders in that midfield. Brobbey as well, getting 3 goals. But what's so special about this Moroccan team? And what do you think can also be a debacle to this Moroccan team? Because they look like arcade chances, but they only scored 1 goal, and that was in the 96th minute. Going forward, what should they do to prevent this?
Yeah, well, talking about this game, I think Morocco looked like the team who came into the game with a mission. They will notice that so far so good. Morocco are not a side that lose games like that. 32 game unbeaten in 90 minutes so far. They were, in the semi-finals in the previous edition, and even in the AFCON as well. They got to the finals, controversially losing it to the Senegalese. Yeah.
But they are champions online.
Well, according to CAF, they are champions.
They are champions.
On the streets,
Senegal. So we can call them defending champions
they are the defending
of the
champion.
AFCON.
Exactly. So I think Morocco they came well prepared. You know, they outplayed Netherlands.
Right.
Netherlands had the names. They have the names with them, but Morocco have the team. You know, 70% ball possession on the field is not a joke. It means they actually played their hearts out. They outplayed Netherlands in all spheres of the game. You know, just Verbruggen coming to save Netherlands at the end of the day, even claiming the man of the match.
Right.
So that means they were on the back foot. Morocco were the ones, and if Morocco had taken their chances, they wouldn't have gotten to
extra time at all. Yeah.
Talk less of penalties. So I think Morocco should they just need to work on their finishing. They know they are perfect when it comes to managing the game. They are good at transitions, build-up play, hold-up play, and all that. But their conversion is just, and I think that's the problem for African sides. We saw Senegal against France. They should have done something in the first half, probably scored 1 or 2 goals, but they ended up losing the game because they were just wasteful. And the same thing happened to Morocco yesterday. Penalties is just a game of 50-50. You either win or you lose. It's not about who knows how to play the best penalties. It can be your day and it might not be your day. It's not against Germany. That's the first time they'll be losing a penalty shootout in the World Cup history.
Right.
So I think they should just, moving forward, they just try to, work more on finishing their chances. You can't create about, I think, 12 shots or something, then you score only 1 goal. I think it's unacceptable.
All right. Abiodun, this was a fixture that came too early for a lot of people. Netherlands against Morocco. We should be seeing this tie maybe in the quarterfinal or in the semi-final, looking at the talents on both sides. But can we reserve some praise for Netherlands goalkeeper Bert Verbruggen, the Brighton goalkeeper? He did really well, in my opinion, really on the night, and he earned the man of the match for his efforts. But they ultimately lost. But he made crucial saves, especially that one against Sofiane Rahimi. And if you look at those penalties, there was a penalty that was played that bounced off the post and bounced back, onto him to go into the back of the net. But how unlucky was he? And did that luck, spread through the Dutch team that they couldn't make the round of 16?
In the Dutch national team, over the years, I haven't been that lucky when it comes to major tournaments. We've seen them, year in, year out when it comes to the World Cup. I think you call them the nearly men in terms of success on the big stage.
Yeah.
We've seen them at the Euros, we've seen them at the World Cup. And usually they parade, fantastic players. You could go on and on about, the best generation they had in the past, the particular out of this world. Beckham, these are fantastic players who couldn't win the World Cup for them. But look at the current crops of players, maybe not as good as those they had in the past, but then they were decent in the group stages. We saw the likes of Somerville, Robbery. You mentioned the Brighton goalkeeper, but Verbruggen is been fantastic. And you look at some of his saves in that game earlier this morning. Fantastic young man. But I think luck hasn't been on their side, and that is one thing, and that is still affecting the Dutch national team not to win a major title in a long time. So I just hope going forward, they should pray for luck, because if you have to talk about their performance, you wouldn't want to say they are not good in this tournament. They were really fantastic. They were creating chances upon chances. They were scoring goals, and they were a bit solid also defensively. The experience of Virgil van Dijk and other players also came to the party in some of their games. So I really don't know what is really happening to them, but hopefully going forward, the luck will definitely come on their side. But right now, it's not looking good for them in terms of, getting that luck to win a major title. And for Verbruggen, trust me, it's just a matter of time before that young man is going to leave Brighton over Albion. No disrespect to Brighton, but then this is the kind of goalkeeper top clubs we want to have in their ranks, and I'm looking forward to see when that will happen for the young man.
All right, and this is also a perfect tournament for him to showcase his skills. Olamide, Abiodun mentioned something. He said they should pray for luck, the Dutch team. And do you really agree? Because looking at their past generation, this was a Dutch team that used to parade the likes of Dennis Bergkamp, Frank de Boer, the De Boer brothers, having the likes of Marco Overmars, Van Nistelrooy. I'm just mentioning names randomly. I'm not mentioning them, by their eras. Van Basten was there, Ruud Gullit. They've had winners of the Ballon d'Or. They've had Frank Rijkaard, Clarence Seedorf, and they haven't won something major. And even now, you could say, yes, the talent has watered down a bit, but they still have Van Dijk in the team. They have Verbruggen in the team. There's De Jong. What's going on with this Dutch team? What can they do? They had Robben and Sneijder. I mean, they were close in 2010 World Cup. These people have been runners up about 2 or 3 times at the World Cup.
Yes.
What's going on? When would they start, or let me say, when would they stop to be nearly men, at big tournaments like this?
Well, I think right now we can't even talk about Van Dijk because it's getting closer to.
I saw the equalizer. It looked like it was at fault for that. He saw the ball coming, and his hard job just stole in front of him, and he's on his last legs.
See, he had those kind of mistakes with Liverpool.
Right.
I saw it so many times, in the previously concluded season.
Right.
It was, it shows that Van Dijk is coming to the end of, maybe probably leaving Liverpool to maybe the MLS or Saudi Arabia or something else.
Okay.
So I think right now they should be looking at building a team, not just having cluster of players here and there. Anybody can have cluster of players here and there. You saw during the Galactico era.
They didn't win nothing.
They didn't win anything. So it depends on what you can, a system, a structure you can create out of this thing. In Moroccan side, we talk about African side. Gattuso came out to say, Africans are not supposed to be given 10 slots and this and that. But if you were to watch this game, Morocco and Netherlands, he would have to swallow his words, take back his word, because you see Morocco, the fluidity, the passes, the creativity, the flair and everything, they outplayed Netherlands. And on paper, if you look at it, you would expect Netherlands to be the one that's playing Morocco. But Morocco came fully prepared. They were fearless. If not for the missed chances, it would have been probably 3-4-0.
Right.
So I think they should just, take a cue from what Morocco did.
Right.
They should probably just study the game patterns and just plan themselves. Maybe the next World Cup or probably the Euros or Euro Nations League, they can find a way to build their team, and probably in the next 5-10 years, they should be up there competing again.
Right. It was a particularly good moment for Morocco striker Ismail Saibari. He has been playing in the Netherlands all his life, and he scored the decisive penalty to knock out the Netherlands after a string of misses from both sides. I think it's really good for him because he secured a move just before the World Cup to Bayern Munich. I think it's good for him because I remember in 2002 where South Korea up against Italy, and Han Hyuk-wan. This was not even penalty shootout, but Han at the time, South Korea striker, he just signed a deal with an Italian club, I think Perugia at the time, and was it Regina or Perugia, one of the two. Then he scored the winning goal in extra time against Italy, and they told him not to come back. They just told him, from the World Cup, just go back to Korea. Football can be, somehow, it can be so emotional. But for Saibari, he's leaving. He's going to Germany now. But Germany is already out, so he can't even meet Germany. Because if he goes to meet Germany in the next game and he knocks them out again, maybe Bayern Munich will tell him not to come back. And still talking Germany, let's now move on and talk about Germany as well. They were the other big upset, in the round of 32 on the night. And Paraguay, they pulled off a major upset by knocking out 4-time World Cup winners Germany in a penalty shootout after a 1-1 draw in Foxborough, Massachusetts. And Julio Enciso was a former Brighton player as well, gave Paraguay a 42nd minute lead against the run of play. But Arsenal striker Kai Havertz equalized in the 54th minute to force extra time. And a potential winner for Germany was ruled out by VAR after he was spotted a foul on goalkeeper Orlando Hill, who then made key saves in extra time and in the shootout. And Havertz, Nick Voltemada and Jonathan Tah all missed from the spot for Germany, while Jose Canale netted the decisive kick in sudden death to send the 34th ranked Paraguayans to face the winner between France and Sweden in Philadelphia. And the result ended several German records as they lost a World Cup shootout for the first time and became the first tournament favorite to exit in the round of 32. And Germany had won 6 straight major tournament shootouts since 1976 and hadn't played a knockout game since their 2014 final triumph. And Havertz said the team had very big plans and found it hard to create chances, while Paraguay's players highlighted their unity after a long run of knockout frustration. Abiodun, there was a lot to pick out from this game, a lot to really pick out from the VAR call. And I'm going to ask you, let me just start with that. That goal, by Jonathan Tah that was denied by VAR. Was there any malicious attempt by the defender Valdemar Anton, to pull the goalkeeper? Because if you look at that, the goalkeeper actually stood up to try to make the save from Jonathan Tah. But ultimately, what was Germany's issues with that game? against Paraguay because it looked like they had a lot of promise, especially from their first game against Curaçao when they won 7-1 and everything just watered down. What was Germany's debacle in that game against Paraguay, really?
For the German national team, I think it was just an unfortunate, night for them. For me, I would just say no one saw that one coming. But then the World Cup is getting to the crucial stage right now where you have to bring your A game to the table.
Right.
But if you look at the VAR incident, I think for me that wasn't malicious from the young man talking about the defender. But then I think the rule is the rule. If you look at his hands also on the body of the goalkeeper, he's trying to to pin down the goalkeeper for him not to make that movement, probably to save the ball or just punch it out. There was a bit of contact in that moment, and those are the things that the VAR is going to look at, and the referee eventually is going to make a decision. So for me, I think that is where they got it wrong. It would have been, a perfect win for them against Paraguay. But for Paraguay, I think this is just one of the World Cup shocker because no one actually saw that one coming. In fact, prior to the game, I was saying this is a no-brainer for Germany. It's a win for them at the end of the day. But somehow, they lost that game. But if you look at Germany also in recent time, they've not been that fantastic. We've seen them in friendly games, losing to the likes of Japan, losing some funny games. And it felt like Germany is not the usual Germany we used to know when they had a whole lot of, brilliant players in each position. So it's looking like a transition for them. And I hope Julian Nagelsmann is going to be that man going forward for them. But right now, the World Cup is over. They need to go back home. Go back to the drawing board if there's still any drawing board for them, and fix whatever is happening with the German national team.
Right.
At that game, for me, it actually boils down to luck because a game of penalty could go either way. So, and the Paraguayan players were that clinical, making their decision really right, and of course, they came out triumphant at the end of the day.
All right, I'm still going to come back to you with a question, but Olamide, let me have your take on this one. On that VAR call, really, because ultimately that was a poor performance by Germany. A lot of people expected them to do better, in that game against Paraguay. Paraguay were not the favorites going into that game.
Sure.
Likes of Kai Havertz, Nathaniel Brown. Germany had, the talent, Florian Wirtz and Jamal Musiala on the pitch. Ultimately, they lost that one. Penalties, anybody's game, that we call it right here. But that VAR call, don't you think VAR themselves will have a lot, they will cause a lot of controversy now because do you mean that if there's any touch at all on the goalkeeper, even if it's the goalkeeper trying to push the player and he falls down in the process, even if there's any touch at all, will it be ruled out for a foul? Because from that incident of Valdemar Anton, it looked like he was challenging a Paraguay player, then he was pushed into the goalkeeper who stood up immediately.
Yes.
So, but they ruled it out as a foul. Going forward, we've seen situations, even in the Premier League majorly, where Arsenal were accused, or their players were accused of blocking the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper will fall down, will try, wasn't called. Then, in the same game against Arsenal this time around, for West Ham, you remember, a foul on David Raya, and it was ruled out as a foul. This one was not even as malicious as the Raya one, and was also ruled out as a foul. Don't you think that we'll start having some kind of discrepancies, going forward, after this World Cup especially?
Yes, actually, I think because football is a contact sport.
Right.
And if you say nobody should come close to the goalkeeper.
But the goalkeeper should be protected. Football has always been hammering on protection of the goalkeeper.
But you would notice that this player didn't have any intention to either, no malicious intention there.
Right.
There was no what's it called?
Like they were pushing and shoving or tugging of the
they actually badged each other. Even the goalkeeper, I saw the video, I think I showed the video.
Right.
The goalkeeper was the one using his shoulder to hit the guy on his chest when the guy had to move away from him. So the contact was not that much to even let the goalkeeper fall. It was not that much. I think at that point, the goalkeeper took the advantage, knowing the rule. So he played to his own advantage. But that is where the VAR should have been able to show us videos from other angles.
Right.
Because they were only picking the angle from the corner side, from the corner flag, which would show more of how the guy moved to the goalkeeper. They didn't give us the other side. They didn't give us from the back of the net.
Right.
If they've given us probably like 3-4 angles, people would have seen this thing that, okay, this is justifiable.
Right.
Though the VAR guys might probably they have all the screens, they've seen everything. But this is football. This is not table tennis where people don't touch each other or lawn tennis. This football, people will push you. Unless you say nobody should push the goalkeeper. But there should be a point. Even when someone tackles you, they look at the tackle, how heavy is the tackle? So they actually be able to decide, is it yellow card, is it red card, is it an intention to injure this player?
Right.
Is there an intention? Do you have probably a malicious intention? So
Right.
I don't see that thing as something too big to just take out the goal. And at the end of the day, we saw what it led to. Germany are out of the competition.
Right.
But it's just, to me, I believe that the goal should stand.
Right. I think ultimately them losing in the penalties, they're going to have a lot to say because they felt that they were incorrectly ruled out for that goal. It is what it is. And I think this World Cup is actually going to lead to a lot. We're still going to see more. We saw from the Iran game, about 2 Iran games, one against England where they were denied, saying it was the bomb of the player that was offside. Colombia against Portugal was a toenail of the player. I think a lot of rules need to be cleared.
And why I actually have that opinion is that I've been watching the World Cup and I've been seeing the referees officiating and all. I've been seeing that there's little tackles, they don't blow.
Right.
They allow the game rules. So why did you now, when it comes to the goalkeeper and very, very slight touch, maybe because it led to a goal? Because if they had not scored, would he have blown that?
Absolutely.
If they didn't score, would he have ruled that as a foul?
As a foul.
No, it might not have. Most probably wouldn't have. But maybe because it led to a goal, that was why they had to check.
But there were rules that, VAR doesn't just come in every decision.
Yeah.
In decisions like that, goal, no goal, divided corner kicks.
But the VAR didn't come in when England and what's it called, Ghana played.
Right.
In the dying minute of the game, this guy made a very, very rash tackle.
Okay.
He actually, he jumped into the challenge. He missed the ball.
Konsa, yeah.
He missed the ball.
And wasn't given as a penalty.
He wasn't given as penalty. It wasn't checked at all.
Checked,
They were just had to play on. So it tends to, I think the inconsistency sometimes, I don't know. And the referee said something. I don't know, maybe he made a mistake in the way he worded his language or something like that.
Right.
He said, while the ball was in play, that the guy impeded the goalkeeper. This guy just kicked the corner.
I think the goalkeeper just bumped into him and he fell. It was just a contact.
I don't even know how he just worded this.
I bet he doesn't agree with that.
He didn't picture what really happened. What he said was not an interpretation of what happened.
What happened, right?
They were not contesting for the ball. The ball was not even near the goalkeeper. It was still in the air. It was after the guy kicked the ball. That was when there was contact.
All right. All right. I said I have a question for you. So Germany became the first team ever not to make, or let me say not to pass 3 knockout stages, since becoming champions. After winning in 2014, they didn't make the group stage, in 2018. In 2022, they didn't make the group stage. And now in 2026, they were knocked out, right? But I want to ask, there's Spain, of course, in 2010. Italy in 2006. Italy has not qualified for 3 World Cups. After winning the World Cup in 2006, they were knocked out of the group stage in 2010, knocked out of the group stage in 2014, and haven't made 3 World Cups since. So who is the worst champion between Germany, Spain as well? But Spain are still in the tournament, so they can still have a chance to go out of the knockout stage, maybe get into the semi-final. But for now, who is the worst champion between Italy and, of course, Germany? And does it look like football is fading in both countries?
Well, I think I would toe the line of the Azuris national team. They've been very, very woeful. You look at, the transition period, and I will always go back to transition because you look at some of these, countries, when it comes to international football, they tend to dominate the World Cup. We could go back to the eras of, Paulo Rossi, a lot of brilliant players, Baggio and all of that.
Right.
Those guys won the World Cup for them. And the last time they won the World Cup also, you could tell the kind of quality they paraded in that final against the French national team. The Andre Pello of this world, the Gattusos of this world, Totti and the likes. But you look at the Italian national team right now, you just wonder what is happening with these guys. And I will go back to, the theory of Baggio when he said he put together a 30 pages, I think, article or the solution to the transitional movement of the Italian national team. But then they decided to, dump that somewhere, and they tell him this cannot work. But then they are going back to all of that right now. So it is all about transition for the Italian national team. And for me, for not qualifying for 3 back-to-back World Cup, that is a catastrophe. It's a major failure for me, if you want to put it in perspective. But for the German national team, I think they are also getting to that stage also, where it's looking really bleak for them in terms of, major tournaments. They don't get past their opponent when it comes to, maybe the round of 32 or the round of 16, and it's not looking good on their own side also. And you look at the national team also, you mentioned the likes of, Florent Wirtz, Kai Havertz, but you cannot compare the kind of players they are parading now to
the players
those
back
they
in the
had
days.
in the past.
Right.
So the class is just so wide. So for me, I would toe the line of the Italian national team, but then it seems Germany also is gradually moving closer to the Italian national team.
All right. Well, hopefully, because these two are powerhouses in football, by the way. And when we talk about the World Cup, these are winners, and we don't want to see football declining, in both countries. Quickly, let's talk about a team that's very, very synonymous with the World Cup, and this time around, 5-time champions Brazil. They won 2-1 against Japan, but this time, Japan's World Cup exit followed a painfully familiar script as they lost again in the knockout stages, falling at the first hurdle after the group stage again for about the 5th time now after taking the lead. And Kaishu Sano puts the Samurai Blue ahead in the 29th minute, but Casemiro leveled with a header in the 56th minute, and Gabriel Martinelli struck late to end Japan's tournament, and it marked the 3rd consecutive knockout game where Japan led and lost, leaving them still without a first knockout victory after 4 previous defeats in such World Cup matches. And coach Hajime Moriyasu said the team fell short of its goal, but we keep aiming for the next World Cup and beyond. And he pointed to recent history, noting the penalty loss in Croatia in 2022 and the 3-2 collapse against Belgium in 2018 after leading 2-0. And Moriyasu admitted that he didn't think history had been kind to Japan yet, but suggested a breakthrough could change that narrative. And he took responsibility himself, telling players it was not good enough to get them to the title he said was their dream. All right, Moriyasu, despite these results, he also claimed that, look, we are closing the gap, especially in Brazil. In the last game before this one, they met in a friendly in October last year, and they won against Brazil. But quickly, let me switch from Japan to Brazil now. Before we go, Olamide. Brazil now, are they looking like they are getting into their own? They started the tournament somehow poorly, especially from that first game against Morocco. But, they came on to the game against Haiti. They won that one. Last game against Scotland, Vinicius Jr., revealed his magic. And now they had to, come back against a Japanese side. Does this look like a ticking time bomb? If they meet a proper team that can play really well, away from all this samba, a proper team, don't you think that what happened in 2022 against Croatia might still happen to this Brazilian team?
Yeah,
or do you see them going far?
I think they will struggle against a very compact team.
Right.
You can see how they played against Morocco. They didn't play so well. Morocco outplayed them.
Right.
They were a better team that day. So I think they just need to, during the game against Japan, it got to a time they were just spamming crosses with the hopes that someone
would get onto the end. Yeah,
get onto the end. But and as luck or fate would have it for them, they were able to convert those crosses. And during the first half, they wasted a lot of chances. They were not being decisive in the final third enough. So maybe they just need to work on that. And they don't have, there's this synergy. We've seen it with teams. We saw it with Cape Verde. We saw it with this Morocco side. We saw it with Egypt. We just know that they have star players, but they play as a unit side. But I saw the game yesterday. Vinicius was the one, taking the ball, doing everything on his own from there.
And that leads me to ask, when is Neymar going to be fully involved with this Brazil team? Because is this still looking like a waste of space? He has only been involved in the career appearance.
I think that, bringing Neymar to the team, I think it's just politically motivated.
Or to just come and motivate the boys. Oh, we have Neymar in the back room. We have Neymar in the dressing room. We can do, with Neymar on the sideline.
Neymar is not Messi or Ronaldo. I don't think Neymar even has that influence to motivate anybody in that team, because when it was during his time, it was this bossy figure. He was not listening to other people, wants to do it his own way, wants to show off skills and all that. So I saw a particular video when he was trying to talk to Vinicius. Vinicius was not listening to him. He was just there drinking his water and he just, walked past him. And other players as well. So it's not like they don't really look up to Neymar, unlike how the Paul and Co look up to Messi.
They look up to Messi.
They don't look up to him that way. They don't see him in that light. He was training yesterday. The camera was on him, but it was not. When Messi gets to that kind of situation, you see the crowd, everything. Ronaldo. I think Neymar. I think that thing is just politically motivated, probably because Ancelotti has to just fulfill all righteousness. Just bring him. If they had lost, or if they are not in the competition right now, and Neymar is not there, they would have said if Neymar had gone with them, it would have made a difference.
So it looks like his hands were tied. So I think he's proving a point now, Abiodun, that look, I've taken Neymar.
Exactly.
And I let him play. But if he's not fit, I will involve him in my team. All right, Abiodun, I want to say thank you so much for joining on the show. But before we go, there are games, taking place today in the round of 32. Ivory Coast facing off against Norway. France will be up against Sweden, and as well Mexico at the co-host will be up against Ecuador. Just a quick prediction on the score line. France against Sweden, Mexico against Ecuador, Ivory Coast against Norway. Quickly, Abiodun, in just 30 seconds, just give me your predictions for those 3 games.
Well, I'm hoping for Ivory Coast to win, hopefully 2-1. France to win 2-1. Mexico, well, I really don't know. I think that one will end in a draw and probably, decided by penalty.
Wow, Mexico against Ecuador decided by penalties. They will be playing in Mexico, by the way, because they finished, top of their group in the group stages. Thank you so much once again, Abiodun, for joining on the show this morning. Olamide, I also wanted to say a big thank you to you for joining. You also say Ivory Coast will beat Norway 2-1. Erling Haaland will disagree, by the way.
I'm also hoping for, I think Norway on their day would dispatch any if Haaland is firing on all cylinders.
If Norway can beat Senegal, maybe they will also have an inspiration against
but I think the Morocco win will be a source of motivation for Cote d'Ivoire to also, cause an upset.
I'm hearing some feelers at the back end that there will be multiple goals in that one. Well, the investors, you can put your investments on that one, and let's see what your ROI will be at the end of the night. All right. I also want to say a big thank you to the people at the back for making this show a success and a wonderful one. Well, up next is the midday news. Please stay tuned, don't go nowhere. It has been Sports Republic, and I remain Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
Champions of the world, and the nation will tango all night long.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check.
Well, and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. NYC to get trainees, civilians the headship as Federal Executive Council retools agency. FG orders marketers to reduce fuel price. Agbakoba urges constitutional safeguards in state police. Body reports 79,323 killed. 34,773 civilians abducted in 6 years. Atiku Bident alleged opposition sabotage. El-Rufai loses bail bid, remains in ICPC custody. In business, agents demand suspension of green tax on imported vehicles. And in sports, Morocco set up Canada last 16 duel after Netherlands win. In entertainment, Babcock disowns Qatar FA's viral certificate claims. And now the news in full. The Federal Executive Council has approved sweeping reforms to the National Youth Service Corps, that's the NYSC program, with the scheme to be headed by a civilian instead of a military officer going forward. Briefing State House correspondent after the FEC meeting in Abuja, the Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, said the reforms would also introduce professional trainings programs for corps members to enhance their employability and entrepreneurial skill. He explained that the NYSC would retain its 1-year service duration while incorporating flexible skill-based training programs into the service year. According to him, under the new framework, the scheme would remain civilian-led, while the Nigerian military would continue to be responsible for the security of core members nationwide. However, the minister stated that graduates enrolled in specialized streams such as the proposed digital core may spend additional time in training before deployment to their primary places of assignment to earn professional certifications that enhances employability and self-employment opportunities. Still on governance, the federal government has called on oil marketers for a proportional reduction in the retail pump price of petrol in line with the steep decline in global crude oil prices. Making the call, the Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Senator Heineken Nopobiri, noted that while the Middle East tensions that escalated crude oil to $126 per barrel had shot premium motor spirit PMS to 1,400 naira per liter, PMS still sells for as high as 1,320 naira per liter in Nigeria, even after crude oil crashed to as low as $72 per barrel. Lokobiri's comment came on the heels of a threat by the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, that's the FCCPC, that it would wield the big stick against all operators engaging in profiteering. Meanwhile, the minister warned that while market forces are expected to bring about equilibrium, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority must not allow deregulation to be the reason for profiteering. He insisted that the market must be in accordance with the stipulations of the Petroleum Industrial Act. In another development, President Bola Tinubu has approved 27 road projects valued at over 3.9 trillion naira across 15 states as part of the federal government's drive to improve road infrastructure nationwide. Disclosing this to newsmen in Abuja after the Federal Executive Council meeting at the presidential villa, the Minister of Works, David Umahi, said the council approved the re-award of the 409-kilometer dual carriageway project in Niger State under the tax credit scheme at about 1.8 trillion naira. According to him, among the other major approvals are the 276 billion naira Ilorin-Ogbomoso Road dualization, 265 billion naira Isheyin-Erua-Agbesi Road reconstruction, 217 billion naira dualization of the old alignment from Ijayi through Federal Government College to Ilorin Road, and the 116 billion naira 21-kilometer Abakaliki-Afikpo Road in Ebonyi State. Umai added that the council also approved the full business case for the operation and maintenance concession of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway and directed the commencement of reconstruction of failed sections along the Ibadan axis using concrete pavement. Away from that report, former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Dr. Olisa Agbakuba, has urged the federal government to constitutionally insulate state police and other critical public institutions from executive interference, warning that without strong safeguards, the proposed state police system could become another instrument of political oppression. Agbakuba, in a letter to the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Dr. George Akume, welcomed the executive bill seeking to amend Section 214 of the 1999 Constitution to establish state police. However, the caution that devolution without institutional independence would merely replicate the failures witnessed with state independent electoral commissions and local governments. According to him, history has shown that where institutions lack genuine constitutional protection, they inevitably become instruments of executive power rather than servants of the people and the Constitution. He stated that simply transferring policing powers to state governments without constitutional checks would leave state police vulnerable to manipulation by sitting governors. Meanwhile, a 6-year research by the Observatory for Religious Freedom in Africa, that's the ORFA, has revealed that between 2020 and 2025, no fewer than 79,323 persons were killed in terrorism-related violence in Nigeria, while 37,773 civilians were abducted. According to the findings, which were confirmed in a statement by ORFA senior research analyst Franz Werhart, the scale of the violence translates to an average of 7 attacks and 36 deaths every day, with innocent civilians accounting for over 42,000 of those killed. The investigation results, which was unveiled in Jos Plateau State in a report filed titled 4 Times Boko Haram, How the World Misreads Nigeria's Violence, adds that security operatives and members of terrorist groups accounted for the remaining 37,290 deaths. ORFA, which monitors religious freedom, documents human rights violation, and provides research to inform policy and advocacy, said its researchers spent years cross-checking attack patterns, with the findings challenging long-held assumptions about the drivers of violence in Nigeria. Still on insecurity, the Defense Headquarters has clarified that the recent disclosure by the United States on the killing of 199 jihadists and the recovery of a massive cache of ISIS arms, ammunition, and electronic equipment was the classification of a successful joint Nigeria-U.S. counterterrorism mission in May 2026 rather than a fresh one. The Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba, said the operation had already been announced by the Nigerian military, adding that the latest details released by the U.S. were previously classified. The clarification followed comments by the U.S. Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, who described the mission as one of the most successful counterterrorism operations undertaken by the current U.S. administration. And in the meantime, the presiding Bishop of Winners Chapel, David Oyedepo, and the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Enoch Adeboye, have called for stronger support in tackling terrorism in Nigeria, warning that the country is nearing a breaking point due to persistent insecurity. A statement by the president of Save Nigeria Group, USA, Stephen Osewinge, cited an address delivered on behalf of Oyedepo at the 2026 Faith Defender Award Gala in Washington, D.C. The United States to have described Nigeria as being virtually at the brink of collapse due to unrelenting terrorist attacks and violence. While expressing support for the proposed U.S. legislation aimed at strengthening accountability for terrorism-related atrocities in Nigeria, Oyedepo said his heart bleeds. Also speaking, Adeboye urged the U.S. and its allies to intensify support for Nigeria in its fight against insecurity. Meanwhile, the former U.S. Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom, Sam Brownback, has warned that Nigeria risks violent civil unrest if urgent steps are not taken. You're still watching the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break right now. When we return, we'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. And it's still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Afternoon, David, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right then. Also joining us virtually is Mr. Mazi Amobi Heboro. Mazi Amobi is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mazi, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation. All right then. Well, I understand that Mazi Amobi hasn't joined the conversation, but then let's start off from the studio here. Barrister, looking at the conversation surrounding the call by the Minister of State for Petroleum, and I'm talking about Heineken Lukubiri, that oil marketers in the country should have a harmonized figure and pricing when it comes to fuel price, because again, the Straits of Hormuz have been open and it shouldn't, of course, the dollar per barrel rate has also dropped. Looking at that conversation, what do you make of that statement? Because again, these oil marketers are saying, we bought at a higher price. Why should we sell at a lower price?
You see, when you hear things like this, you now begin to ask yourself, do you have government officials managing our oil industry? Instead of giving this type of matching order to private business operators, why not set a template? Set a template for this marketer that, look, no matter where you buy your oil and all that, you must not go beyond here. And by that time, you must have looked at their books. You look at their books and see the margin. The same thing with Dangote. That is how to regulate. You don't just wake up from the wrong side of your bed and say, you must sell at this price, without looking at where the man is coming from. The product, are they the one manufacturing it?
But then again, at this point, Barrister, are you saying that the regulation right now is just a legalized extortion? Because if we're seeing crude oil price dropping to $72 per barrel, and Nigerians are buying at 1,300 naira per liter, isn't that more like a major extortion, whether or not you bought at a very high price?
You didn't get what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that they should have set a template. Don't tell them to reduce price. Don't tell them to sell at this price. No, you have to want to tell them that based on what is happening, and where you are importing your food, this is what we think should happen. And nobody should go beyond that. Yes. Don't tell them to harmonize, because they are all importing from different sources all over the world. No thanks to you. David, the PIA said that you must not bring in any product that will have local content. That is the main reason for the PIA. Today, government is giving licenses to individuals in violation of their own law. These people that are importing, somebody gave them license, true of us. And Dangote have told you that he can supply the whole of Africa. Why not give him a benefit of that and say, okay, Dangote, fine, we know you can supply, but don't go beyond here. Simple.
So in other words, enforcement of the PIA is at a weak stage. Is that what you're saying?
They are not even enforcing it. There's nothing in their PIA. It's just a paper tiger. Nothing in their PIA has worked. Government have not even implemented anything in that PIA for once. And so everybody is on a free fall as far as the oil industry is concerned, David. Nothing is happening there. It's very painful, seriously. You need to see the level of work that went into that PIA, all to regulate the oil industry. Yet at the end of the day, when Buhari signed it, everything went bonkers. Nothing. In fact, everybody was on his own in this industry. Then the Tinubu who told us that he worked in Mobile, even though Mobile has denied that they don't know him, that he's going to sanitize the industry, this and that. At the end of the day, what happened? What happened? Nothing. And so, why would you give such a matching order when you are the one that violated your own law? You are telling them to reduce price. Okay, even at that, government on his own, are you sincere with the people? Government is not sincere with the people. So why would oil operators be sincere with the people? You are not sincere, and you want somebody to be sincere with you. How can that happen? Tell me, if government is dealing with Nigerians in a sincere manner, are they telling us the truth? Are they doing the right thing for us? The answer is capital no. So why would you not be telling others to be sincere with the Nigerian people?
So with this directive now by Minister Heineck and Lokobiri, is there the possibility that the oil marketers might have a rethink as concerning their pricing? Because again, this is having a major economic shortfall on the Nigerian market at inflation hitting close to 30%.
Whether the minister like it or not, the marketers, it will depend on them, because it's a free market. If you bring in your own oil at a high price and I say I will not buy, you will be out of business. It is the people now, it is the consumer that will determine this price, David. Not what the minister is saying. The consumers will determine price here. If you bring in your product at a high cost, after 1 week, 1 month, nobody patronizing you, are you not running at a loss? So nobody will tell you to come down. That is it. It is the people that will determine. If everybody boycott their oil, what will happen? They will come down to their senses. Since government doesn't know what to do, our people will park their cars and begin to use buses and all that. Yes. That is the only people that can regulate this thing. As for government, we don't have any faith in them. They don't know what they are doing.
So since the administration clearly stated that the deregulation was necessary to align with the PIA Act and of course reduce corruption within that subsidy payment, on paper, implementation is weak. How then can this be changed? I'm talking about the narrative of the PIA not working to favor the Nigerian people.
It is the people. The onus is on the people. David, I'm just giving you one single example. People boycott very expensive products. People boycott it because you cannot force them to bring out their money to buy your product.
What about the people who cannot boycott these very expensive products because it is the closest to them? I'm talking proximity now. What then should they do?
You are talking about what?
Proximity.
So you mean there is anything in this world that doesn't have alternative? Is there anything? David, no, let us call it a spade. Is there anything that does not have an alternative in this world? It is you who choose not to. I'm not joking. We don't want to inconvenience ourselves to get the right result. I said boycott their oil. They will come and beg you to buy it. And you now tell them, are you selling at this price or not? Is it not possible? Boycott their oil since they don't know what to do. The government of the day, they know the right thing to do, but they will not do it. They will just outsource their responsibility to the marketers. Outsource their responsibility. That's what they have just done. So it is you, the people, that will now say, okay, since they think that we don't have sense, we are going to teach them sense. Boycott their products. I just gave you an example. None of these people can survive in 1 month without patronage.
On the part of government, Barrister, the government of France and Germany clearly did some legislation on tax relief during the oil shocks.
Are you serious?
Now,
did you have such a thing?
Is the government of Nigeria allergic to that? Because that again should have also helped in this conversation.
Oh, so you are now coming to my. We are not on the same page.
I'm asking you a question, Barrister. Is the leadership allergic to it?
Good. When you say allergic, is a mind way of putting it. David, it's like a crime. It is like a crime for Nigerian government to better the life of Nigerians. This APC government to make your life better. Saying it alone is a criminal act. They don't want it. They don't want you to enjoy life. They don't want you to. In fact, what are you saying? you enjoy life for what? They want to make things as hard as it can be for you. That's the only way you take them serious. Or you don't you get it?
All right then.
That is it. Thank God you mentioned it abroad. Did you hear or see such a thing here? That they will tell you they don't have money. They don't have money. Meanwhile, the money you have, they are just wasting it away. Look at that. The money they gave Gbenga Komolafe alone can better the life of Nigerians at least for almost a year. If they plunge it into the oil industry and use it to give a relief for Nigerians. 5 trillion naira and $1.4 billion. They allow one man to go with it from the upstream sector. Look at that. And you are talking of money. That money could have solved this problem we are talking to give Nigerians, a relief. David, a relief. But somebody was asked to go away with it. Just like that. And you are telling me they don't know what to do. Please.
All right then. Because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News. Once a big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo, who chimed his opinion on the matter. Thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News will be up. Please to stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. The Kaduna State High Court has declined the bail application by former governor of the state, Nasir El-Rufai, for lacking merit, adding that the applicant failed to present sufficient, reliable evidence and convincing documents to warrant the exercise of its discretion in his favor. Justice Darius Hobo further ruled that the application did not disclose exceptional circumstances that would persuade the court to admit the defendant to bail pending the determination of the case. The former governor is standing trial on a 9th count charge bordering on alleged abuse of office and related offenses instituted against him by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC. Ordering his remand in the ICPC custody, however, the court directed the anti-graft agency to grant the accused unhindered access to his medical team or any medical facility of his choice within the country for necessary medical attention while in custody. He adjourned the case till July the 7th and 8th to continue the hearing. Moving on, a coalition of lawyers and human rights activists has called for an independent investigation into the controversial death of 16-year-old Asta Shegri in Makurdi, Benue State, and demanded far-reaching reforms within the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The group, under the aegis of the Coalition of Lawyers and Human Rights Activists for Justice, made the demand during a protest at the EFCC headquarters in Abuja. Our correspondent at the capital, Maimunat Salihu, has more in this report.
Speaking on behalf of the group, the coalition co-convener, Barrister Theophilus Benjamin Ojonugwa, called for the immediate constitution of a credible and independent panel of inquiry comprising respected members of the judiciary. He insisted that the investigation must be transparent, time-bound, and granted unrestricted access to all relevant records, witnesses, and forensic evidence. Ojonugwa also demanded that the EFCC operative who allegedly pulled the trigger, alongside the superior officer who allegedly authorized the operation, should be identified, arrested, and prosecuted. He argued that allowing such cases to go unpunished will only encourage further abuses.
We reject the EFCC official narrative as implausible and self-serving. The conflicting accounts, particularly the heart-wrenching testimony of Cecil's mother, Mrs. Jennifer, point strongly to her extrajudicial execution rather than any legitimate law enforcement action. It is unacceptable that a young boy, previously arrested and released by the same agency with no incriminating evidence found, would later be chased, shot, or close range, and left in a pool of blood. The EFCC shifting portrayal of Cecil from a mere suspect in internet fraud to a dangerous cultist who escaped custody by breaking through a toilet roof only deepens public suspicion and erodes confidence in the agency. We stand firmly with the grieving family and the people of Benue State in demanding justice. No agencies of government, no matter how well-intentioned its mandate, has the right to act as prosecutor, judge, and executioner. Our demands, we call for the swift constitution of a credible, independent panel of inquiry to thoroughly ascertain the circumstances surrounding Sesu's death. This probe must be transparent, time-bound, and granted full access to all relevant records.
The coalition further urged the anti-graft agency to immediately review and reform its operational tactics, particularly during anti-cybercrime raids. According to him, the commission must uphold the constitutional rights of Nigerians, including the right to life, dignity, fair hearing, and freedom from torture or extrajudicial harm. I am Salihu Maimunat, reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
Well, thank you so very much, Salihu, for that report. Moving on, the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking was commemorated in Benin City with a renewed call for stronger collaboration among stakeholders to combat substance abuse. The event brought together government officials, security agencies, and development partners who stressed the need for sustained efforts to addressing drug abuse and related challenges in Edo State. Our correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more in this report.
Drug abuse and stakeholders in Edo State have called for stronger collaboration in the fight against substance abuse and illicit drug trafficking. They made the call during the commemoration of the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking in Benin City. The event brought together government officials, security agencies, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and other stakeholders to review efforts aimed at curbing drug abuse in the state. This year's theme is the World Drug Problem, Persisting Issues, New Challenges, Innovative Responses. Speaking at the event, Edo State NDLA Commander Dr. Michelle Ofenyoju said the fight against drug abuse requires collective responsibilities from families, communities, and institutions. He urged parents and guardians to pay closer attention to their children and guide them against substance use.
The theme for the year, the World Drug Problem, Persisting Issues, New Challenges, and Innovative Responses, reflects our reality both in Edo and Nigeria at large. The thematic issues are structured in 3 parts for our interventions. Number 1, it compels us to confront unproductive strategies. Number 2, it helps us to also address the fast-changing drug trafficking trends we have observed over time.
Representing Governor Monday Okpebholo, Andrew Efe reaffirmed the state government's commitment to intensifying awareness campaigns and strengthening preventive measures against drug abuse.
I am glad to state that the Edo State has zero tolerance for drug trafficking and drug abuse. When drug traffickers think they are clever in crime, we will make them understand that we are more innovative in justice delivery.
Meanwhile, representative of the First Lady, Edisili Okpebholo Anani, also called for increased drug education in schools and stronger collaboration among stakeholders to protect young people.
One of the biggest challenges we face today is that drugs are no longer spread only through our streets and neighborhoods. The influence has expanded into the digital space, reaching our children through social media and the devices they use every day. This means our strategists must also evolve.
Stakeholders at the event warned that drug abuse continues to pose a serious threat to youth development and public safety, calling for sustained awareness and community action to address the challenge. Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda. From there on, let's move straight to talking business. Clearing agents under the Association of Nigerian Licensed Custom Agents have called on the federal government to suspend the implementation of the green tax policy scheduled to take off on July the 1st, 2026, citing inadequate stakeholder engagement. Ahead of the rollout, the association raised concerns that the implementation Nigerian Customs Service is yet to sufficiently sensitize key stakeholders, particularly the licensed custom agents and importers who will be directly affected by the policy. The association decried the communication of such fiscal policy and far-reaching implication for import duty, cargo valuation, contractual obligation, shipping arrangements, and business planning to only a section of the critical trading community in Lagos barely 72 hours before takeoff. In a statement, the ANLCA President Emenike Nwakoji also described it as extremely late, insensitive, procedural defective, and inconsistent with the principles of fairness, inclusiveness, and an invitation to stakeholders for a consultation meeting. He argued that the fiscal policies of such magnitude ought to be preceded by adequate notice, extensive consultation with all relevant stakeholders across the country, and sufficient transitional periods to ensure seamless compliance. And for business, we'll move straight to talking sports. Morocco have set up a round of 16 clash with co-host Canada in the 2026 World Cup after defeating the Netherlands in the penalty shootout in the early June 30th kickoff. The thrilling encounter in Montreal had finished 1-1 plus a barren extra time. Morocco's goalkeeper Yacine Bono made a crucial save to block the Netherlands' fifth penalty from Crescencio Somerville before striker Ismail Saibari stepped up to blast home the winning spot kick that sealed a 3-2 shootout win. The Atlas Lion has snatched a late equalizer in the enthralling match, Issa Diop glancing in the dramatic goal in the first minute of stoppage time as the Netherlands closed in on victory. The Dutch had taken the lead midway through the second half with a goal from Cody Gakpo just days after his partner had confirmed the death of their unborn son. Morocco had created the better chances of a fractious encounter, which saw players from both sides flying into tackles to test the patience of Brazilian referee Wilton Sampaio. Similarly, Brazil dispatched Japan 2-1 thanks to a late winner by Gabriel Martinelli slotting in 5 minutes into injury time after Casemiro had cancelled out Kaishu Sano's lead for Japan earlier in the 29th minute of the first half. And to wrap up the midday news, we go straight talking entertainment. Social media streamer Babcock University, I beg your pardon, has dismissed the academic results classification called first class upper, warning the public against what it described as fraudulent certificates falsely linked to it. Social media streamer Odehovo Efe, popularly known as Kata Efe, had claimed a first-class upper biochemistry degree from Babcock University after questions about his academic background came up. However, in notice on its official X account, the varsity said it uncovered fake certificates being circulated by individuals claiming affiliation with it. It disclosed that one of such forged documents is an alleged honorary certificate from the Babcock University Biochemistry Computer Club awarded to Efe for a first-class upper. Denying the certificate, Babcock University stated that the document is false, unauthorized, and does not emanate from it. Adding that it does not issue honorary certificates for undergraduate academic performance, explaining that academic excellence is recognized only through an official degree certificate and transcript from the office of the registrar. The varsity said it would pursue civil and criminal action against anyone who misrepresents its name, logo, seal, or academic document. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Beautiful people, welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on Vop Tv. Trust me, it's your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And guess what? You know when we say it's Friday, you know what happens? Thank God it's Friday. It's time to party. All right, guys, I'm not doing this alone, and you know that I'm your special host, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi, Aside B. And you know I'm not only here on the show, I'm here with my darling angel Onyudamola Olukiton. She's here with me, but she's not smiling. I don't know why.
Adorable, darling G, my darling Jesus. Oh, my darling Jesus.
Oyi, why are you singing this song
today? That is not be that the way you're your promoter saying, I hear I want promote.
God help you. God will help
to be on that.
All right, guys, you know what Friday is, and it's always a good time on Fridays, and it's always on the show on Spotlight is always an amazing time. And guess what, guys, we have somebody joining us today. When I want to introduce this kind of person, I suppose they give me drum rolls. But yes, joining me on the show today is one of the Nigerians' most celebrated singers, and we're talking about Jody. Yes, best known for her hit song Kuchi Kuchi, a talented vocalist and songwriter. She has inspired many with her music, resilience, and remarkable journey in the entertainment industry. And it's a pleasure to have her with us today. So, guys, let's welcome Jody to the show. You see, I suppose bring original drum. See, I won, right? That's the sound. Oh my God, Jody, welcome to the show.
Thank you. You guys are so full of life. Thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be here today.
How do you feel? Tell me.
I feel good.
I feel good. Oh my God, it's always an amazing time here on the Spotlight Show. And Jody, how's your week been for you? Like, the week has been so full of a lot of things going on.
Actually,
and the fact that the weather is, very cold. Weather for two, like when you always say,
duvet, no content.
They go far, come back in Jesus' name. Which one be duvet? You they shout duvet for this kind of condition where you did.
Duvet now if you help my matter now.
Who
would I help?
I can't believe you guys talk like this. As you are shocking me. I don't even know how to respond.
If na Savior go say, you see, na them be this. You know the way he used to put his hands.
Savior cannot save anybody. So let's just leave him.
Jesus. So he can even save you, even in the condition that you are. It's time for you to go and give us the Mr. See
you
the
know,
Mr.
Savior
Right.
is dragging me for the fact that I don't have a man yet, and he's a married man with kids. Emphasis with two. So aside his emphasis, nothing else. He cannot save the weather. So as far as I'm concerned, Savior is just Savior. He's not our Lord Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't worry. We are going to be fine. All the single people say hi.
All the single ladies.
All the single. We are going to be fine.
No, and I think this year might be our last year of singlehood. Because if I'm still single next year, I'll just announce myself, married to myself like Jerry.
You know that what if I be a woman of God.
No, you're not a woman of God.
Okay, I don't come back. No verse.
Jerry marry himself. We can do it.
Hey, Jesus. If somebody can marry, who am I?
Who am I not to be the one you call me to be?
You guys were looking quiet before. I don't know how to step into this conversation.
It's amazing to have you on here.
It's amazing to be here.
How's Nigerian been treating you so far?
Beautiful. We are strong people, Nigerians. We are strong people, so get us to be.
See, if you don't say Nigerians be strong people, I'm telling you the truth.
Anywhere you find us.
We be
like water.
We balance.
Nowhere we go penetrate, survive.
But that will not come in say no make things easier for
actually you get. So Jody, we're going to play a game this morning, and I want to see how energetic.
Energy.
This show is always the energy show. So we want to see how energetic you are.
Okay.
So this show is all about, we're going to do the riffs, a little bit of tongue twisting stuff. So we're going to do, let's see the Spotlight games. And yes, it's about a word, and it has to be a proper copper coffee pot. And that's it. A proper copper coffee pot. So you're going to say, the rule of the game is, yes, you're going to say it slowly 3 times, and the next time you're going to say it, you have to be fast with it. So you have to do it 3 times fast. First time, 3 times slow, and 3 times fast. Are you ready for the game?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go.
A proper cup of coffee pot. A proper cup of coffee pot. A proper cup of coffee pot.
All right.
This one no easier.
Yes, and the third one, we have to go fast. And you do it 3 times.
Woo!
Ready?
On the count of 1, 2, 3, let's go!
A proper cup of coffee pot, a proper cup of coffee pot, a proper cup of coffee pot.
Flowers! She deserve her. Not be the one where you go dey win. See am now.
Let's not go into winning segment. I will still win you.
See,
every time we had this game, I always get to win Precious.
Hey, Jesus.
Oh, really?
She just never gets to win.
Rub it on my face.
But today, at least, I'm seeing someone whose energy is very similar to mine. So I won't go in a competition spirit because I know you will win me.
You
and I don't want to have an end up
Flattery. Like one of my aunts says, flattery will get you many places. Yeah.
It's not like she's always winning. You know, sometimes.
Has there been any that didn't win you?
Auntie,
mention one.
Don't be
no,
saying.
mention one. No. Let's just mention one. Mention one.
My people can attest.
No, there's evidence. Evidence is online.
Evidence from where?
If
see, you cannot. Do you want us to try it now?
Let's not go there because I don't want to have to win you again.
You see the problem. You see, she's making mouths that like she's always.
Well, I have the capacity to because at least we've had this game like 4 or 5 times and I won you.
In all those times, how many times? Just only 3 times.
No, my love.
Nah,
there is none that you won.
Nah, lie.
Now the slower one they win. See as Jody said they look you.
What you want make I do?
Oh my God! See, this my boss is giving me headache. Like I'm literally having a lot of headache because of her. But anyway, I still love her, even regardless of what she's always does.
And the headache will go.
When people quarrel like this, it means they love each other.
This girl.
Thank God she's not a man. I for follow her.
Oh my God!
I'm straight actually. On the most sincere note. I have a heart of gold, so why would I love her?
You have a heart of waiting.
No, your heart
will tell you whether you get gold or not.
No, she's actually talking about you. Calm down, calm down.
Because I know they tell her, so she don't know.
Yeah, actually, you see, sometimes
I used to always
when
drag
you start talking
generator.
to me like this, you know, sometimes things get easier.
No, there's no need for easy. Nigeria is not easy.
Anyway, please let's get. Jody, please don't mind Oidabola. Actually, she's always like that, but I actually love her that way.
Oh, I can tell.
So tell me, like Jody, I've always been a lover of your songs. I listen to them all the time. I think Kuchi Kuchi is my best. So tell me, how did you come about this journey of being into the music industry?
I was born into music. My dad is a bishop, and he wrote, "Oh glory, glory, glory to the Lord." My mom sings. My brother sings. He wasn't.
Was it a family thing?
Everybody sings. Everybody sings. So, and being a pastor's child, it's natural for you to be in the choir. At least, you know.
Oh, that's not pastor's child.
It's natural. I'm not saying everyone, but it's quite natural.
Actually, most of the pastor's children will always sing.
Either you're in the choir or you're a musician.
You shall find one worker's work to do.
But especially choir.
I don't. So choir now when you see all these kind of plenty things, you go to see raw talent.
Is there any great musician in this world that has not passed through choir? I don't think there is one.
Actually, I don't know. Well, maybe there might be, but exceptions.
Almost all of them always talked about their childhood
Whitney,
being choir.
Whitney,
and I'm like
my idol. Whitney.
Now I get the vibe.
I love Whitney. I love Whitney.
Oh my God. You see,
okay, so if you were into music from childhood and it was church,
no, it was. Yeah, I was trying to say that it was all around me. Music, choir. You get back home, I listen to my dad. I go coming back from school, go straight to the vinyl player. That's this thing that plays the vinyl.
Yes, yes.
I listen to music. I love to teach, even in children's choir. I teach and everything. So it was natural. It was all around me. But I never knew I could make it a career. When it dawned on me that I could be a musician, like professionally, was when I went for Idols West Africa. Oh. And I got into that competition because I was tired of home, school, church, home, school, church. So I went. And when I got on that stage, I saw people I saw only on TV, live. The judges and, people, guests in the crowd. And I'm like, these people are human beings. These people are human beings. So then on the stage, the sound, the light, I'm like, oh, I want to do this. I want to do this professionally. So I think that was the introduction to me taking music as a profession, formally.
You see, be like say, we will come look for our own career now. Be like say, we will go into music.
What are you doing?
She wanted to drag me, actually. She wanted to drag me. Okay, I think earlier this week, we had one of your promoters.
Oh my God.
And he talked about a lot of things. And only for Precious to now do the final bomb on me and said, he has been planning to
wait,
I now started to sing. It was not one of my best days. So I just decided to just sing one key like that. He now said that only AI can help me. So that's
Wow.
why Precious is bringing it back now. And I tell them, the person that sang Ọmọ mi ṣeun rere tiri adara o,
Christians,
everyone looked down on the entire thing until after how many times, and finally that's a song we all resonate with till date.
Yes.
So I believe and I know that if I want to do, if God said I'm going to do music, no Precious, no David Edwin, or Savior Udo, or Mr. Christian can say no.
Wow.
No way.
I want to actually say this. Oh, Damola, please tell me. Because I want to know why you said you want to do music, but
I did not say I want to do music. I just said I
you
love
have the
music.
voice. Yeah, that be you the time. Even I was even saying, oh, I was going to be your PA. I was going to be your
PA,
you know,
you're
promoter.
saying it out of spite. Why didn't you say that to Jody when you saw her doing very well? She's fully talented.
Okay, on to the next one.
Well, it's amazing to see how your birth in the industry was for you, and knowing fully well that you had the talent. I think one of the very first things I identified the very first time I listened to Kuchi Kuchi was the fact that this is coming from a place of where it is non-existence for me. You know, the raw aspect of you singing with so much passion that even me that did not even understand the words of the song was emotional.
Oh dear.
On a more sincere note. And it was a song that all year round we kept playing it. And even after I grew up, it's a song that I sing on my phone. That when I just feel like, okay, let me just chill and relax, because I'm actually a diehard fan of Simi. The only other musician I listen to is you. Funny enough, I don't know how you did that, but it was very evident that you knew what you were doing, and it was coming from a place of, you know, raw good.
Yeah.
The way raw good comes in, and everybody wants to have a share of it. That's how your song actually is. It's evergreen for me. And knowing very well that there was a solid story behind that song, it was a total change of orientation for me. So if you normally you saw the entire film, you could have started to do something like, oh, let's just do caricature. Everybody was always, that's, you know, people tends to leave lyrics and go into more of the showbiz.
Let me tell you something. It's not easy to leave your heart, to go in, to stay with your heart, because the push to go into showbiz is because they want to succeed at. You just want to try and succeed. And you hear advice, you know what, you have to do it like this or else you will not succeed.
Yeah.
You have to do, you are hearing different advice from people who have gone there before you. And you feel, sometimes you may not know that if you stay with your heart, you may make it, you may not actually make it in the sense that we understand. Like, when you say successful musician, what comes to your mind? The person don't get car, the person get houses, he has money, he's touring, you know. It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly that way, even though we all aspire to make it that way and much more.
Yes.
But you know, the push to just succeed and you just want to get in there makes a lot of people abandon their heart and now pursue the crowd. So a lot of people you see doing what you just described, a lot of them have what they wanted to really do. Yes.
Yeah, on the most sincere, that brings me to Tiwa Savage recent outburst.
Yeah.
She's stating out the fact that, oh, yes, she's famous, but that's not the line of music she wanted to do.
Oh dear.
So she's trying to take a roots back to that originality. Now, I'm sure she knows it might take time for her, but authenticity is something that will forever sustain and outlive the person who actually brought it to life. And Kuchi Kuchi, was top notch.
Thank
Even
you.
I actually want to ask
years.
this question. How did you even come about writing this particular song? Because there's every depth in it. I listen to the lyrics. You know, see, there's a way people, like I've seen some artists do songs these days. They just want to just blow. They just want to come out there and they be everywhere. And they just go, oh, I think it's about songwriting, and they just come out, you know, just write something and just come out. It will be like, see, we are just doing. But that song was actually crafted with a lot of depth inside. How did you even get to script that kind of awesome and amazing song?
At the time I started, when I did Kuchi Kuchi, I didn't even know that Kuchi Kuchi would be a hit.
Yeah.
It's, you know, there's this saying that when we come as children, we know who we are. Then as you grow,
yes,
people tell you other things and you now get confused along the way. Then later on, you now start trying to find your way.
Yeah.
I think then that time of my life may have been a time life hadn't colored me with challenges enough. Maybe not. Or maybe just inspiration from God, because it was my producer at the time, Fat E. He had produced. We were in the studio just working. He had done like 9 songs or so.
Yeah.
And he was like, or 11 songs. I've forgotten the number now. And he said, this is the final song. You've not done any long song. Why? And at the time, I had gone through, I'm a very emotional person. I'd gone through heartbreak, and I'm like, I can't write about romantic love. So he gave me a beat. He created a beat.
Yes.
Zouk beat. Said, okay, this song, it must be love. Go and write about love. And for a month, I couldn't write until I changed my perspective. I realized, and I remembered, not realized, that love doesn't have to be romance. Love can be between friends, can be between mother and child, you know? So I chose, because I love kids, I chose, okay, if I were a mother, now it was not imaginative. If I were a mom, this was in 2010. Wow. If I were a mom, what would I say to my child? So in the night, around 1 or 2 a.m. And that's how. So if you hear, the lyrics were pure. Your cheeks like butter. Honey from Attica. Attica, not teacup. People have been saying teacup. Oh. Attica is a place in Greece. Greece is known to have one of the world's best honey. Honey from Attica, which is a place in Greece. In the middle of the night, I wake up when I hear you cry. A woman will wake up in the night to hear a guy cry. Or neither for a, you know.
So the guy now. She better for the
why am I saying this? Because people assume, you know, that, oh, it's a romantic love. And it's not bad. Love, if that's how you want to take the song, it's okay. But I just wanted people to know that, okay, this is what the song was all about. A love from a mother to a child, representing love, motherhood, and the love to her child.
Wow. I could actually imagine when you said heartbreak. So, but I don't want to go into that, but I'll have to ask this question. Like, what have I actually learned in the music industry that has maybe, you know, made you better, actually, or, you know, groomed your foundation in music? So what have you actually learned?
I've learned to be more accommodating as a person. Wow. I grew up, like I told you, I grew up in a choir.
Yeah.
I was automatically a leader from childhood. So I didn't realize it on time. It took me a while to understand. It's been years of going through things and thinking. I grew up teaching. I grew up doing this. So I'm in a place of authority by default. So it took me, being in the music industry, I eventually, and life, other things in life, taught me that you are a learner too. There are people who are leaders and you have a lot to learn. And, you know, it's also, being in the music industry also taught me to not to be afraid of failing, because you're going to be failing a lot. Yes, a lot of things won't go the way you want it. So, and not to be just unafraid, but also to push through your pain of failures, and keep doing it. So if you can continue pushing through those failures and keep doing it, then you now start enjoying the journey. And it will not now be just about blowing. I want to be a superstar. It will now be about life's journey. Everybody is you are taking your own life's journey. You are taking your own life's journey. I'm taking, so it's now a journey. So you're learning, you are growing, you're evolving, and that's it. So the industry, one way or the other, deliberately or as in knowingly or somehow, just somehow, has taught me to be more resilient. That's the summary of what I've said. And unafraid, and to understand that I'm also a learner.
Wow. Okay, if I may look at the fact that you talked about failing and rising and learning and unlearning and relearning all over again, what happened after Kuchi Kuchi?
Kuchi Kuchi. A lot happened after Kuchi Kuchi. I don't even know if there's time to go through it. But
you could do a paraphrase for
okay,
us.
A paraphrase. I think I may have chosen who to work with more intentionally. I may not have made the right. I'm just trying to sound
more optimistic.
No, I'm trying to sound, you know, not too hard, too harsh. Okay. But the truth is, I didn't make the right choice of who would manage me. At the time, I didn't know anything. I just wanted to be a musician, but I didn't know what it took to be a musician. So I got the wrong management, and also there was a romance involved, and a lot of things happened, and that decision. I'm stating it not to paint anyone bad, but to let you know, if you're coming into music and industry, you need to go with people who have a track record. You need to, for example, I used to tell one of my nieces, like, if you want to, you are in Lagos, you want to go to Ibadan, would you just enter and go to Ibadan?
No.
You ask. When you even ask, you ask another person and ask another person.
Yes.
So you don't just make decisions like that. Just because you are excited and passionate about what you want to do, you don't make decisions like that. Someone that will handle your business, your branding, a lot of things. Even if it's among friends, you would ask, can this person do this? At your level, it might not be perfect, So I made the wrong the wrong decision of who would manage my business. And things went downhill from there. But I think it's all together turned out for my good, because at that time in my life, I didn't even know who I was or what I wanted from life. I was just a very talented young girl. But going through all those failures and problems, giving birth to my son, a child living with special needs, a lot came together, and it's making me understand more of who I am and what I want, and making me much more appreciative of this gift, no matter how challenging, called life. So it's, I as much as, there were sad times, the truth is it all turned out for my good. And I love myself much more than I have ever.
Okay. You said you love yourself much more. Actually, let me just tell you, I love you more.
Are we allowed to hug on the screen?
Well, the main reason I'm actually saying this because I want to talk about your fashion sense. Tell me, because I've been asking this question a lot of times. I see people, normally do their fashion thing, try to, put some stuff that looks really good, but I need to say this: you look really amazing with your fashion, the stud in your face,
Thank
and
you.
I always see this and I'm like, this is really beautiful.
If you were to choose the country of birth, which country would you choose? Nigeria or India?
I've never been Indian. Maybe I'm biased. I love Nigeria. I love Nigeria. I know Nigeria, we have story, but we somehow are just resilient. We have taste. We have spice.
Nobody can take that away from us.
We have spice. We have the spice. If I tell you now, say you want to start this journey of music, you say it's easy.
Okay, I think one beautiful thing you said is the fact that, which I have understudied, and it is a proven fact, that every musician today all started on your wrong foot when it comes to management.
Actually.
I could start naming Tiwa, Korede Bello, D'banj, Da Green, even the late people. Even that, Amaomi was, if not for bad management, Amaomi is supposed to be like a top. Something happened.
Why do you think she had bad management?
She talked about it at a certain time. She talked about it. So it brought me back to the fact to understand that maybe because Nigeria, we are just passionate people, and we are all just striving to make a difference. And there is no blueprint. There is no template. Nothing to follow.
There is no roadmap. We are just finding our way somehow.
Dancing to sell a movie. People had things to say, but there's no template.
I just try, And
Nigeria, try and error has taken us so far in life.
In certain countries, like you have your makeup artist. Like my aunt, when she relocated, she said there will be people that are assigned for your eyebrows alone. That is what they are very streamlined and all that. But the advantage of us learning by ourselves, there's a passion Nigerians have. You can't take it away. There is a drive. I know things are not the way they should be, but you won't. This is not PR. This is not me just praising Nigerians. There's a drive we have, like, we must succeed. And so I think that pain of not having things the way they are, having a system that takes care of things the way it should be. A lot of people pay with their lives, though. This thing is not funny.
Yeah, they do.
People die because of, I shouldn't have said that on air. This new age thing. People live because of things not being the way they are, systems not in place. But because of that, the ones that survive, we become hard rock. And I think that's something that you cannot learn from school. You cannot be taught. You just become it. Yeah.
Become it. Become the best version of yourself that you could be.
So what's the most challenging part of being an artist that people don't really see?
I wouldn't say what's the most because I am just one artist.
Yeah.
I can only speak from my perspective. Other artists have their
own
perspective.
perspective, yeah.
You know, from my own perspective, one of the challenges is funding. Yeah, if you're not part of, let's say, a rich, wealthy label that cares about you, or some, you don't have a strong sponsorship. It's not
Yeah.
easy because music is expensive. Studio work, videos to stay, and when you have funding, you can now, concentrate on your creativity as
Yes,
much. But
yes.
there's this stress of trying to balance it, funding and all that. Then also people expect this on a Nigeria thing, Sha. They expect that you're a musician, you have everything in the world. It's not necessarily so. So there's this. You have to balance it. Me, I'm balancing it. I'm quite an authentic person. I don't try to paint who I'm not. I happen to be artistic.
Yes.
So there's that artistic part of me that is just making me, thrive. Like this thing, you say, you look, how I put it together, you'll be shocked. Some people can have a lot more resources and they won't be able to put it. So God just blessed me with that art thing. I draw and do all that,
Yeah.
So people expect that I'm Odogu. I don't get.
But if you're Odogo, no, is that
But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I understand.
I might not be as they I think they exaggerate.
Exactly. And that's why most artists live beyond their means.
Yes.
I'm not going to do that. I have a child living with special needs. I will look after my son first, take care of my health, and take it easy. We have to just take it easy. The people you are trying to impress, a lot of them don't send you.
Actually.
So you just take it easy. I don't care what you think about me. If you think, she doesn't have 5 billion naira or in her account, it's okay. And I'm okay. As long as I have people that love me,
Yeah.
I love the people that we are okay. I can eat. I have somewhere I'm sleeping. They called me. I'm on TV, and you get past me. You are not here. Okay, now I'm just pushing it now.
But
All right.
seriously, it's really amazing knowing that you're doing music in this kind of format. And a lot of people have always been your fan. And how do you even cope with fans meeting you maybe somewhere and like, oh my God, is this Jody? How do you even cope with that?
Fans are people, and I'm just meeting people who love me, and I show that love back. Finish. If you carry nose for me, I turn face.
He's a carry nose and turn face for me.
Oh my God.
But on the most sincere note, your personality is actually very amazing.
Yes.
Knowing fully well that in this industry, I've met quite a number of celebrities, and I could tell for a fact that you're very different, and your authenticity is genuine.
Genuine, yes.
We see artists that when they see them, because they know you are bringing camera, they'll be like, but the minute that camera, I've seen it a lot of times. No, on the most sincere, and I looked at them, I'm like, okay. So if you check through my phone, I think as a child growing up, I already knew this is where I'm coming to.
Wow.
As a child, I was a done deal for me growing up. So then when I had the opportunity to always go with my uncle to big events, when I go there and they want to do farms because of my uncle to snap with me, and they carry face. So my uncle used to ask me, I said, it's not like they're snapping with you because they are happy to see you. Some of them, even their smile is so fake. Then you not be wondering what's going on. Like, if you're not happy to see someone, you could wave.
Maybe they are stressed.
I agree, but they cannot be stressed every time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I've met a couple of them. Not once. You understand? Not once. I know, funny enough, I'm the kind of person that I read body language. I think Precious can bear me.
I get what you're saying.
There are times I see people that I know that maybe they are not real. Be like, just let them go inside. Don't interview them. Not because we don't want to interview them, but we could see that this person needs to sit down and rest. Yes, I want to get news, but I won't get at the expense of somebody else's convenience.
Yes.
But then when you now come around and make it look like you're doing me a favor, hello, you are favoring ourselves. Like we are favoring ourselves.
Yes,
you be
actually.
celeb. Now me go. If I not post you, no one know you.
No, actually.
It doesn't make
It's a
me
symbiotic
lesser.
relationship.
Exactly. And I've seen big time celebrities. I don't want to mention this. Precious, we met them together. So she's
Oh my
a
God,
life testimony.
Yes.
That we meet them and the way
they respond.
When they see you, the minute you'll be like, hello, we've not met them before.
Yeah.
First time, hello. The way they will clear their bodyguard and say, hi, how you doing? Like, oh, can we have in our red carpet? Okay, because of you, I'll do 5 minutes.
You know, the truth is, a lot of people, we learn every day.
Of course.
We learn.
Some people are not learning,
They will. Don't worry. Don't worry.
But they may have to learn the hard way.
No, why are you like this now?
No, na BDM talker. No.
Only, like I always say, Only is always the glass and I'm the boss. Because this lady here, she's all with the energy. Anyhow way you want her, I will give her to you at that moment. I'm the one that now later comes her down and say, Auntie, just calm down. Just relax.
Okay.
I like
I'm the hot water, she's the cold, she's the ice. So you know how that mixture
I
is.
can see it. Everything just becomes warm and nice.
So Jody, tell us, in all the songs you've created and all the songs you've made, which one would you say, maybe apart from or maybe Kuchi Kuchi, but which song would you say that you that really speaks your heart?
Don't say Kuchi Kuchi.
No, I've done many. You think Kuchi?
No, I know.
Is old.
I've
done a lot of songs. I African. I actually did. I would say, speaks my heart. My heart has been in many places. But let me just list like 2 songs.
Yeah.
Or 3.
Okay.
Akmona Igbono, African Woman, the new one, the one done by my new producer, Angel Dr. J Mix. That's what I call him. I love how he did revamp the song and I enjoy it. Another song that speaks to my heart, is Give Me Happiness.
I wanted to ask.
I did not write that. I didn't sit down to write that song.
Oh my God.
I was fresh out of divorce. My heart was bleeding. Hey God.
I really wanted to ask.
My heart was. This was like 10 years ago.
Yes.
I took a job. In fact, that period I didn't want to feel my feelings. I took a job far away from home. My parents' house was near Festac. I took a job in Beggar side. So that when I'm tired of, I will go in the morning, this stress, Lagos traffic and everything, I'll be too stressed. When I get to work, I work. By the time I'm coming back, I'm too tired. I come back, I sleep. I'm too tired to think or cry. That's what I was doing. So that job, I was an assistant production personnel. And we went for a job in Ibadan to cover a documentary. And I had done my own job. Yeah. So I left them it's a complex. There was this other hall inside that complex. It was a church setting. I could see from the chair arrangements and the pulpit. I just walked in and I started crying. I knelt down and I was crying. As I was crying, I started singing something. I just on my phone to record and I sang that song. I didn't sit down to write Give Me Happiness. I sang. It's out, by the way.
Yes,
if you go, it's online. It's on all streaming platforms, all notable streaming platforms. And that's how Give Me Happiness. So by the time I then finally produced it, it's not like I was still in that pain, but I just felt the song needed to be heard because it was an authentic song coming from the soul. And the truth is, forget that thing. We are not always happy. There is pain, there is joy, there is numbness. There are different feelings. And I think we should stop thinking music has to be happy. No, you don't
Sometimes
feel
you
good all
don't
the
feel
time.
good.
Yes.
You know, because when I'm saying this because someone was like, I'm gonna check on Jodio, this guy's song, Nigerians, you know how we be now. I just laughed. The truth is, you should be able to paint different scenarios in life. There should be songs about how many birthday songs we get. There should be songs about birthdays, songs about funerals. Yes, because things happen. This is life.
I think there's one song about funeral that still
Only
resonates
one.
with me. Yes, and that's when it was sung by this female Yoruba artist. Gospel, when we lost Igodalo's wife.
Oh dear.
A ò fẹ́ kó lọ. And funny enough, that song at that time, it was for funeral. But I didn't know how, somehow, it resonated with what I was going through. I didn't lose anybody, but I lost myself.
Oh dear.
And one of the greatest things you could lose in life is yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I was like a moving corpse, and I could not tell anybody. And I was singing that song from morning till night on repeat, and I'll be crying hysterical, and nobody don't be like
hug.
And the person said no, and nobody, and after like a month plus, consistently every day, except on Sundays, that's the only day I don't cry. My mom looked at me and said, "You are looking so lean. What's going on?" I said, "I'm fine." It was a funeral song, but it was like and by the time I was going to bounce back, it was on a Sunday. I think I heard that song overnight. And when I woke up in the morning, I said, I let it go. The way you've been buried, you're buried for life. But I am renewing myself and I'm standing strong. And boom, everything just, within the thinking of everything revived from me.
Yes.
And at that time I looked at it, I said, why don't we have funeral service? I'm not a musician. Yes, I'm in choir, but my choir na kwakwa. I didn't say that loud.
Okay.
Nobody heard me.
I don't keep quiet. I want to talk.
Nobody heard me. But then, I always wish I had the ability.
Yeah.
I think my kind of song would not have gone. And that was one of the reasons why the Give Me Joy, when I heard it,
Give Me Happiness.
I looked at it, I said,
Give me as in Gimme.
yes, it's not GIVO. I said, this song is not coming from someone who was happy.
Oh.
But I wish I could place a call to the person I discussed the song with. I said, this song is not coming from someone who is happy at the moment. But it's someone who is yearning for happiness.
Oh dear.
So when you talked about it, I'm like, I was just typing. I'm like, okay. So my hypotheses were right.
Yes.
Because when I listen to that song, I say, yes, it's talking about give me but no. Something is not happy, but yes, longing for the happiness.
Yes.
And that's what we call authenticity. Nigerians, where would we get there? Well, you are in Nigeria and you're there already. Trust me. You
I'm
are
still on that journey.
No, you're on the journey of discovery.
Yeah.
Not on the journey of authenticity. You are already an authentic singer. And we have very few people like that.
You know one thing about women is that when she said Nigerians were strong, I want to specifically say about women because we go through a lot of things that we don't say. A lot of people have been abused, but still stay in that particular relationship because they cannot say anything. I don't know. A lot of people they are carrying a lot of burden. Maybe men, because recently I think this guy just did a song for men that maybe they should come out speak about. But these are ladies.
Mental health.
Yes, these are ladies. We ladies face a lot of things.
Yes.
Maybe more than the guys.
And they don't even want us to
And
talk
I
about
agree.
it.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Maybe more than the guys.
I think we should train our young girls to take care of to choose themselves, because I'm not giving up on women.
Yes.
But you are now a woman. You are now facing the result of your decisions.
Yes.
But young girls, we need to teach the older generation needs to teach the younger ones that you can be happy. You can be a full. You are actually a full human being. You are complete, and you do not need anybody to complete you. You need to open your eyes when you want to fall in love. You need to be very intentional about certain decisions.
Do we still fall in love now? We're not supposed to sit in love.
I still fall in
We
love.
should sit in love.
Okay, sit in love. Okay,
Because
fine.
when
Sit
you
in
fall,
love.
you feel go break your hand, though. When you are sitting, when anything happens, you can stand up.
I get you. Yeah.
I think we were just talking about relationships today.
Yes.
And something brought me to that point. Now that I don't have a heartbroken situation, don't look at me that way. I'm not heartbroken. Never. No one could do that to me. But on a more sincere note, we look at the fact that as a person, we tend not to understand that when a woman is coming from is deeper. A girl child is trained, do this, do that. They concentrate more on the girl child.
Yes.
But the girl child will live with a man. And if the men are not being trained on what to do with the girl child, how do we grow?
They're not trained to be empathetic.
That one, Nigeria, we'll get there.
So a lot of people are asking me right now, what song would you love to do for us? Because we want to hear
now.
We want to hear your voice.
Let's hear you. Woo. What song? You're putting me on the spot.
I like that. You're on spotlight, actually.
Of course, this is the spotlight show, so you have to be on the spot.
I'm an African woman. Woo. I'm an African woman. I'm an African woman. African woman. Well, I don't care what the people may say. I'm an African woman. Ooh. My body, my culture, and my weird tongue make me tick. I work hard and I stand tall. I'm an educated and royal breed. African woman will be like this. African woman will be like this. African woman, yeah. Now sing with me. She walks like this.
She walks like this.
She talks like this.
She talks like this.
She moves like this.
She moves like this.
She's an African woman.
She's an African woman.
Yeah.
I don't get talent finally.
Wait till me that.
No, they say when you walk with a giant to become giant.
Gang gang. So it's Zazu that does that, Rabi. Gang gang. I like that thing. I don't know.
Oh my God! So Jody, you really inspired a lot of people with your resilience, your heart, and a lot of about people talk about you. What would be your advice to young upcoming artists that want to be like you? That's
my advice is you need to know who you are. you need to be willing to fail. Don't be afraid. I was such a person full of fear growing up. Don't be afraid to fail, and look for people you can learn from.
Yeah.
Experience the world. Don't sit and wait for that music to take you everywhere. And live while you are doing your music.
Yes.
While music is an art. It's just like you have people doing tie and dye. You have people painting, doing sculpture. You know, just that I don't know. There's something about being a musician. You feel like I must be the prince
Well,
of peace of this world. No, you are an artist. You are also taking that human journey, like the painter, like the sculptor.
Yeah.
So see yourself like that and put out your art to the world. It may blow in our Nigeria lingua. It may not blow. Sometimes it will blow after you are gone.
Exactly. Oh, that one off me.
That's why you should live while you are doing it. Live well, like enjoy yourself, be happy.
Enjoy, babies. And if I may ask, what's next for Judy?
I'm still on this my music journey. I'm not giving up. I'm having my new works coming out. Like I had a remake of African Woman. It's coming out soon, although I've been performing it. Yes.
But this that I just said is
Yes,
yummy.
it's a remake. If you hear if you go on my page, my new African Woman, it's not like the old one that was then. No. I think I wrote the songs just out of, I studied maybe poetry and I was just trying to be poetic. Now I understand the lyrics. I don't care what the people may say. I'm an African woman. My body, my culture, and my wear tongue make me tick. I work hard and I stand tall. I'm an educated and royal breed. African woman, we be like this. Why am I talking about African woman? Because we seem to be underappreciated. If you look at the world now, mostly men come first and women. Then if you want to talk, the Oyibo woman will come first again.
Yes.
I know it's not, it might not sound
but that's
nice, but that's the truth. So I was like saying, I don't care what you think. I'm an African woman. I'm proud of who I am. You know what? We are goddesses. Of course. We are beautiful. We have our own beauty. We have our own strength. We have what makes us unique. I'm not trying to say, okay, we are better than, no, it's not about that. We are who we are and I'm proud of it. I am who I am and I'm proud of it. So I am taking most of my songs that I feel I may not have done well earlier.
Yeah.
Having a remake, I'm going for shows. I'm expressing myself through my art. I'm loving myself, even the way I look. It's a way of me telling myself, Jody, I love you.
Yes.
I love you, because I think I didn't love myself enough when I was younger. So now I am on that journey of, I'm discovering myself now. Okay, wow. You know what, the truth is sometimes when you're younger, you think there is time. And when I have 5 billion, trillion naira in my account, I'm going to do this. There might not, that time, when you're waiting for that, it may not come. But when you live the journey, you achieve the things you thought you were not, you may not be able to achieve. You achieve it. So, just start somehow. And they say, na person will lift in hand 90 days.
Of course.
I love the fact that as an African woman, she's ending with a proverb, which means authenticity is pure.
Actually, like she said the best gift you can give to yourself is loving yourself. So please love yourself. Self-love is important.
And you must love me too.
Voila. All right, guys, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us. We had an amazing time here on the Spotlight Show. We had Jody with us. We had Oyindamola with us. It was really an amazing time. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and don't forget to tell them we heard. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop Tv Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agimanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And I didn't do this alone today. I was here with my darling angel.
Darling Jesus, baby girl. All
right. Thank you so much for staying with us. See you next time. Bye for now.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello and welcome to the unveiling of Iruka Tower, where we have dynamics of multiple businesses. Businesses like Iruka Online, Airport Golden Tilly, Romeo's Pizza, Carats 24, VOP Media, Coldberry, and these and many more other businesses that are in this one building. And this is to let you know that business is not just for a place, but we have several things for you to see today as we unveiling the building. Let's go.
We dedicate this building into your hand, and we commission it in the name of the Father, Amen, and of the Son, Amen, and of the Holy Ghost.
Iruka Towers has been officially commissioned in Lagos, adding to the state's growing commercial landscape. The modern facility, which houses multiple businesses, including VOP Media, is expected to create a conducive environment for businesses, encourage innovation, attract investments, and support economic growth.
Guests at the ceremony, including business leaders and other stakeholders, described the project as a major step towards strengthening Lagos' position as Africa's leading business hub. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, tell me how you feel this evening.
Very delightfully, I'm happy.
Hey, so we are here at the opening ceremony of the Iruka Towers, and this is like a diverse business opening. So how do you feel about it? Tell me how you feel.
I've been a friend of the company and who also had always wished goodwill to the owner of this place. I feel highly delightful and happy that this is a dream coming true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are your, we know you're already having fun. So what actually do you have to say about the achievement? This is a very big achievement. So what do you have to actually say about this particular achievement?
Actually, I have to give accolades and bravo to my good friend who has put up this safety fees. Iruka Towers comprises of his businesses, radio and television VOP, and other of his businesses are headquartered here. So I'm so happy, and I wish him that he will do more of this more. And this edifice is one in town. I can agree with you on that.
Hospitality business, and now he's into full-fledged media organization with the radio and television, and even coming into the free TV platform. So it's a very good, big achievement in that regard. So I continue to tell him congratulations and wish him success, and also to encourage staff to be law-abiding and continue to play their roles professionally, to be as professional as possible in handling the business of communication.
All right. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
How do you feel this evening?
Very excited because this is the day we have been waiting for, and it has come to fruition by the special grace of God. So we are very excited, really.
So you've been expecting this particular day?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Yes.
So what do you expect in this opening this evening? It's a Iruka Towers, and a lot of people have been expecting a lot of things. Fun, entertainment. What do you expect to see this evening?
Oh, everything is all encompassing. And it's a holistic ceremony as it were. So we are very excited. Everything to the glory of God.
Okay, can you tell us a little about this kind of achievement? How do you feel about it, basically?
It's a product of deep thinking, a product of hard work, commitment, focus, vision. This type of thing is not easy to come by. There's a lot of intellectual input, a lot of, physical efforts and all that. But we are happy that it has come to stay. Yeah, it has come to stay.
So we're here for the commissioning of the Iruka Towers. How do you feel about this?
Wonderfully well, because this is a remarkable monumental achievement. On a record time, he was able to put up this kind of edifice. The CEO needs to be commended for doing such a wonderful job. And he did, all the details are in order. I love what I'm seeing here. I can't wait for the official opening.
Wow. So what do you expect to see this evening?
Well, I'm expecting glamour, gliss, entertainment, and everything. It's going to be a bomb package. Okay. I trust VOP. I know what they can do. So I have no problem.
All right. Thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. So what is this Iruka Towers all about? I know it has dimensions of businesses that are encompassed in one. So what is it all about?
It's a one-stop business where we can assemble our business together. We are building a structure. That's why we created the Iruka Group, so that everything can work together.
All right, so we are here at the opening of the Iruka Towers. Tell me how you feel about it.
I feel great, It's like not a mission accomplished, but we're still working on, to accomplish the missions.
So in future, how do you see Iruka Towers to be?
So it's going to be a brand to reckon with. So one day we were working towards to be like Al Jazeera and CNN.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. And this is where we draw the curtain for the opening ceremony of the Iruka Towers. We can see it's a diverse of different businesses all together. And it has been an amazing evening. All right, do sure to join us next time. I am Precious Agumanu.
Hey guys,
is your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People
TV.
Love ya.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from South Africa, where South Africa came to a standstill on Tuesday as fears of violence kept people indoors. Workers stayed home, shops closed, and houses were left idle. The disruption followed planned anti-immigrant marches across the country. Sources say many foreign nationals from other African countries stayed away from work. Thousands had already left ahead of a Tuesday deadline set by demonstrators for all undocumented migrants to leave. Most migrants say they see the deadline as a direct physical threat. Past xenophobic protests in South Africa have turned violent with attacks on immigrants and their properties. Observers say those incidents made little distinction between people who enter the country legally and those who did not. Meanwhile, South African police were deployed Tuesday to head off unrest and protests after citizens-led groups set an official deadline for undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country. Reports say the move has already pushed thousands to flee. Officers were out in force to prevent violence and looting, while hundreds of foreign nationals took refuge in several cities and urgently sought help to leave. At least 2 Mozambicans, an Ethiopian and a Malawian, have been killed in anti-immigrant violence in recent weeks. The Border Management Authorities, that's the BMA, told journalists on Monday that about 25,000 persons have been repatriated in recent weeks. South African officials said last week around 15,000 Malawians had been processed for departure. Thousands more from Ghana, Mozambique, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and other African countries have already left. Uganda announced an evacuation plan of nearly 750 of its citizens starting in the coming days. In Cape Town and Johannesburg, people gathered waiting for assistance to go home, with some reportedly saying they were evicted by their landlords or fired by their employers amid fears of fines or vigilante attacks. Elsewhere, advocacy groups have filed a complaint with a West African regional court on behalf of people deported from the United States to Ghana. The application was filed on Tuesday before the Community Court of Justice of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, against Ghana. It represents 27 deportees. At least 60 persons were sent to Ghana from September 2025. The Trump administration says the removal are part of a strategy to end illegal and mass immigration and strengthen U.S. border security. The complaint alleges many deportees had been granted protection in the United States but were removed from Ghana within hours or days to the countries they had fled. Some, it says, were left stranded in third countries with no way to continue their journeys. And in Uganda, a leading East African media group says its Ugandan outlets remain shut after soldiers closed them at the weekend. Nation Media Group's managing director in Uganda told newsmen talks are underway with the military to reopen, but staff still cannot access offices. 6 newspapers, radio and television stations owned by Kenya headquartered Nation Media Group, that's the NMG, were closed at the weekend. The move has drawn criticism from human rights group Amnesty International, and senior U.S. lawmakers has urged Washington to review security ties with Uganda. Uganda's military chief, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, who is also President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni's son, ordered the shutdown of the Daily Monitor newspaper and NTV Uganda on Sunday. He said the outlets would not reopen without his permission and gave no specific reason for his actions. Kainerugaba has faced scrutiny over restrictions on freedoms. He is seen as a possible successor to his father and is known for inflammatory social media posts and threats against critics, including opposition leader Bobby Wine. Moving on, Senegalese police fired tear gas on Monday to disperse protesters outside Parliament. Lawmakers were debating a constitutional amendment that critics say could change the balance of power. The proposed change includes a provision barring a sitting president from leading a political party. A coalition backing President Bashir Diomaye Faye has called for the bill's immediate withdrawal. Lawmakers voted in favor of the amendment on Monday. Justice Minister Moussa Sarr told Parliament any change must go
first to a referendum. The reform push is led by the ruling Passive Party, led by Parliament Speaker and former Prime Minister Usman Sanko. President Faye is also a passive member but holds no official party role. Critics say the amendment would make it harder for him to form a new party before the next election. Moving on to other stories, the International Monetary Fund, that's the IMF, says it has reached a staff-level agreement with Egypt on reviews of two financing arrangements. If approved by the IMF Executive Board, about $1.6 billion would be made available to them. The funding includes roughly $1.5 billion under Egypt's Extended Fund Facility, that's the EFF, and $136 million under the Resilience and Sustainability Facility, that's the RSF. Total disbursement under both arrangements would rise to about $7.2 billion. The IMF said the Middle East war impact on Egypt has remained relatively contained, supported by fuel and electricity price adjustments, lower government energy use, and spending changes. Egypt still faces pressure from regional tensions and reliance on foreign inflows and gas imports. The IMF reported the IMF reported real gross domestic product growth of 5% in the third quarter, of 5.2% in the first 3 quarters of the fiscal year. Headline urban inflation was 14.6% in May and is projected at 15.8% by the year end. The IMF urged tight monetary policy and exchange rate flexibility to guard against external shocks. In another development, the World Bank has approved $750 million in budget support for Kenya. The funding will back reforms to strengthen governance, public financial management, and social protection for vulnerable citizens. The support comes as a development policy operation, or better known as DPO. It includes a $340 million loan from the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The $410 million is highly concessional funding from the International Development Association, that's the IDA. The World Bank says Kenya's public finances are under pressure from heavy debt and wide fiscal deficit. This will be Kenya's 7th DPO since the first was approved in 2018. Meanwhile, Kenya and Rwanda signed 3 agreements on Monday to create a government-to-government framework for Rwandan-bound fuel imports. The deal was announced by the Kenyan Pipeline Company, that's the KPC, and Rwanda's Trade Ministry. The agreements include a memorandum of understanding, a tripartite agreement, and a transport and storage agreement. Rwanda says the partnership will improve fuel supply security, ease logistical bottlenecks, and make imports more predictable. The deal supports Rwanda's strategy to diversify import routes and strengthen fuel access for economic growth and industrial development. Designated institutions, including Rwandan National Energy Company and KPC, will begin implementation with both governments. Landlocked Rwanda currently imports all petroleum products overland through Tanzania's Dar es Salaam's port and Kenya's Mombasa port. The new arrangement seeks to improve more of that fuel through Mombasa using Kenyan storage and pipeline infrastructure. KPC said the first cargo under the partnership is expected to arrive in Mombasa between September the 4th and September the 6th to launch operations. has not joined. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, the analysis segment of the African news will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure.
Also joined us virtually to make sense of these stories and more from Uganda is Mr. Edward Okwaro Matakenye. He is a lawyer in Uganda and also a human rights activist as well as a business associate. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, David.
All right then. Also joining us virtually all the way from South Africa is another barrister, and he is Barrister Nwobi I. Smart. He is a human rights lawyer and immigration lawyer, and is also the president, Nigerian Union South Africa. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister Smart, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Okay, well, I understand that he has not joined the conversation yet, but we're expecting him from South Africa. First off, looking at the fact that 25,000 persons have been deported just in recent weeks, is this clearly a proof that South Africa is running silent ethnic cleansing campaign under the guise of immigration control? Because this is the conversation roaming across Africa today.
I think South Africa is getting it wrong. Because like I've always said since this thing started, no country develops on its own. It is the people that come into those countries, the people that they admitted that will contribute and add value. One of the reasons why America is great today, people don't know this, but that is a fact. Remember when Ronald Reagan started the visa lottery and was admitting every part of the world into America? Remember, you think they don't know what they were doing? All these people they brought into America is the greatness of America today. Because they came in with different skills and different values. And all of them ended up in America. And so they were able to bring in the best of the best all over the world into their country. And they have all contributed to the growth of America. And so when South Africa is behaving like this, it is because they didn't know their history. They have transferred aggression to innocent blacks. Meanwhile, the white supremacy that dealt with them are still living there with them. The economy of South Africa is in the hands of the whites. The white minority are holding the economy of South Africa. But because of fear and naivety, this black South African youth cannot even go close to their slave masters. They can't. They still worship them, even the apartheid is over. So this thing they are doing to their fellow blacks, it may boomerang go with no time. They are not even aware that the whites are looking at them and they are getting amused. Yes, the whites are getting amused. They don't know when the next fire will start and how it will start. By that time, they will now run to the same African nation to come and help them, Abi. No, they didn't know this. They thought that the whites in South Africa loved them so much. They thought so. You remember that the white of voter, the man who released Nelson Mandela.
Yes.
The woman said that if they should allow South Africans to be, that she will leave the man, and she did. And so the real South Africans, the real people of Bota, they are never happy with black South Africans. In fact, they are not even happy that they gave them independence and all that. And so every opportunity, they will bounce back. David, they will bounce back.
Now, looking at the fact that this is happening and this high-level anti-immigrant protest is about, something that has put in some level of fears across some other African nations. Over 200 Nigerians were arrived in Lagos just yesterday, I think, yes. Of course, trying to beat up this deadline. And we have several thousands still in South Africa also trying to beat this deadline. Looking at this situation, Dr. Barrister, would you say with the heavy security being witnessed across South Africa ahead of today's protest, would that in any way quell the protest? Because we still hear that some of the protesters have hit the streets as at this morning.
They are not going to do more than this threat. They will not kill anybody. In fact, government will not even allow it. It's not possible. It's just a threat to threaten these people out of South Africa. The people that are living, they are living because of the unknown. Not that these South African youth are going to do more than a dead rat. They can't do anything. Because of what? The international community are watching. And I don't think Ramaphosa is ready for any backlash. He's already fighting for his political life. So he wouldn't want to add to it by telling the international community that he couldn't control the South African youth. And that's why they are killing immigrants.
All right. Then.
He can't tell anybody that. So I'm sure the government have taken preemptive measure. People are already living, so allow them to live peacefully. All these threats cannot even help you. But I want to see where the economy of South Africa will be in the next 5-10 years. I want to see how it will happen.
Interested. Well, let me take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is standing by. Well, Barrister, looking at this particular conversation, heavy security across South Africa ahead of the protest, mother of all protests, as it were. But some are saying that this clearly, with the heavy police deployment, looks like a window dressing when landlords are evicting tenants and employers are firing workers in the same economy in South Africa. What's your position with this as well?
Thank you, David. In fact, it is disturbing. It is something which is disturbing as an African. I feel unfortunate to be black if your own black brother is against you. It is actually something which is teaching us now manners, teaching us that being an African is not actually a pride to us. I feel South Africa is showing all the habits of a different color, not being an African. I just want to say, if even the government is trying to deploy the security for this issue. But who deports these other people? Because you cannot say that you are putting a security to protect these other blacks from any kind of security issues. Who's deporting these others? Because over 25,000 have left South Africa. I'm seeing Nigeria twice. I believe as we talk right now, the African Union, which is totally dead, African Union being a dead institution, should be in a position at least to guarantee Africans some bit of leadership, a bit of security, wherever they want to be in Africa. Africa is a continent which we believed that we can live peacefully and live to enjoy our culture. But the problem now, we have no leadership, we have no protection. Now it has come to, we have to listen to the leaders. Actually, I feel this is happening because of the ignorance of our leadership.
All right, then let me take this conversation to South Africa, where I hear that Barrister Smart Nwobi has joined the conversation. Well, Barrister Smart is an immigration lawyer, as well as the president of Nigerian Union in South Africa. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister Smart, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you for having me on your platform, and thank you for your listeners all over the world.
Well, I would like you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly, please.
Okay.
Well, while my technical team tries to get that connection right, let me still, I'm hoping that he will get his audio from our end very correctly. And of course, we'll have that conversation with him. Barrister, I'm coming to you before we go back to South Africa. Looking at the fact that, like the story that, came in today, the Border Management Authority in South Africa have said that about 25,000 people have been repatriated in recent weeks. 25,000. Why should Nigerians, Ugandans, and even Malawians continue to hold South African businesses in their country when their citizens are treated like disposable outsiders in Johannesburg and Cape Town?
They are talking of illegal immigrants in South Africa. And under the principle of reciprocity in international diplomacy, the worst you can do is to repatriate such illegal South Africans in your own country. Their businesses have nothing to do with it. These other people that are doing businesses in South Africa, yes, if their businesses have been registered and they are operating legally, they can go to court. International arbitration is there.
All right. Now, Barrister, before you continue, yes, I understand that the audio is very okay now with Barrister Smart Nwobi. Once again, thank you so very much, Barrister, for joining the conversation. Let's establish communication with you this afternoon. Barrister Smart, are you there? Oh dear.
I thought they said.
Well, I'm hoping. Right. Well, Barrister, continue your thoughts. When we go.
As I was saying, it has nothing to do with their businesses, please. Yes, because if you go that route, it will cause another problem. Other businesses may not say, so you are going to do this to us, and they will pull out of the country completely. So let's deal with the human component here. That is the illegal immigrants. and then leave the businesses alone.
Well, you would recall that Senator Adams Oshomole also did make this call about the threat of shutting down some South African companies. Plus, the National Association of Nigerian Students also have made their own statements as well. But the reason for the statement by Nance is because of the gunshot and, of course, the murder of the businessman in South Africa, the Nigerian businessman in South Africa, Big Joe. Now, with this conversation, reparatory attacks, would that be needed at a time like this rather than dialogue?
They are talking out of ignorance because the businesses have nothing to do with what is going on. If there is a murder case, the government can take it up officially. That is the way I look at it. It has nothing to do with any business because of what will happen. You can't shut down registered businesses in your country and all that because somebody repatriated an illegal immigrant. If there is any infraction that is tented towards abuse of power, or you acted illegally, the government of that country can take it up against South Africa. You make a official complaint to the necessary quarters, and South Africa will pay damages for that. That is how it is done, not acting illegally.
Okay, now let's try and establish communication with Barrister Smart, who I hear is still with us. Barrister, once again, apologies for the delay, but a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you once again. I'm sure that the communication channel has been cleared. I think I can hear you properly.
Definitely, we can hear you as well. Now, help Africans and, of course, the rest of the world know what the situation is as at this moment as concerning the anti-immigration protest that, of course, is being tagged as the mother of all protests when it comes to anti-immigration in South Africa.
Thank you. The tension is quite high. As you can see, I'm at home today. I was supposed to be at work. The tension is quite high. The anti-migrant march has gained momentum across all the major provinces of South Africa, Johannesburg, Durban, Bloemfontein, East London, and other popular sites in South Africa. We're monitoring things with keen interest. You will recall that the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, pledged that the security operatives are on standby. In fact, they have earmarked 600 million rands. That is a lot of funds. In fact, they have contracted private securities to join a force with the police officers to curtail the protests, as well as to ensure that they are not violent. Yesterday, the 29th, the president met the two arrowheads of this anti-foreign migrant, the leaders, to have some kind of dialogue with them, and to assure them that the country is dealing with some of the issues that they've raised. I have listened to some of your guests, with regards to the Nigerians that have been evacuated yesterday, as well as the private ones that was paid by one Nigerian businessman. That flight were illegal immigrants. Some of them offered by the federal government for them to return home peacefully. Xenophobia, but alphaphobic, because
All right then. Well, Barrister, again, I really do not know why we're having a bit of breaks with your audio, but maybe we would love you to help us check from your end, because my sound people are communicating with me and they're saying that we are good with our audio. So maybe you help us check from your end what the reason for the breaks are, because we would. So I don't know if you have another device that you're using to watch. Okay, I think that's the reason why we're having this holdback. So maybe you help us with that as we continue this conversation. But let me come back to the studio before I go back to South Africa. Barrister, you've heard it. I mean, millions of rands is being touted and deployed for the security of lives and properties. In fact, again, we hear there are special security as concerning this. What do you make of that? Does that look like cheery news for other Africans in South Africa?
I have already told you here that nobody will be killed. Cyril Ramaphosa cannot afford such a report from his country. Already, Donald Trump is laying trap for him. And so if such a report you come from South Africa, of course, you don't need to be told the reaction of Donald Trump, because he's not smiling with Ramaphosa after what he did with the whites in South Africa, and he had to be called to White House. And so what he did is the right thing. Yes, he had to call the leaders, please do your protest, but no killing, no riot, no violence, no, you know. Okay. I mean, he cannot afford to tell them not to try it. He cannot afford it. This is the political season in South Africa. The opposition is heavily exploiting the situation.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation back to South Africa. Barrister Smith, I wanted to find out from you. Now, the last time we spoke, you did say that there are some Nigerians who have indicated interest to live in South Africa, and they are about in their thousands. First, help confirm, how many do you have on your list that have left South Africa, and then how many are still remaining who have indicated interest to leave? And I'm talking about Nigerians now who registered with your organization.
About 1,000 plus have registered through the collaborative efforts of the mission, the Nigerian High Commission, the Consul General, and the Nigerian Union, and other Nigerian organizations in South Africa. The first batch was about 258. The second was 66, and the official second batch actually was 271. I do have the list. We still have about 650 Nigerians who has already been cleared.
Okay.
And when we say cleared, meaning that they have been screened together with the South African authorities to be evacuated. We still have another 400 that have not yet been cleared that are also on the waiting list. So as I speak, we might be sitting at about 1,000 plus that are still stranded in South Africa. The government have managed to evacuate about 500 and something, because 260 something and about 271, so about 500 and something since the evacuation process have started.
Okay.
So we still have more people who want to be evacuated.
Now, you are in South Africa. Is the protest still ongoing?
Correct, it's ongoing. In fact, you see that the process here is that when you apply to protest, the routes and the roads that you intend to go through and hand over your memorandums are being captured, and those sensitive information are sent through to the public. It was sent to us as a union. Then we have advised our members to stay clear of those routes that the anti-foreign migrant groups will be marching through this afternoon. Most of them have, in fact, every one of them, we have issued advisory to everyone to say, close your shop today, be indoors, be on the high alert, report whatever you see. Some of our Nigerians that were displaced are already at the Nigerian High Commission. About as of yesterday, I was there last night. We managed to put in about 120 women and children into the Nigerian High Commission because they were already been displaced. Wow. About 79 of male were being accommodated by a church at the church by one Nigerian pastor as of last night because they escaped from their normal vicinity because it was not safe for them. So currently, the march is all over South Africa. I can tell you it is more than a march. South Africans know how to march. You cannot take that away from them. They have the history of resistance from apartheid. So it has been part of their culture. Marching is normal to them. And here, when you march, you are not being repressed, provided that you follow the due process of the law. So what the government is doing is to ensure that lives or properties were not destroyed in the process, because they do have a constitutional right to protest and march.
Okay. Now, the fact that they are marching is on one end, and conversations surrounding whether or not they would be attacking people or attacking non-Africans is on another end. But from your position, have you heard of any attacks by these individuals to other African nationals in South Africa presently?
No, we haven't heard of any, because it is this March, the tension was so high that most foreign migrants have issued warnings to their African citizens to stay at home. So we are busy monitoring things. Some of our union members are in different provinces are on a high alert to give us reports as they occur. But they are not on the street. They are not on their business premises. So we are busy monitoring. We have not received any emergency news as yet. So we are busy monitoring the event as they unfold.
Okay, so your organization also did have conversations with the Nigerian diplomatic corps in South Africa. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Now, on that particular conversation, you also did process Nigerians who are willing to return back. Now, you also did mention that over 100 of Nigerians were displaced, meaning as it stands, they have nowhere to go and nothing to fall back to. Now, from your position as the Nigerian Union in South Africa, did any of the Nigerian government tell you plans for Nigerians who are going to be taken back home, should they get home, and what they'll be falling back to? Is there any conversation towards that as well?
None of that. We have written letters to the Acting High Commissioner. In fact, as of the 29th and the 28th, let me start the conversation of those who have already been displaced. It's about 200 people, not 100, about 200 that are scanting for shelter. About 89 women and children are currently, let's say about 100, are currently at the Nigerian High Commission. We brought them at the Nigerian High Commission because there's no other place that they could go. But prior to that, we wrote to the mission to say, what are the contingency plans for these stranded Nigerians? As you know it, the evacuation flight ought to have been here since 15th of June, which was canceled for allegedly technical delays, which we had to occupy the Nigerian mission. And, wherein Alain Anyema had to come out to clarify that he subsidized the flight and others. Then later we were informed that the foreign ministry, as well as those in charge of the funds, will expedite the process. We then were given the assurance that on or before 30th of June, that these 5 flights will have been in South Africa and back to evacuate our people as a result of their displacement and fear of being molested or killed by the anti-foreign migrants. However, the lack of communication from the Nigerian Acting High Commissioner, it is so disturbing because our people do not have adequate information. And that is why yesterday, most of them who do not know where to go decided to pack their bags and head to the Nigerian High Commission. Luckily for some of them, a flight was available yesterday, and the flight was only able to lift only 271, that the list was forwarded to us. Then we confronted the Acting High Commission. So what then becomes of these Nigerians that are still stranded, that have no homes to go back to? And, these are the communication from this end.
All right.
Then on the other end, we have no communication or the contingency plans of what are the efforts to be given or to be made to these returnees who has fled their homes in South Africa, who has lost their businesses and their livelihood. But the only information we have at hand that FG is giving about 100,000 naira, maybe through MTN, as well as 1 million naira to the Imo indigents only.
Right.
So we are appealing to the governors of other states to emulate this gesture to give these returnees a soft landing. It's a plea that we are making to some of our good Nigerians as well as businesses, to come to the aid of these returnees.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Smart. I'm still going to come to you to get your concluding thoughts on some matters, but let me go to Uganda. Barrister Edward, hearing these live reports from South Africa, what do you make of this? Plus, just opposing it with the story of 6 outlets, media outlets that have been shut down in your country by the military, and of course as headed by the General Mahuzi himself, son of the president. Do you think this again is clearly an indication of suppression of dissent in your country? Plus, what do you think the African Union can do to be able to checkmate this kind of situation in maybe 1 minute, because we're really pressed for time?
Thank you, David. I think it's actually disturbing a kind of a message we get in South Africa, if I may to start with. It is unfortunate that our people are actually suffering while the so-called the leadership of the African Union, the organizations are totally keeping quiet. Ramaphosa is totally has failed to contain the situation. That is what I could actually conclude with the issue of South Africa. Okay. But we pray for our people, and I know they will be safe, and God will protect them. They will come, those who will reach home safely, and their businesses will be safeguarded. Concerning the issue from Uganda, Uganda is another mad area. It's the place where you get madness of leadership, where the family of the president himself is now controlling every situation. You get every day the son is waking up with the authority. Some people are questioning, is the president alive? Some are questioning, as the president surrendered the leadership to the son, because it's just recent when we had elections and Museveni was voted in, but he's not speaking, he's not talking, he's not telling us what is happening to our human rights in Uganda. So Uganda is another place which we need to focus on, which I pray that the international community should actually focus on and see how they can actually help Uganda.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Edward. Let me bring it to the studio before we return back to South Africa. Barrister, you've heard Barrister Smart, and of course the situation as concerning Nigerians, the ones that are stranded, over 200 of them. And what do you make of that? Plus, the contingency plan situation in Nigeria for these people who are returning home. Your take as well, Barrister.
If they have not taken care of the people at home here, is it the people that are returning that they will not cater for? You know the answer already. We are a country that never care for their citizens. That is like a culture here. Nigerian government don't bother about the people. no matter who you are, no matter your position, it's only those in authority that they care for. They are the people they cater for. The 80-90% of the people, they're on their own in Nigeria. So the people that are coming back here, they should just have an open mind. They should not expect anything from government. Because this government will ask them, did you send it to South Africa? That's the next question they will ask you if you are asking for rehabilitation. They will ask you, did you send it to South Africa? As if traveling is a crime now. You can see. So that is our law to hear. They should not expect anything, so that they don't have high blood pressure. They should just pray and come back safely. They can now find their way back to life.
Well, because of our time, really, let me go back to Barrister Smart in South Africa. Barrister, concerning the people who are yet to be airlifted back to Nigeria, you did say that some tranche of these people have been cleared by both the South African government and your organization. Now, is there the possibility that these people are safe, even though they've been cleared? And then your final thoughts in all of this, so we can wrap up the conversation as well.
I can tell you that they are not safe. Safe is relative word, because if you are being cleared, it has got consequences. Being cleared means that if you have existing legal permit to be in South Africa, it means that those permits are being taken away from you because you have voluntarily indicated to go back to Nigeria. That is why the clearance process involves South African immigration authorities, South African police, and the Nigerian embassies and union. So, as well as for them to checkmate if you have existing criminal offense that is pending. So those who have been cleared have no existing criminal offense in South Africa. They do not have any issue with the law. But now the implication of that clearance means that you're on the waiting list to be evacuated as a result of federal government promise. Now, if those promises are not fulfilled timeously, the consequences are that our government have on their own rendered those who are legal prior to the promise illegal, and they're now being vulnerable, and they can be arrested or picked up by South African police and be detained and be charged for not having papers in the country. So, meaning that their situation has been worse enough after they've been screened.
Oh, wow.
So, my final thought on this is that the federal government should be able to understand, those in authority should be able to communicate to the unions on ground through the mission authorities here, for them to understand some of this implication and what our people are feeling, the ordinary Nigerians are feeling on the ground. I understand that what the barrister just said, that the people at home were not catered for. You should understand that the priority, we in the diaspora, we contribute to the GDP and the economy of Nigeria. And President should be reminded that they do have a constitutional duty to take care of property and lives also of Nigerians in diaspora, because we contribute to the development of our country through remittances, indirect remittances to our families back home. So we are also pleading to the federal government to do the needful.
All right, and thank you so very much, Barrister Smart Nwobi, a human rights and immigration lawyer, and of course the president of Nigerian Union South Africa. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation this afternoon. A big thank you also to Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinya, a human rights activist, lawyer in Uganda, and also a business associate. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here today. And big thank you to you as well, Barrister Darlington Agumore, for always shining your voice as well.
Yes, David, they should have it at the back of their mind that they are coming to a country, they are coming back to a country littered with terrorists. Is that not a danger on its own?
Oh, well, the country is also relatively safe. Let me use that word clearly as well. Well, because of our time, this is, of course, where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. We'll be jumping straight to the business part of the conversation, where the South African rand weakened on Tuesday. It came under pressure from global risk evasion linked to a fragile truce in the Middle East and from planned anti-migration demonstrations in Africa's largest economy. At around 5:49 GMT, the rand traded at 14.4550 against the US dollar, down 0.3% from its previous close. It tracked other emerging markets as geopolitical caution heats sentiment. Domestic attention is on protests calling for undocumented foreigners to leave South Africa by Tuesday. Thousands of foreign Africans are heading home or sheltering in camps over attack fears, though the organizers March and March say the protests will be peaceful. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports, where Morocco defeated Netherlands 3-2 on penalties yesterday in the FIFA World Cup 2026 round of 32 clash after a 1-0 draw through extra time, booking a place in the last 16 of the World Cup. The Netherlands took the lead in the 72nd minute through Cody Gakpo's composed finish from Caicedo Somerville's assist. Morocco snatched a dramatic equalizer 1 minute into stoppage time when Issa Diop headed home Kamstein Tabi's cross to force extra time. Goalkeeper Yacine Bono was Morocco's hero in the shootout, saving Caicedo Somerville's penalty. Ismail Sabari then converted the winning spot kick to seal a 3-2 shootout win. Next up for the Atlas Lions is the round of 16 tie against co-host Canada on Saturday, July the 4th at the NRG Stadium in Houston. Canada ends its first ever World Cup knockout win by beating South Africa 1-0. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. This powerful statement by Malcolm X underscored the transformative power of education in shaping minds, empowering communities, and building stronger nations. Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we examine critical issues in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, as well as spotlight initiatives shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, we examine the recent policy shift affecting affiliated degree admissions in colleges of education and its implication for prospective students, teacher education, and the future of the sector. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has ended admissions into affiliated degree programs in colleges of education. This decision takes effect from the 2026-2027 academic session and makes Nigeria Certificate in Education, NCE, the only entry route into the institutions. The policy is contained in JAMB's new NCE National Diploma in Agriculture Registration Guidelines released by the Office of the Registrar in June 2026. JAMB says no student will be admitted into any affiliated degree program in a college of education from 2026-2027. The board also ruled out direct entry in 100 and 200 levels, insisting that all fresh entrants must start through the NCE program. Now, joining me to unpack this conversation is Lawal Ekundayo. Lawal Ekundayo is an educationist and public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Mr. Lawal, and thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
All right, so we are looking at the new developments surrounding JAMB and, of course, surrounding the NCE certification. As a teacher and as a public affairs analyst, I would like to tell us, what factors do you think may have informed this JAMB's decision?
Well, since I don't think they've made it public, so I wouldn't know. But one thing is this: there's a reason why that program was initiated in the first place.
Which is affiliation program.
Yes, there's a reason. And the question is, has the reason been taken care of? Because it was meant to solve certain problems. So if that problem has been taken care of, then we can say there's no need for it. But the question is, has it been taken care of? Now, let's look at one of the problems. One of the problems is that universities were not enough. So some could not get admission. So they had to create that affiliate so that through the College of Educations, they can also run the degree and reduce the pressure on the normal universities. Now, the question is, do we have enough universities now? I've seen that they have upgraded some colleges of education to universities.
Even some polytechnics as well.
Have been upgraded to universities. Now, if that has been done, and JAMB realized that there is no need for the affiliate again, all well and good, they can go ahead with it. But if the problem has not been properly taken care of, so that we will not come back to square one where we started initially. So it's a good development if there's enough universities to take care of students who are going to universities, want to get admission to universities. It's okay. So
it's interesting that you mention universities in this conversation. And of course, when we talk about universities, we are talking about bachelor's degree, master's degree, and of course, doctorate degree. I would like you to talk to us. How do you think this policy would affect students who plan to obtain bachelor degree through colleges of education, especially those who are affiliated with universities?
Since they can easily apply to university. And many of these colleges of education that are affiliated to these universities have already been upgraded into universities themselves. So if you are now applying, you are applying into a university. It used to be colleges of education, but they are now university. So it's a switch over. It's still the institution, but it has been upgraded to universities. Like I didn't know, Musoya College of Education used to be College of Education with an affiliate of Ado-Ekiti, University of Ado-Ekiti in Ekiti State. Now, I didn't know, Musoya College of Education has been upgraded to University of Education. So instead of being an affiliate, awarding degree of Ado-Ekiti, is now awarding his own degree. So it's still the same institution, but an upgraded institution. Now, you will not be going there with maybe if a student wants to get to that university now, they will not be going in with the requirement of NC. They'll be going in with the requirement of university. So instead of 4 credits or 3 credits, it will be 5, like every other university.
Okay, so also tell us the implication. What implication does this new policy have for the relevance and attractiveness of the Nigerian certificate in education? And also, do you think making the NCE the only route into colleges of education, do you think it will help address the declining enrollment in these institutions?
You see, that's why I said there are reasons why these institutions were created to take care of some certain issues. Now, colleges of education, no matter what is done, colleges of education will always remain relevant. Colleges of education,
irrespective of the degree that you come out with, irrespective of the certification, irrespective of the fact that people even look down on NCE.
And it's even worrisome. It's very worrisome. I even prefer students to go to polytechnic, go to colleges of education before going to university. I even prefer that than to get direct, admission into university.
Why did you say that? Are
Because
there reasons?
one thing is this: those lower higher institutions, let me just use that. Prepare you very well, mind, mentally, whatever, for you to get to university. You are properly prepared. Because you know the problem, when you are coming from secondary school, look at what is happening in secondary school. Many are glorified primary schools. So from there, you now get admission into university. You now carry the same low standard into university. You create problems for the institution. Because you cannot meet up with the rigor of the institution, and the institution cannot fail everybody. Therefore, the institution that's university will have to reduce their standard in order to meet up with the low standard of admission. Are you getting it? So when they reduce their standard, then you now see that by the time they produce, those ones that will graduate will all have low standard. That is one of the reasons that is causing problem in the development of this country. You are emphasizing too much on that degree certificate. Oh, I have a degree. So that you now see some people even in our government political position having forged certificates. Many of them cannot defend it because you get admission with that low standard. You are coming from secondary school. You get admission to university. Most of them, the university will have to pass you. Because there is a threshold. They will have to pass certain level. So they will reduce the standard. But if you enter NCE or maybe polytechnic, that mentality will have been refined. Like when I went through college of education, I got admission in universities, but my O level was not enough. There was one paper. So I went through pre-degree in NCE. Pre-NCE. I went through pre-NCE. And that pre-NCE refined my brain. The way they taught us in such a way that we can go and retake that GC as GC, go and take GC and do well. So that's why our brain were refined. I did science throughout my secondary school, but we were really engaged in practicals. The equipment were there, but the teachers were not really teaching us. So it was like magic. But when we got to that pre-NCE, we were properly taught the way we were supposed to be taught in our secondary school. So our brain was refined. Oh, so this is our, there are libraries. In fact, in those days, our library was 24 hours. You can go to library at night, come back the next day. So that refinement, so this is how our institution is. So that refinement now reshape us so that by the time we got admission into the NC, we went to redo the GC, we passed. We did almost all of us. And then that prepared our mind. We finished, went to university, now to masters. And you get what I'm saying? That refinement, you have to go through that level to refine. That's why if you go to like Europe, you see have their HSC. You see there. To refine.
What does that mean?
Higher certificate in, higher school certificate, sorry. I think a year or two.
So is that after the secondary school?
Yes, to refine.
Before you go to university?
Yes, to refine your brain. Because when you get to an institution, it has to do with something that needs, they will not, if you see the way they teach, that's why they call it lecture. They won't come to go and start teaching you 2+2. They will go to the philosophical aspect of 2+2. You get it?
What bets 2+2?
Yes, what give back to 2+2 so that you can think constructively to create more than 2+2. You can create your own, methodology, your own style of solving or of arriving at 2 without following 2+2. That's why you see so many different methods, quadratic, Pythagoras, whatever. All these things came up based on the fact that they were given opportunity to think critically. You get
so
it?
what you are saying in one word is that critical thinking is very, very important.
Yes.
It's
So you don't
when it comes to education.
Yes, I want that level in which students, the moment you finish that secondary school, you first of all go to that lower level in which your thinking will have been refined before you go to university.
But some people would argue, based on what you've said now, that even when you go to the universities, that's higher education, before you finish your BSc ED, you still have to do teaching practice in different aspects, not only in one aspect. You have to do teaching practice probably in 200 level. You still have to do CWES in 300 level, which also still bring the relevance to the degree certificate. Of course, a lot of institutions do that. You do teaching practice. You do teaching practice at all levels. It may be probably in your 200 level or 300 level.
Do you know?
So I want you to also speak to that relevance as well in comparison with the NCE certificate.
See, NCE teaches you technique. That's the difference between NCE and university. University gives you critical thinking to philosophize, analyze, and synthesize. But when it comes to NCE, NCE gives you the practical, the technique aspect of education. So that's where you go through the rigor of technique, how to teach well. But university didn't really concern about how to teach well. It taught you how to think critically, how to reshape education system. That's what you go to university to learn. How to reshape things, how to make it better. But when you go to NCE or Polytechnic, they teach you the technical aspect, the technique. They bring out the betterment of how to do it. You get it? Like you want to draw a line. Somebody is teaching you how you can make another line. And somebody is teaching you how to draw the line very well. University is not, it doesn't concern itself so much with how to teach you how to draw the line very well. It doesn't teach you how to create another line. You get it? You can see the difference. So if you miss that technicality, because when it comes to education, it has to do with impacting the knowledge. So when you know everything and you don't know how to impact it, then what is the good of what you have learned? Because it's not about what you do alone. It's about what you give to somebody else. So you may know it. You may even come out with a first class. But when it comes to the practice itself, you may score very low. You know why? Because you don't know how to impact it very well. That's why we have hundreds of methods. In university, they will even teach you how to create more methods. Create your own method. But in NC, they teach you how to use the existing method very well. That's why in China, they are concerned more, not even in China, in Europe, in America, they are concerned more about the technicality of things. That's why they are good technically. So that all these forgery, certificate forgery, whatever, buying certificate that we see now being rampant, even in our system, will not be there. Because you will have gone through the rigor, you will see that it's not something that is difficult to do on your own, and then you do it and do it well. So NC should not be phased out. Its relevancy
cannot be overemphasized.
Yes.
It's interesting to see that you mentioned certificate forgery, which is one of the situations that Nigeria is currently dealing with. We have the issue of the former Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology, Minister Uche Nnaji, who forged certificates.
So many across.
Of course. We also have the case of former Minister Kemi Adeosun, also forged certificate, NYC certificate. And this brings us to the question of the challenges that are associated. What challenge do you foresee for this policy? Knowing fully well that if people forge certificates, sometimes they even go scot-free.
Yes, they even go scot-free. I like that. The thing is this, when you put people who manipulate certificates in the hem of affairs, what do you think will happen? They won't do anything now because they know they are also guilty. If they make laws, it will also affect them. So they will bypass those. That's why you see getting away with that. I remember Salisu Buhari started with Obasanjo's era. Salisu Buhari, the speaker, former speaker in the House of Assembly. He was because of certificate forgery. But he went to school, pass, and then come back and get the same certificate, which is very good, very encouraging. We thought that will continue until now. We see that they don't, even INEC itself, doesn't even see it as a priority to scrutinize the certificate that credentials that candidates present. So when they get away with it through INEC, what do you expect when they get to the post? They won't do any serious thing to curb it. And that's why if you go to secondary school, no matter how JAMB or WAEC, try as much as possible to curb examination malpractices, it will continue to happen. You know why? Because there is nothing to emulate. These children have nobody to emulate. They have no one to emulate. They have nothing to encourage them. You get it? So even if they will still do it. Look, you saw a student now. Some students even went as far as going into JAMB's portal to falsify results. That is, I don't, in my own, even in my degree, I can't do that. Talk like somebody in secondary school. You get it? So when you allow these children to go through this,
scrutiny.
Yes, and I want to say like NC, intermediate institution before they get to university. It will refine their brain. You get it? And then prepare them for the university.
So let's now look at the challenges that you think colleges of education are likely to face in implementing this directive and how they can be addressed.
I know that they won't really face much challenges. You know why? Because many of them have been upgraded to university. But the question is putting pressure on the NC. Are they trying to face us NC? Because it's totally counterproductive if you want to face out NC or Polytechnic.
They're not facing out NC, it's just affiliated programs.
So, but it's reducing the number of NC that we have.
People that would actually enroll.
I even expect them to create more NC than more universities.
More universities? Why did you say
because
that?
Because they should make sure students should go
through. Where certificate is very, very treasured.
What certificate?
Yeah.
The BSc.
Every certificate is treasured. It's all about.
What I'm saying that.
So I'm just saying.
That's why I said we'll put so much emphasis on certificates. But we don't treasure the knowledge. We don't. We treasure certificates. Oh, I want to have degree. A degree is there was a time they put a level on degree. If you have degree, this level, you keep creating problem. See,
I remember there was a time there was an age restriction.
It is the knowledge that matters. It is the knowledge. It is not the certificate. Go and see. I have interviewed people with degrees who wants to who are prospective
employees.
Yes. Job applicants. I was disappointed. If you give some of them, write your application letter, you'll be surprised that, excuse me, are you sure you did degree? If you ask them questions in those areas, you'll be surprised. You'll be wondering, how did you pass? How? If you go and do micro teaching, you just sit down and say, I mean, you'll be flabbergasted. You know why? Because there's too much emphasis on degree. I think in those ones pass through NC. NC will first of all graduate you. You get it? Before you go to university. If you don't do well, you won't be able to go to university. So you want to do well. You want to do well. Doing well now, you prepare it for university. So by the time you are coming out from the university, your certificate will be so, you can defend it very well. Do you know how many times I did English? I did science in NC. But do you know how many times I did English? How many times I did courses in education, philosophy, up to master's level? I keep meeting all these courses. I keep meeting English from NC. I did it till master's level. English language.
ENG, yeah.
I did politics. Politics from NC, from my pre-NC till masters. I keep doing politics. So you can see what is in my head. Now, you can look at curriculum. You keep doing it. You keep coming across it.
You mean as a teacher?
Yes, as a prospective. Because from my NC days, till degree, till master, I keep meeting all these things. You understand?
So don't you think it's very repetitive?
No, it's not. See, everything you learn even in degree, you started from primary. It's always the basics. 2 + 2 is equals to 4. That is the same thing you learn when you get to university. I am telling you. Even when you get to master,
advanced.
Yes, it's just a philosophical way of doing it. It's just an advanced way. It is still the same number. Or do you have any number they are doing in university that is different from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to whatever? Is it the same A to Z? Do you do anything after A to Z? It's not. It's just an advanced way of doing the same thing you are doing. But when you miss it in secondary school, you don't get that adequate knowledge. When you get to university, it will lack. You have problem. And then universities, the lecturers don't have time for that because they believe you already know this thing. they need to go to the advanced level. Their curriculum deals with advanced level. You are an adult. You should be thinking critically. You are not bringing them back to what you didn't learn in GSS, for God's sake. And then the lecturer will now abandon that philosophical aspect that he's supposed to learn and then come down to the level you miss and begin to do that. So that you will not be able to learn properly what you're supposed to learn in that university. So that by the time they are graduating you are a glorified secondary school students with a degree. That is why you see most of our degrees can't get a job. You don't need to see what you learn at schools is enough for you to do well. Somebody who did a elect can't build a solar panel. Cannot even repair his torchlight. Somebody who did elect from university cannot repair your torchlight, your battery, this rechargeable torchlight. He can't repair it, for God's sake, and he did elect. You can see the difference. But when you take that same thing to a secondary school in China, it will pieces it and put it right.
I wanted to ask about, are there significant lessons that you think Nigeria can learn from other countries regarding training, regarding institutions, regarding other things that are associated with education that you think, if positively implemented, will yield positive benefits or results?
Yes. See, one thing is this: make your, education level, each level, make it, unique. Make it, anybody who finished from that level can easily fit into the society. That is the way it was designed before. In those days, somebody with primary school will work effectively in a company, in an industry. You see clerk, they have primary school. Because as of that time, the primary school knowledge that was given to us by the British, some people condemn them, but I don't, because there are some levels in which they do well. Go and compare their primary school then, what they left, compared to our secondary school. You see the mighty difference. Somebody in primary school, will effectively fit as even a secretary in a company, compared to even our degree, our secondary school holders now. They can't even write a complete sentence. For God's sake, their writings are bad. I teach students, and I complain a lot. I have seen a lot. I've taught all around. I have taught in NC as part-time. I have seen, you see the way, it became an issue. There were times in which students wanted to beat me because of the fact that I was saying that this is not wrong. You are going to get a certificate, for God's sake. And you need to defend this. What is hard about reading? If you put your mind to it, you should ask me, how can I do it? How can we do it well? Not for you to fight me. You should ask me, how can we do it better? Sorry, sir, I'm not doing well. Please, can you advise me how I can do better? That is why you have lecturers. You have teachers. But no, they will never come. They will depend on what? Somebody to assist them in the examination hall. Somebody to assist them in whatever. They depend on cheating, whatever.
So you are criticizing this.
And the secondary schools, these secondary schools, they even plan it that, don't worry, they will cheat. I don't worry. Why do you? I've seen
some secondary schools.
Yes. They said it. Okay. Look at our own, in my own SSC, I went to JSCE. We were the starting, I think the second or third set of the JSC, junior secondary school, whatever, like WAEC. We did exam like WAEC. We were taught like WAEC. We were doing WAEC exam. But now, it's being phased out. Do you know they are even facing out that GSS exam? Then why do you have GSS, for God's sake? And WAEC will wait till end of the 3-year secondary school before they give you. It is wrong. It is the same thing we are trying to remove from the system that we are doing. You know why? What we are doing is end of term. We will still depend on the exam. And that's why these students depend on cheating. I have said it many times. WAEC supposed to be giving his own exam to yearly. Just like the school is giving its own promotional exams. You have to do GSS1, first term exam, second term exam, third term exam for each year. You get it? Then WAEC is supposed to come up with its own at the end of every section. You're supposed to, so that you can have your own cumulative. That cumulative is what you are now going to use to pass a student. If they do that, most of this cheating will phase out from the secondary school.
Okay, so on a conclusion level, in your view, what do you think the government and relevant stakeholders must do to ensure that this policy does not limit educational opportunities for prospective students?
Now, what they need to do is this. Make sure that whatever you want to do, you involve experts. Give experts opportunities to scrutinize everything you want to do, so that the expert will give recommendation. Now, we have done this. There are so many people, researchers, experts coming out to say, this is the way it's supposed to be done. This is the way it's supposed to be done. Government should start listening to them. You should take it to them. Let them give you recommendation. Don't just bring in anybody that will come in as maybe minister, whatever, and then make a decision. No, the decision should be based on recommendations of experts across the stakeholders and institutions, the
colleges of education, universities,
secondary schools, the PTA, the teachers must contribute. The non-governmental organizations, it's a thing that you base it on their recommendations. People will have time to talk about it, scrutinize it, and then give you a good recommendation. Now, when you have that recommendation, that's what you project in. Look at China. I am saying it. When Nigeria was doing very well, China was doing poorly. Go and find it out in history. When Nigeria was doing very well, in Nigeria, academically, even developmentally, China was struggling. As of 1960-something, China was still struggling. Nigeria was already doing very well. You understand what I'm saying? But now we begin to fall. You know why? Because China involved experts. They now discover that, no, we can't compete with this Western world because they're already ahead of us. Let us go to an area in which we know they don't really concern themselves much about. What is that? The intermediate. So they created technical schools. They base on technicality. And that's why they are leading the world. They lead the world based on technicalities, technique. What you can create. The European, the Western nation will create all the sciences. China will take those sciences and convert it into technical things you can use.
So in one word, you are saying that our creativity should be enhanced
across
all borders, both in Nigeria and beyond.
Yes, creativity, technicality, technique.
So you think even the NC education as well, technicality should be more involved in the university as well?
So that somebody who's going to teach has already gone through the rigor of how to do that thing before you get to university. You have gone through the rigor of how to do that thing before you get to. Even in my NC days, you will see students in NC, Ijaninki then, working on vehicle. They will pieces the vehicle and build it back. In my own, I did biology, chemistry. You will see what we'll do. We are always busy. As in our practical, we have practical almost every day. And it's 2 hours. We always beg for more hours. Because of the rigor we are made to go through. You understand? So but when you get to those places, university, I didn't see that rigor in many of these universities I go to. I didn't see this rigor.
So there should be more practical exercise.
Yes.
Both in the university, college of education.
That college, make sure that most students go through colleges and polytechnic. Let them be taught the technique. Like this phone. They will teach you how to pieces it in that aspect. They will teach you how to sew perfectly. So that if you are creating a new idea, you are doing it perfectly.
Perfectly. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawal Ekundayo. Lawal Ekundayo is an educationist and, of course, a public affairs analyst. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
And we look forward to having you some other time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It has been an interesting conversation. You are still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, The African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching Vop TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiodun, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching Vop TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Apala. Keep watching Vop TV. Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo more. Thank you, Daddy. Hello guys, my name is Tosibi. Keep watching Vop TV. Vop TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o, olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo. Mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching Vop TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is T Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching Vop TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory. How glory. Irú yìí ò sí àkàwé.
Sean, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Girl, view. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. President Bola Tinubu has appointed former Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, as the chairman of the governing board of the National Universities Commission, NUC. The appointment was announced in a statement issued by the presidential spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga. Professor Ogundipe succeeded Emeritus Professor Olufemi Aino, who resigned from the position less than a year after his appointment. As NUC chairman, Professor Ogundipe is expected to provide leadership in strengthening university education, improving funding, enhancing global competitiveness, and promoting academic stability across Nigeria's university system. A professor of botany and former vice chancellor of the University of Lagos from 2027 to 2022, Professor Ogundipe serves as the pro-chancellor of Redeemers University, Osun State. As digital fraud continues to evolve, citizens have been encouraged to remain vigilant and take greater responsibility for protecting their personal information online. This call comes as FraudWatch 360 unveiled a new digital platform designed to help users identify, report, and prevent online scams. Speaking at the launch, the founder, Kehinde Alebioshu, said the application is aimed at strengthening digital security and promoting trust in the online space.
I've just received a call, but guess what? Instead of ringing them back, all I need to do is I need to go on FraudWatch 360 to verify who has called me. And that way, I'm getting protected against fake scam calls. And why is that important? FraudWatch 360 has a special feature that enables you to verify a call you've missed, helping you identify if that caller is a legitimate person or if that caller is a scammer.
Available in more than 173 countries, the platform can be accessed via the App Store and Google Play Store, providing users with tools to report fraudulent activities and gain valuable insights on staying safe in the digital age. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that the United States Mission in Nigeria has opened application for the 2026 Opportunity Funds Program, which supports outstanding Nigerian students seeking admission into the United States of America universities. The program covers key application costs, including testing and application fees, and will prioritize high-performing students in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, artificial intelligence, AI, and other emerging technology fields. According to the U.S. mission, applicants must demonstrate academic excellence, leadership potential, and a commitment to complying with the U.S. visa regulations. And that's a wrap on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've discussed the recent decision by the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, to end admissions into affiliated degree programs in colleges of education. As stakeholders continue to evaluate the impact of this policy, the focus remains on strengthening teacher training, improving the quality of education, and ensuring that colleges of education effectively fulfill their mandate of producing qualified educators for national development. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witnessed news or events in your communities, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, policies, and people shaping Nigeria's education landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember, education is the passport to the future. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you the same time next week. Bye for now.
name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
The Dario Adeboye Foundation, in partnership with the Ogun State government, hosted the 2026 Future Leaders Assembly, the second edition of the Ogun State Secondary Model United Nations at the Youth Center in Redemption City, Mowe, Ogun State, held under the theme, Think Global, Act Local, raising the next generations of leaders. The event brought together about 150 secondary schools and over 2,500 students, alongside teachers, policymakers, and youth development stakeholders. Speakers and participants called on governments and institutions to prioritize job creation, workforce development, and practical education to prepare young people for the evolving global economy.
The foundation would like to raise children that can think for themselves, that can think to make positive changes in their community, in their schools, in their families, in their homes, and even globally. Now we talk about children, talking about sustainability, talking about making or adding to the sustainable development goals. These are things that we didn't have or were not seen before, but now, those are the kind of children we want to raise. And that's what the foundation is doing, creating awareness for sustainable developmental goals that even children can be involved in.
There have been decent responses during the quiz, if that's what we are particular about. But this obviously shows that students in this generation need to broaden our curriculum, and we need to make sure that students are not in this caged sense. We need to ensure that in most Ogun State schools, the curriculum is expanded so it can allow for greater knowledge of other things that are outside of the Nigerian local kind of sense.
I think it's an absolutely amazing initiative because, we have to empower the leaders of tomorrow. And the leaders of tomorrow is all of us, the young people, and those that are younger than us. So absolutely a very, very amazing initiative. Little and start where they are. Sometimes we think that in order for us to get on a global stage that we have to start somewhere very big. But we have to start where we are. We have to start by shaping our mindset in the right direction. We have to start by believing in ourselves. Absolutely. So start where you are. Where you are, right where you are. Start there. It is sad that we are dealing with a very high level of insecurity in Nigeria today. Very disheartening to see. Like, it's terrible. Imagine like 2-year-olds, 7-year-olds being kidnapped, being beaten, teachers being beheaded. Is a terrible, terrible thing to see. And it's really sad, for lack of better word, that we're experiencing that in this day and this time in Nigeria. However, it doesn't matter what is going on around us because life would always be life, sadly. We really hope that our government will do something about it as soon as they can. We hope that they would just empathy. And that's why, we're having this program today to raise future leaders, to have compassion, to not think of themselves alone, to think about other people, to be able to feel the things that people feel. You don't even have to be an empath to feel the pulse of Nigerians right now, or the pulse of people whose children have been kidnapped, right from when this whole kidnapping started, or the pulse of people who have lost a father, a mother, a child, a son. We all saw the video of the woman who lost her son and refused to let go of the dead body of that child. Everybody saw it. Why are we not doing anything about it? Why are we not trying to do something? Because something can be done. I really believe so. These people are not even hiding. They come out to make videos, to talk to people in authority. So I believe that if they are really compassionate enough and they want to eradicate this thing, they can do something about it.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello and welcome to the unveiling of Iruka Tower, where we have dynamics of multiple businesses. Businesses like Iruka Online, Airport Golden Tilling, Romeo's Pizza, Carats 24, Vop Media, Coldberry, and these and many more other businesses that are in this one building. And this is to let you know that business is not just for a place, but we have several things for you to see today as we unveiling the building. Let's go.
We dedicate this building into your hand and we commission it in the name of the Father, Amen, and of the Son, Amen, and of the Holy Ghost.
Iruka Towers has been officially commissioned in Lagos, adding to the state's growing commercial landscape. The modern facility, which houses multiple businesses, including VOP Media, is expected to create a conducive environment for businesses, encourage innovation, attract investments, and support economic growth. Guests at the ceremony, including business leaders and other stakeholders, described the project as a major step towards strengthening Lagos' position as Africa's leading business hub.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, tell me how you feel this evening.
Very delightfully, I'm happy.
Hey. So we are here at the opening ceremony of the Iruka Towers, and this is like a diverse business opening. So how do you feel about it? Tell me how you feel.
I've been a friend of the company and who also had always wished goodwill to the owner of this place. I feel highly delightful and happy that this is a dream coming true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are your, we know you're already having fun. So what actually do you have to say about the achievement? This is a very big achievement. So what do you have to actually say about this particular achievement?
Actually, I have to give accolades and bravo to my good friend who has put up this edifice, Iruka Towers, comprises of his businesses, radio and television VOP, and other of his businesses are headquartered here. So I'm so happy, and I wish him that he will do more of this more. And this edifice is one in town. I can agree with you on that.
Hospitality business, and now he's into full-fledged media organization with the radio and television, and even coming into the free TV platform. So it's a very good, big achievement in that regard. So I continue to tell him congratulations and wish him success, and also to encourage staff to be law-abiding and continue to play their roles professionally, to be as professional as possible in handling the business of communication.
All right. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
How do you feel this evening?
Very excited because this is the day we have been waiting for, and it has come to fruition by the special grace of God. So we are very excited, really.
So you've been expecting this particular day?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Yes.
So what do you expect in this opening this evening? It's the Iruka Towers, and a lot of people have been expecting a lot of things. Fun, entertainment. What do you expect to see this evening?
Oh, everything. It's an all-encompassing. And it's a holistic ceremony as it were. So we are very excited. Everything to the glory of God.
Okay, can you tell us a little about this kind of achievement? How do you feel about it, basically?
It's a product of deep thinking, a product of hard work, commitment, focus, vision. This type of thing is not easy to come by. There's a lot of intellectual input, a lot of physical efforts and all that. But we are happy that it has come to stay. Yeah, it has come to stay.
So we're here for the commissioning of the Iruka Towers. How do you feel about this?
Wonderfully well, because this is a remarkable monumental achievement. On a record time, he was able to put up this kind of edifice. The CEO needs to be commended for doing such a wonderful job. And he did, all the details are in order. I love what I'm seeing here. I can't wait for the official opening.
Wow. So what do you expect to see this evening?
Well, I'm expecting glamour, gliss, entertainment, and everything. It's going to be a bumper package. Okay. I trust VOP. I know what they can do. So I have no problem.
All right. Thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
So what is this Iruka Towers all about? I know it has dimensions of businesses that are encompassed in one. So what is it all about?
It's a one-stop business where we can assemble our business together. We are building a structure. That's why we created the Iruka Group, so that everything can work together.
All right, so we are here at the opening of the Iruka Towers. Tell me how you feel about it.
I feel great, It's like not a mission accomplished, but we're still working on, to accomplish the missions.
So in future, how do you see Iruka Towers to be?
So it's going to be a brand to reckon with. So one day we were working towards to be like Al Jazeera and CNN.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. And this is where we draw the curtain for the opening ceremony of the Iruka Towers. We can see it's a diverse of different businesses all together. And it has been an amazing evening. All right, do sure to join us next time. I am Precious Agumanu.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled...
Hello there and welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where seeing stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. And of course, you would agree with me that we have the politicking, a wave in the air, and it's been a roller coaster between politicians and, of course, political parties. It's been roller coaster with the INEC and the ruling party, to be precise. And, of course, they've been laced in between some certain kind of webs. And we just hope that we'll get more clarity in the coming days. Atiku Obi versus INEC, 2027 ballot plot exposed. This is quite a very serious one there, because some people are actually, are talking about INEC, being involved as regards to what the ruling party are trying to project. But of course, INEC has made it clear that they are independent. And how independent is INEC? This is a question that Nigerians have been asking, and of course, every other, political party. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Dume urges a stronger offensive against terrorists. Senator Aline Dume has called on the federal government to intensify its military offensive against terrorists following the abduction of students during the ongoing National Examination Council, NECO to be precise. Of course, this is coming from Borno State, describing the incident as tragic, unacceptable. The lawmaker urged security agencies to swiftly rescue the abducted students and bring the perpetrators to justice. He also called for increased scrutiny and security around schools and vulnerable communities, stressing that a need for stronger measures to protect students and prevent further attacks in the Northeast. All right, away from that particular one, heavy rain flood Lagos roads. Agency warned of more risks. Of course, several major roads and communities across Lagos causing severe traffic congestion, disrupting business activities, and leaving many commuters stranded. The downpours submerged part of key roads, making movement difficult for motorists and pedestrians. Emergency Management and Weather Agency have warned that more rainfall is expected in the coming days, increasing the risk of flooding in low-lying areas. And residents, of course, have been advised to clear blocked drainages and, of course, avoid driving over, some flooded roads and, of course, walking through them as well. And follow this safety advisory to minimize the risks of accident, loss of property, and other, flood-related hazard. I also saw, a certain video making rounds on social media yesterday as regards to some people crossing a pedestrian bridge to pick some items where we don't actually know where these items were coming from. Of course, these items were coming, from some certain place in Lagos and, of course, flooded areas and, where we saw washing machine, we saw, gas cylinders, we saw electronics. We don't know where this was coming from, but people were actually, picking them up yesterday. And it's been a wet Tuesday as well. And all we'll just say is for all of us, to adhere to the safety, precautions when it comes to this particular season, in the state and every other state that is also going through all of this, because this particular flood situation is not to be taken lightly, because if you look at some eyebrow areas, based on how much you spend as regards to where you live and all of that, how do you feel that you are inside the house and it rained, you can't even step out, meetings are cancelled, you can't even go to your workplace, or you were outside and it rained, you can't go back in again. Cars are covered, by flood. Some cars are, have been swallowed and all of that. So we've seen several videos making rounds, regardless that some people are also trying to generate even more with AI, and that's why we just have to tell people to actually take caution when it comes to some of the things they put out there on social media. But in all of this, please try and prepare yourself and, be sure that that place is important before you step out of your house. Of course, you should go with your umbrella. And this is the time that if that particular shoe or, is quite important to you and might not be able to face flood, you should just go with something quite easy for you to move around with in Lagos. Of course, this is where we'll just have to talk about and to draw and call as regards to that particular, flood situation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 081, yes, 387-14129, 081-387-14129. Follow us on social media at Vop Tv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop Tv, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. Atiku Obi versus INEC 2027 ballot plot exposed. Don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
With noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
All right, welcome back to the program that is still People's Voice on Voice of Television. The Independent National Electoral Commission has issued a 2027 nomination access code to ADC Labour Party and APC. Of course, Other parties included declaring them to submit candidates ahead of the July 11 deadline. ADC said it received its code on Monday, while Labour Party confirmed National Chairman Esther Nadi Usman also got ours. ABC said it has its codes too, but is dealing with internal petition from aggrieved primary aspirants. The Federal High Court in Abuja also ordered INEC to release codes to ADA's Aki Ricket-led fraction within 72 hours. And APC candidates in Gombe have collected nomination forms. Despite the progress, opposition leaders are raising alarm. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar accused unnamed interests of a coordinated plot to stop ADC from contesting, calling it a grave assault on democracy. In a related case, the NDC said it's uploaded Peter Obi's name on the INEC portal and filed for a stay after Lokoja court nullified its registration over logo disputes. Obi, Kwankwaso, and Dixon say NDC will be on the ballot pending appeal. When I'm being joined virtually by engineer Moritala Salau Audu, NDC senatorial candidate of Kogi Central. Good afternoon, engineer. Engineer, please unmute your mic. Please, if you can hear me, engineer, I'd like you to unmute yourself. All right, we're also being joined virtually by Dr. Dayo Kayode, a social-political technocrat. Good afternoon, doctor.
Yes. Good afternoon. How are you?
Very well, thank you, doctor.
I like your hairstyle.
Doctor, come again. What did you say?
This is a new hairstyle now, Lele.
Doctor, I might not actually know what you're talking about, but it's okay. Welcome on board, doctor.
Your new haircut. Your new haircut. In fact.
Doctor, it's been a while. Doctor, it's been a while. How's it been?
It's been okay. You know, this is a political season, and so many things are coming up here and there. Even I have to jettison a particular meeting I'm supposed to attend this afternoon because of this program.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We really appreciate your presence here. All right, Doctor, INEC has started issuing 2027 nomination access codes. Of course, your party, ADC, has gotten a Labour Party, APC, ADA, and others ahead of the July 11, deadline, which is the formal start of a candidate's upload. Now, the tension is already high, Doctor. Atiku says there is a plot to block ADC, calling it a grave assault on democracy. And of course, NDC, had its registration nullified in Lokoja over a logo. And I believe you also saw that particular one, sometime last week, Friday. Yet they uploaded Peter Obi's name, and appealing. APC is also going through their own, they call it internal, issues as regards to aggrieved members, petitioning, the party. Now, Doctor, let me pick it up from your party, ADC. Atiku made, that particular bold statement that there is a plot going on to stop your party from being also on the ballot. What do you have to say as regards to that?
Yes, thank you very much for bringing up this kind of very important topic at this point in time of our democratic trajectory. Let me also start from the issue of the NDC that had not been given the code to enter the INEC portal registration of their candidates. Now, if truly NDC is yet to receive their own code, how was the party able to upload its presidential candidates His Excellency Peter Obi and Kwakwazo. How? Are we now saying that the INEC portal is not safe again? Bearing in mind what was his name again? PA to Wiki did to Ike, somebody else's details that is supposed to be kept confidentially within the portal of INEC. So that means already there is a big problem somewhere. Now, let's go to what His Excellency Atiku Abubakar said regarding the plot from certain quarters to ensure that opposition generally will not be able to get their acts together before and during 2027 elections. It is boldly written on the wall. The shenanigans that this particular ruling party is trying to play out towards this 2027. Let's go back to what happened to ADC recently at the High Court. Thank God the person at appeal court was able to quickly come to the rescue to safeguard our national democracy. Now the question is, to have caught such a judge off guard, what is NJC supposed to do? What is NJC supposed to do? That is the National Judicial Commission. Such a person by now ought to have been derobed. Look at what some people were saying, that they will not allow opposition to campaign in the Southwest. If it had been somebody else by now, DSS, police, and co will have been hunting that person. And some utterances of some other people, coupled with activities being orchestrated by the ruling party. One needs no soothsayer. One needs no prophetic utterances to be able to foresee, predict, determine what this ruling party can do. They will be out to ensure, even if opposition are still going to appear on the ballot paper, they will still destabilize them, waste their time. Just like it's happening now to NDC, as it has happened before now to ADC. And the question, the issue is this. The issue is this. Nigerians should not be on the guard by coming up with billboards like we did the other time. Judiciary on our mind. All eyes on judiciary. We should also start singing it. All eyes on INEC. All eyes on judiciary. All eyes on presidency. And all eyes on National Assembly. Because these are the institutions put together that can ensure a credible and acceptable general elections come 2027. Without we Nigerians showing up strongly that we are ready to face it clearly, that we are ready and determined to let the ruling party know that there is no single person who has the prerogative of madness. Honestly speaking, whatever we see, we will take it. And I will say this before I round up, because I can see my brother now from, I think, Kogi, standing by. I will quickly say this in Ekiti dialect, and I will interpret. I will Ekiti, that is, when you are walking, when you see a long obstacle on the road, you quickly dodge it, because, like our elders will say, you don't wait for a snake to bite you, that you are seeing to bite you, before you know that it is a snake.
Okay, doctor. Thank you so much for all of that. But I would just love to correct your beginning there, what you actually picked your conversation from. That's the starting point. NDC has also received their codes. So let's also get that particular one clear. Initially, they complained about the delay, which almost every party complained about INEC not releasing the codes. But now NDC have also done that. Hence, they could upload Mr. Peter Obi's name. So let's not make it look like NDC actually broke into INEC's portal. No, that should be clear. Now, aside from that particular one, now when doctor, can you hear me?
I will too.
Okay, doctor. Now, when we look at these allegations from Atiku Abubakar, saying that the ballot block claim, Atiku alleges a coordinated plot against ADC, and if you want to look at that particular statement, I don't know, what you people have as, real evidences to show that, this particular, or some people somewhere are trying to block the ADC. How do you separate real ballot blocking from political, messaging designed to mobilize the base before, July 11?
Okay, I will use an analogy
to
answer that question.
Go ahead.
I will use an analogy between you and your wife to express that.
Okay, go ahead.
You people have agreed to stay indoors the whole weekend, and you are putting on your pajamas, and all of a sudden, around 4 o'clock, you decide to shave. She'll be looking at you. You decide to go and have your bath. She'll be looking at you. You now change from your pajamas to an Owambe dress. You use perfume. You rub powder. You pick your key. Does anybody need to tell your wife that you are going out? Because she started accusing you that, Savior, where are you going?
That's quite obvious.
And that's exactly what is happening in Nigeria.
So what you're telling me now is it's quite obvious that some unnamed interests are trying to stop the ADC. Okay, if unnamed interests are trying to stop the ADC, where would the pressure points be? Is it from the INEC admin? Is it court orders or party primaries? Like where is the loopholes? What are they going to use against your party?
Yes, I will tell you. Look at the issue of Gombe. Look at the issue of Gombe. Already resigned his position. And he was there when this current leadership of ADC was being instituted. A video was even showing whereby he was clapping. And he now turned around, took the party to the court. Then later when he couldn't move on again, there was that publication that where he was now lodging, where he was lodged at the hotel in Abuja, they refused paying him. They didn't give him, the people that promised him money to hold convention did not give him money to hold that convention. And that's why when he organized convention, he was the only person there. That means to say, what Bala Gombe did can be likened to the legbe that is dancing on top of water. Somebody was underneath the water, drumming for that legbe. Now, when you also look at so many things that are happening, look at that judge that gave that derogatory judgment on ADC before the Court of Appeal overruled it. Does that mean that judge, it's not that he's not capable? No, it's not that he's not capable, but because he was being propelled by something to give that kind of an obnoxious judgment. And some of those things we are now envisaging. Some of those things, some of us are seeing. Some of these things, some of us are now looking at it. And we're now saying, whoever they want to use to truncate our nascent democracy, we will not tolerate it. And like I said, you don't need to get closer to a snake before you know this is a snake.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that's a wonderful, energetic response. Okay. Let me go back to Engineer and let's see if we can establish communication with him. Engineer Howdo, good afternoon to you. Can you hear me? Please, I would like you to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, my brother. How are you?
Engineer, very well. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining the program. How's it been with you? All right, Engineer, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Engineer, something happened last week, yes, and of course, it's been a developing story. And on Friday, we got that particular announcement, from a court in your state, in Lokoja, of course, when we actually saw that particular, judgment, and it was quite disturbing, because if a court have actually passed a judgment, and the judgment was passed sometime in December 15th, and the same court is coming back to revisit, to deregister a political party. Even in law, we call it functus officio, right? Meaning that the judgment has been made and they washed their hands off it. They were not meant to go back. It is only on a rare occasion or a rare case that a case can be revisited, and only when it is nullity, it is when it is there is fraud involved, when there is a criminal, and except for all of these I have mentioned, a case was not meant to be revisited, except you actually go to, a higher court instead of, you staying back at that same court. But we saw a dramatic turn as regards to your party. We were all surprised the same way, Nigerians were all surprised generally as regards to that particular, a court judgment again. Now, NDC's registration was nullified, yet your party uploaded Peter Obi's name, and filed for a stay. What is INEC's legal obligation here? Is it to accept, reject it, or wait for the outcome of your appeal? I would like to know what position the NDC is presently. Engineer, over to you, please.
Well, I am not a lawyer, but we all are aware. As far as I am concerned, a case may likely be revisited or be reviewed on the basis of probably you said the judge was misled in the earlier judgment. But that can only be done by any of the participants of the case that was giving judgment, not the party that was not even part of the case from the beginning. Someone who is not part of the case from the beginning, how on earth can he ask for review of a case he was not part of? And these people They are not a registered party, political party. They are not a registered organization. They are just a groups who came in 2015 to register their party, and their party was not registered. And they were never seen in the process any longer after how many years. So that means that case has been dead in Lokoja a few months ago. And it is quite unfortunate with what we're having with judicial system now. Judiciary happens to be the hope of common men. That is what we used to hear, we used to know. They should just try. They should just try and redeem the image of this country. Because as whatever they are doing, whether they are being influenced by one person or government in power or whoever, but they should also remember the integrity of the institution and the integrity of their own self, who is coming out to give wrong judgment. Now, in same case, you have earlier given the judgment of so and so. Another person entirely who has never been part of that process came to you, and you as a judge, whatever that has transpired, I don't want to know because I was not there and I won't say such, but you should first think of the country first. You must have in Nigeria before you be judged in Nigerian court. You must have in Nigeria before you talk of a political party or any election. And this is the Nigeria we are talking about now. Where are they putting this country to? Now, when you talk about INEC has uploaded P2OB, of course, I believe INEC has received the judgment, and that judgment, I think, is dead and arrival. And you know it very well that our party has held to appeal court. And any case that is in court, you have no right to do anything otherwise. That case is still in court. The judgment in Lokoja has been appealed. So definitely that judgment, that kangaroo judgment will not, be valid for now.
Okay.
Until proven otherwise by the appeal court. And if at that, we will still go to Supreme Court, which I believe appeal court will do the needful. Because I don't even see that case as anything. It is just a distraction. And this is the high time all the opposition should come together. Like Yorubas used to say, I am a typical Ebelu man. I am from Okene, and I am contesting for Senate by the special grace of Almighty Allah. I will be the senatorial candidate. I am the senatorial candidate from Kogi Central. So that is what all the opposition parties should realize now. That it's not about NDC, because yesterday it was a Labour Party, yesterday it was PDP, it was ADC, and now NDC. So it is not fight for NDC, it's fight for Nigerians. Because a country where you don't have opposition, that country is dead. Is dead. Nobody to challenge them. They can do whatever they like, whatever they do. They believe nobody dare to question them. And what all they are trying to do, I am not saying this is coming from the ruling party, but you and I know the truth where this might be coming from, because what has been happening in the past to wherever Obi moved to, and what is happening to ADC, that they see a strong candidate in ADC, someone like Atiku, and someone like Obi and Kwankwaso in NDC. So you see what is happening. If you follow the trend, you will definitely know where all these issues are coming from. And I'm urging Nigerians to remain resolute. This is our time. We need to take our Nigeria back from this ruling party. I was part of them.
Engineer, you said something. I want to quickly, cut in there. You said something. You said that this is the right time for all political parties, opposition parties to be precise, to all come together, rally around together, to fight this particular situation that is going on, happening to all opposition party. Of course, you mentioned yesterday, it was a Labour, It was at some point it was ADC, and now it is NDC, of course. So, but if I may ask you, are you indirectly saying that there should be somewhat like a coalition, or let all opposition parties come together to try and see how to work together? Do you think that you can have a united front? It's just a question. Is it possible?
Well, nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible because now this government, they knew that they have failed Nigerians. They knew in governance, in everything, in every aspect of governance, they knew they have failed. Now they are coming to steal what they stole in 2023. They are coming again to steal another mandate. And we Nigerians should be ready. Our people, my Ebira people used to make one proverb. That is to say, it is easy for you to break one pieces of broom, but you cannot break. If you burn a bunch of broom, it cannot be broken. So that is most important. That is why it is important for the opposition to come back, if as a coalition or whichever way.
Okay.
We need to defeat these people. We need to defeat these people and send him to Lagos in 2027.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peter Obi, RG, Kwankwaso, Senator Siraki Dixon, they said that NDC will be on the ballot. Is that legally credible or premature, given a Nigerian's history of INEC enforcing court rulings? And I know you know what this particular one means, but do you think that truly INEC, the NDC would actually be on the ballot? Because you would agree with me. Because you would agree with me that we've seen several cases, in this same country where court judgment later came and everything was overturned. So, are we about to see another one for you people for your party, your leaders in your party, your principals, to say that NDC would be on the ballot? Is that legally credible?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of lawyers in our party, NDC, and I believe they have studied the judgment very well. And before our national leader was once a House of Rep member, two-time governor, presently a sitting senator of Federal Republic of Nigeria. I know they have come together and go through the judgment, and even Tinubu himself. Yoruba used to say one proverb: Ọba tó jẹ tìlú tòrò, orúkọ ẹ̀ ò ní parẹ́. Èyí tó jẹ tìlú dàrú, orúkọ ẹ̀ náà ò ní parẹ́. That is to say, any king that reigned, yes. You understand? Who will not want during his tenure Nigeria should go other way? He is going to. The NDC will be on the ballot. Peter Obi will be on the ballot. I will be on the ballot, and then this is and we are going to win Tinubu by God grace.
All right. Let me take it back. Thank you so much, Engineer Audu. I'll come back to you before we round off. Let me take it back to Dr. Dayo. Doctor, are you there?
I'm with you, totally.
All right, Doctor, I'd like to pick it up from what I also asked Engineer Audu as regards to coalition. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but do you think that there might be a united front between all of this opposition party, of course, with all of the, heavyweight that you have? And if we were to talk about democracy, trust, and coalition politics, just like Atiku mentioned, Atiku called this a grave assault, on democracy for the ruling party, trying to stop, all other opposition party and, of course, his party. Is 2027 shaping up worse than 2019 and 2023, or is this a standard for pre-election hit?
Thank you very much, my brother, Savior. You see, in this kind of an election, it's always very, very difficult to predict certain things. Because in politics, 1 hour, even 30 minutes, is a long way to go. That is one. Number two, you're going to hear Seyi Makinde sometimes ago at the meeting or the convocation they had at Ibadan a few months ago, whereby he mentioned that the ruling part, the opposition parties are going to provide one presidential candidate. What he meant by that, somebody like me, I'm still looking. Because that same week, he had a meeting with Peter Obi. And that same week, I think he had another meeting with Kwakwanzo. That same week, Peter Obi and Kwakwanzo left ADC. They left ADC for NDC. Okay? Again, when we're now talking about probably they can come together or not, both ADC and NDC, they are facing similar situation presently. And I'm sure, despite the differences in party affiliation, they are also meeting here and there. The gladiators within those parties are also meeting. And I'm also aware that there are also some people meeting in Labour Party. But then, when we want to now look at that, whether they can come back as one unit towards 2027, yes, it is possible. But the way it will come might be what we cannot seriously predict now. Because we know such a thing had happened in Nigerian political process, electionary process before now. And another version of it can still happen. I can paint a picture for you. How about if, for instance, they are saying, okay, for presidency, let all opposition vote for Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. In Lagos State, because ADC is very strong, vote for the candidate of ADC in Lagos State. Then when it now comes to House of Reps, House of Assembly, let us look at where each party are strong, where they have strong followers. And then everybody will now queue behind each of them that has strong followers. It can happen that way. It can also happen in another form. But not until when we are getting closer, maybe about 2 weeks to the election, then you'll be able to know what kind of coalition that the opposition party can form among themselves.
All right, Doctor. Let me stay on you. Let me stay with you here. Now, you said something, and I want to pick out some of your conversation that you've had with me over time. When it comes to your party is really going through a lot when it comes to, litigations and all of that. But
just like any other party.
Doctor, I don't think you actually needed that shade, for you to use the word just like any other party.
I have to also educate you that just like any other party.
Okay, it is even obvious. It is obvious that even APC,
they cannot upload because of
it is even obvious now that even APC, the ruling party, are also, having litigations as we speak. So it means that every political party in Nigeria is actually going through this. Now, with
it's normal.
Now, with this whole situation of litigations, going on, in your party, let's stay on your party now. Do you think that your party can still, come out of it and, stay focused? And let's talk about your loyal, members of the party. With litigations here and there, of course, litigation is not a thing that anyone wish for, even their enemies, because you understand how draining it can be. Do you still think that your party will still remain focused and its members to see how to, push for their, principle to be on the ballot?
Thank you very much.
And let me add this, Doctor. And let me add this.
Okay.
What if the judgment goes south, goes the other way? What happens to Atiku Abubakar?
Which way?
The other
Which way? Which judgment? Which way? See, let me tell you this, Savior. I told you when we started that because of I've been at a meeting since morning, despite even the rainfall, that we're supposed to go somewhere for further meetings, but I couldn't go because of this particular program. You see, in any democratic institution or any democratic groupings or any democratic society, there is no way you will have a common or the same ideology. But people with similar ideologies can come together and then see how they are going to marry their various ideologies. And that is what brought about democracy. Now, in ADC, I will use Lagos as an example for you. There is no doubt about it that ADC, again, happens to be a combination of different tendencies. We are all aware of that decide to come together. So that means everybody is now putting down their various interests together to be able to achieve a common interest. To that extent, each and every tendency are likely, I'm using the word, are likely to having different candidates, different aspirants towards becoming the candidate of the party. It is normal.
Okay.
And when your aspirant is not picked as a candidate, there is always room for the party to use the internal mechanism to resolve it. And as we are in Lagos, we have our internal mechanism, which is very strong and bigger than any individual.
Okay, doctor.
And I can assure you, you ain't going to hear any litigation from Lagos.
Okay, doctor.
Because we are
all right, doctor.
Unified.
All right, doctor.
And we strongly believe.
Okay.
We strongly believe in party supremacy.
All right, doctor.
And
thank
on
you.
That we are standing.
All right, doctor. Thank you so much for that particular. And of course, you've made it clear that you can only speak, more for ADC Lagos and not, ADC National with what you just said. And if not because we're pressed for time,
I only use
regardless,
as an example.
Now your example is clear. Your example is clear. If not because we're pressed for time, I would have also taken you up as regards to the gubernatorial candidate of your party. We were told that Rose Viver was not the winner of that particular primaries, but it was given. But we would look for another day to reschedule.
Told, but were you there?
We would reschedule because a lot of our aggrieved members in Lagos also actually spoke out, and I would have some of them come over to the program the day you would also join, and let's see how that would go. Thank you so much, regardless. All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for...
We are party members.
Okay, thank you so much.
We remain party members.
Okay.
We remain members of the family.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dio. Thank you so much, Dr. Dio. Now, Engineer Audu, let me come to you in just 20 seconds. Engineer, are you there? Can you hear me? Engineer Audu, can you hear me? All right, so I think, engineer, can you hear me? All right, quickly, engineer.
I can hear you.
Yeah, in just 20 seconds because we're pressed for time. Okay, so engineer, Peter Obi said that the main goal from the opposition party is for them to stop him. They are trying everything they can to stop him, but he's assuring everybody and his loyalists that he would be on the ballot. I would like you to clear this. Is this just about Peter Obi, making himself very, very, the main topic here, or this is just, a legal situation that has nothing to do with Peter Obi? I'd like you to clear this, please, in just 20 seconds.
Well, like I said, before Peter Obi could come up with that, they might have sat down with the legal team, look at the merit and demerit of the judgment very well, And before he can come to that conclusion, even I, myself, I believe P2B is going to be on the ballot. There's nothing you can do to remove NDC or ADC from the ballot in 2027. There is nothing. There is nothing. One student cannot fail a class, and you said others must not be promoted. If you fail a class, you go and repeat that class. Others must be promoted. So if he does that, trying to, use his power to stop is not going to work. Nigeria will resist it.
Okay.
Like I
all right.
So P2B what he's saying, and I believe in him. Whatever our leader has said, P2B is the candidate, and the national leader, whatever they have said, I stand by them.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Audu, for being part of the program. Hopefully, we'll have to reschedule for another, time out again. Thank you so much, Dr. Dayo Kaide, for being part of the program. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Coming up next is a locker room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay able to enjoy that particular one. Of course, the World Cup is still ongoing, and we've been seeing some, wonderful, touches and dramatic turns. And we'll still pray that more African countries will stay, instead of coming back home to meet us. But congratulations to you, South Africa. Welcome back home. Yes, sir. Don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
They were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
encourage you to click.
Well, it's another very beautiful day to talk football right here in the beautiful city of Lagos. And I must tell you, the very biggest story on everyone's lip right now is how the Atlas Lion of Morocco outclassed the Netherlands in that very high octane game. Jerry Appeluha was actually telling me a couple of days ago that these guys are definitely going to make it through to the next round. And like he said, we are here to actually look at what really transpired in that particular game. This is Locker Room, where we break down every football conversation, and of course give you a side that will definitely make you get informed and see the bigger picture of the true story. Welcome once again, I say. This is Locker Room. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Jerry joins me in the studio. Jerry, good evening. Of course, we're here talking about, the very big moments. Last night, lots of conversation. Japan actually got exited. Brazil actually came back, showing just why they are the most decorated side in the World Cup. And the late night game, the Netherlands was, they tried to actually do everything they could to actually pick it. They scored first, but then Issa Diop rose to actually bring them back into that game before the man who is actually the man of the moment for the Moroccans, talking about Ismail Sabari, actually buried them and, of course, sealed the game for them.
Yeah.
You called that right. You said they are definitely going to pick it.
Yeah, I saw Morocco going through just because I believe that Morocco has great characters in their team. And the spirit of the performance at the 2022 edition is still with the team. There's still coordination with the side. A lot of players in the team have greater belief. They now believe that they can hold their own. And not to forget, they're better ranked than the Netherlands going into this game. But that's not to push aside the Netherlands side. They had a fantastic performance in the group stages, winning 2 games and losing just a game. And they've been scoring goals for fun. And everything was looking like Netherlands. Each time they go to a World Cup, they're always one of the teams people expect to go as far as even the final or even maybe eventually winning it. Yeah, I've dubbed them the Tottenham of the World Cup.
Well, Jerry, we will explore the Tottenham of the World Cup, like you call them, Netherlands. We'll definitely explore that game, in the course of the conversation. Let's go there. Let's talk about the very first one, which concerns the Super Eagles player, Frank Onyeka. Eventually, that deal has been signed, and of course, it's done now. It's permanently £8 million. He's now a Coventry City player. And one of the things he actually said while joining Coventry City was he came actually for 2 reasons. One is to actually help them, come back to the Premier League, and also to ensure that this side, actually have a very strong competition right there in the Championship. And of course, he finally achieved both, Jerry. Frank Onyeka and Frank Lampard. He actually said Frank Lampard spoke to him, told him about the project, and he actually bought into it and moved over to the Championship. A lot of persons were actually looking at, why are you moving to the Championship? But of course, here is back in the Premier League. Looking at this competitive side and the move he's made, what exactly can you actually help us understand?
Yeah, it's a frank agreement between 2 Franks. And coming from Frank Lampard to another Frank Onyeka, The deal actually worked because he came into that Coventry side and made the midfield very solid. And the fact that he's been given the deal shows that he has really actually paid his dues. And playing the Premier League with them, I think he adds a lot of steel to that midfield for Coventry City and for the Frank Lampard side. And the fact that he has experience in the English Premier League playing for Brentford, it's also an added advantage for the young man. I'm really excited for Frank Onyeka because when he was going to leave Brentford to Coventry, a lot of people were not really excited about it, taking a leap from the Premier League to play in the Championship. And I believe that the project Frank Lampard actually sold to him made him excited and decided that, okay, let me give you the shot playing the Championship with Coventry City. And since he had faith in the side playing for them in the Championship, now they're in the Premier League, there's nothing they would have done than to repay him and show that they appreciate his effort to the team. So I'm excited to see Coventry City next season. A Chelsea legend, talking about Frank Lampard, he has tried his bit with the Championship. He has shown that he's a good manager in terms of holding championships and making sure they qualify to the Premier League. This is the second time he's doing it. I think he did it with Derby County at a point in time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now he's doing it with Coventry City. I would like him to stay this time, at least to see through the season with Coventry City. And let's see if it's that manager that's going to make them survive in the Premier League next season. And of course, it's good to have another Nigerian player upgrading to the Premier League from the Championship. And of course, I can't wait to see what will happen with Coventry City next season.
Let's take a look around the transfer window a bit before we move on to the World Cup games. We also hear that Marcus Rashford is also going to be part of Manchester United, subject to if any deal actually comes through. But as you're a Liverpool fan, right? You follow Liverpool very well. So, but being as a Manchester United fan, right? If you are actually get to see a news like this, looking at how United actually fared from last season, right? How is this deal going to be a plus, or is it going to actually upset the dressing room of Manchester United, knowing how Rashford actually left, with some sort of acrimony?
Yeah, the reason why Marcus Rashford actually left the club side was the fact that he didn't have a good relationship with Erik ten Hag. And I think after Erik ten Hag, a lot of things still went wrong with the club side. And Marcus Rashford, though, did not want to leave Manchester United. He had to leave due to the fact that the manager didn't have faith in him. And when he went to Barcelona, eventually it seems like it actually worked for him. And there's still news that he's still hoping that Barcelona will still come for his services. That's the club he actually wants to go play for if it's not Manchester United. A lot of Premier League clubs have also made the move. Tottenham Hotspur actually bidded for him. He said he was not going to join any Premier League club. That's out of respect for Manchester United. And I believe the hierarchy of the club have seen this player that he still has this love for the club. He still has respect for the club. That means he's a player who will still wear the jersey and die on the pitch for the team. And that is what every top manager wants. And for Michael Carrick, he's a legend of Manchester United. And I think he has played alongside Marcus Rashford before. So I think that relationship will also hold a lot of water. Meaning. And of course, bring some meaning, reason why he would consider, because he has already made his mind that he was never going to play for Manchester United again. And I think the reason why they are talking about Marcus Rashford with Manchester United is because of Michael Carrick. And I think for Michael Carrick, it would do me a lot of good to have someone like Marcus Rashford in their dressing room watching his back. Because definitely, you cannot tell me a lot of players in that team know that Marcus Rashford is a big player. And this is a player who has played on loan with Barcelona last season. He can hold his own against any team in the world. Of course, it will bring some respect. And if Michael Carrick can actually make him play with the team, I think he should be the future captain. Yeah. Say maybe Bruno Fernandes. I think I'm not really excited Bruno Fernandes just being the captain of that side. If a player like Marcus Rashford sit back at home with the team, and of course he's at the World Cup playing for England. If he has a good World Cup, comes back home, stay with Manchester United, I think it will be that would be a big transfer move as far as I'm concerned for Manchester United. And I want to see that happen for Marcus Rashford, for Michael Carrick, and for the club side.
Absolutely. So let's take another very quick look. So another Nigerian player who's also subject to transfer conversations now. Femi Aziz, the young star who actually broke in through the Unity Cup just concluded in London. There are actually conversations and reports that this young man is actually headed to Aston Villa. Aston Villa actually jumped into the fray. And looking at the quality of the young man, looking at where Aston Villa is at this point, I mean, they are champions of Europe, in second-tier competition. Is it the right move for him, or is it too early for the young man?
Yeah, I think it's not too early. Because if you take a look at their Aston Villa side, they're a side who give opportunities to young players who want to really shine and excel. And play under Unai Emery it's a dream for every young player who's still coming up, because he will give you a lot of chances to really show your talent. And of course, for Femi Aziz, he's still very young, and he had a fantastic show in the championship and just missed out on qualification to the Premier League with his side. I would have loved to see him maybe make the Premier League with his side, but unfortunately, that's not the case. But if you look at it, Aston Villa is a very decent side. Of course, they're always a side who challenge for the European sports, and they'll be playing in Europe next season. If you look at it, so definitely. I think it's a big opportunity for Femi Aziz to really sell himself. I think he should make the move without thinking twice, because Aston Villa is a very decent side. They have a very good coach. They're a side that give chances to players of his age, and of course, enough opportunities to play in Europe and also shine in the Premier League.
But you think he's going to really break into the rank and become a regular player, or he's just going to be a backup? I mean, he's a player who's still growing, and what you need at this point is a lot of minutes.
Yeah, a lot of minutes. Let's not forget, some players in the Aston Villa side are going to be making their move. Players like Morgan Rogers, for instance, and some players, maybe Foley Watkins might be staying in their attack. Then every other player in the Aston Villa side is surplus to requirements. Depends on how far any club that wants to get them is willing to go. So, with that being said, Aston Villa really understands that. So they are planning for the future where players leave the club side. So that means that if Aziz comes in, some of those players leave, there will be opportunities for him to actually showcase his talent. So it's a good move for him.
Absolutely. Now let's go straight to the World Cup. Last night we saw Japan, Germany, and the Netherlands got eliminated from the World Cup. The very first game for the night was the Blue Samurai against Brazil. They actually went ahead in that particular game before Brazil came back with 2 goals. I mean, courtesy of Casemiro and none other than Arsenal's Gabriel Martinelli. I mean, Jerry, we actually saw that game, and I recall you were saying, Japan only starts game very well, but they don't usually finish quite very well. And now we're actually seeing the result, 2-1 that one. And these are the teams that actually made it to the round of 16. Canada earlier on defeated South Africa, and now we're having Brazil, the Germany, Brazil, Morocco, and of course, not forgetting the Uruguayans who actually defeated, Paraguay, I beg your pardon, who actually defeated, Germany in that particular game. But Jerry, let's talk about Japan and Brazil. Where did Japan actually get it wrong? Because they started the game very well. In fact, up to the very end, they actually keep pushing. They come out, they sit back quick, and they hit on a fast break. Where did they actually get it wrong? I mean, let's also talk about Brazil. Yes, they won the game, but what exactly did you notice is Brazil's weakness also in this particular World Cup?
Yeah, for Brazil, and the fact that they don't start very well, it's one of their undoing in this competition. A lot of opponents have understand that Brazil don't start games very early. And I don't know, maybe it's just Don Carlos' way of playing. He likes to observe the game, study the game, then let his team grow into the game. They just take it one step at a time. He doesn't like to rush. He likes to take it one step at a time. He can change formations, make substitutions, give directives when the game starts properly. Yeah, that's how Don Carlo likes to coach. For the Japanese side, they came with a game plan. Yes, understanding that this is how Don Carlo likes his team to play. So they decided to hit them on the break. From the blast of whistle, they were putting all the pressure on the Brazilians, and they caved in, and they considered that goal. So for the Japanese side, at the end of the day, I saw a Japan side that could not hold their own for 90 minutes, being the fact that they allowed the Brazilians to keep coming at them. When the Brazilians considered that goal, so if you notice, the Brazilians observed that they could not break the midfield, talking about this defensive midfield of the Japanese side, because they were faster, because they have the tenacity, they have the agility, they can run for 90 minutes without getting tired. So what they started doing, they started making cross balls. They're crossing balls into the 18-yard box. And eventually, Casemiro got that nod and scored that very interesting goal. And for the Japan side, if you look at, they have disadvantage when it comes to height. They're not very good when it comes to jumping and clearing all balls. That is the weakness that the Brazilians used to exploit it and score that goal. I mean, that goal got in. You could see the Japanese side were under pressure. They started exposing themselves. And defensively, when it's 1-1, they see opportunities to go into extra time and play penalties. They should have exploited that move, choke up the midfield, and not give spaces. And that's how Martinelli discovered that space and scored. I think it was just a game of two coaches, as far as I'm concerned. Carlo Ancelotti took advantage of his experience over the Japanese coach, and also the fact that he has better players. Of course, Martinelli, yeah, Premier League experience, and of course, he has a lot of confidence. For him to be in that 18-yard box, retrieve that ball, and bury into the net, it has to be a player who has done it before, who knows what to do when he has such opportunities. And of course, Vinicius Jr. was on fire, was on the turn of the flesh of the players. And for that Brazilian side, they could actually take out a Gomes, bring Danilo into the game. They have a lot of options.
Take out the Casemiro, bring in Fabinho.
But Japan doesn't have that kind of options. I saw Kubo on the bench. I was really surprised. Yeah, and Mitoma missing this championship is also one of the undoing of this Japanese side. So they actually did well, but they were not able to see it to the finish line. That was just it. And of course, Don Carlo using the experience over the Japanese side to get the winner and eventually make it to the round of 16.
But how far do you think this, starting slow for Brazil and the fact that they have to rely heavily on the experience of Don Carlo, how far do you think can take them on this particular journey to win the World Cup?
Yeah, championship games are very, very interesting. You can see that if you can see it through the finish line, in terms of you have the strength, you have a squad depth, it can see you as far as even the final of championship. That's how interesting championships like World Cup is concerned. So it might take them very far. But when they meet teams that are very, very stubborn defensively, it might be their undoing. Fortunately for teams like Brazil, they don't have the likes of Azuris. The Italian team, they'll score you one and it's over. There's nothing you're going to do. Maybe they meet a team like Ghana. Yeah, Ghana will score a goal and they'll lock up defense. No matter what you do, if you like play 100 minutes, it's done and dusted. They still have some sides like that in this World Cup. So if Brazil comes across those kind of teams, and even Morocco, they come across a team like Morocco again, Morocco will definitely want to correct all the errors they made in the first game, allowing the Brazilians to come back into that game and get a 1-1 draw. So eventually it might be their undoing if they have a side who have a very, very good defense, who is resilient, who can play 90 minutes without getting tired, making sure they are stopping all the area balls and lock their defense hard. If they just get a goal and it's over for Brazil.
Sadly, it will be over for Brazil, according to Jerry, if they meet a decent side that can really, really hold their own defensively and, of course, get a goal early in the game. But let's talk about the second game of the night. That one is Germany against Uruguay. A lot of persons actually tip Germany to actually, scale through, knowing that, for the past, I think 3 editions of the World Cup after they won the World Cup in 2014. 2018, they failed to qualify from group stage. 2022, they also failed to qualify from the group stage. And of course, it's in 2026, a lot of persons were expecting them to actually go far. They managed to actually scale through, and of course, in round 32 of this championship, they played against Uruguay, and it was a very difficult game. And Uruguay actually got the goal and got Paraguay. I beg your pardon. I keep saying Uruguay. I keep saying Uruguay.
Yeah.
So Paraguay, in that particular game, and the goalkeeper of Paraguay, Orlando Gil. This guy reminds me of none other than Patrick Chilavert. And this guy there was actually no surprise that he turned out to be the man of the match in that particular game. And the coach, Julian Nagelsmann, actually came out after the game and said, you know what, I'm not leaving the German national team, but if the federation wants me out, I'll definitely, leave. And, but for now, I'm still the manager of the side. And the skipper of the side also came out to talk, talking about, Joshua Kimmich, that this German national team side, we actually do not deserve to qualify. We play woefully in the group stage. Against teams that are not world-class teams, we were expecting to actually come up on top easily, but of course we struggled against them, and now we are here against, Paraguay, and we still struggled. And of course, kudos and congratulations to Paraguay. Jerry, what's going on with Germany? Where exactly did Germany lose this game against Paraguay? Because, bookies all put their money majorly on the German side to actually get over this, Paraguayan side. But then, unfortunately, they were unable to make it. What happened in that particular game?
Yeah, the strength of German sides, it's mostly the fact that they can run at you, for 90 minutes without getting tired. That's why back in the days, when we started watching football back in 94, 98, they called it the German machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're a very tactically disciplined side. They can hit you on the counter. Their build-up play is fantastic. You will love to watch the Germans play. Yeah, they might be playing as if they are not doing anything, but they have a game plan. everything is orchestrated. It's more like an orchestra for the German side. They know when to hit the chords and when to tick the boxes and eventually get that goal. That's how decent German sides play. But I've seen the German side since the time of Joachim Low wanting to play like the South Americans, wanting to play tiki-taka football. That's not the hallmark of a German team. And they rely so much on their attackers. Yes, they are blessed with beautiful attackers in players like Jamal Musiala, the Gnabry's of this world, and of course Florian Wirtz. And yes, they have good attackers, but what about the build-up play from the back? The Germans no longer have great defenders. Yes, that's one of their major undoing. And the over-reliance of Manuel Neuer, who should be retired by now, still holding his own for the German side. I think they should start planning for the future. There are a lot of German players who are looking for the opportunity. Yeah, the Nigerian stroke German player, Menchia, fantastic talent. Yes, they should start building around the younger players, planning for the future. I think if they start building a team around players like Jamal Musiala, Florian Wirtz, I think this German side would have done better in this championship. Give the younger goalkeepers chances, give the younger defenders chances to really prove themselves, because this is their time. Don't continue to recycle players. Yes, Joshua Kimmich, I hope this is his last World Cup. Yeah, though he keeps looking younger even with age. But that being said, I think younger players should be given opportunities with that German side. And they should still stick with Nagelsmann. He's a very interesting manager. And I think the pressure of the German Football Federation wanting some certain players to play and wanting them to play a certain way, not giving the coach the room to really express himself. And they should stick with what works for German football. They should not want to be playing like South Americans. And that's what the South Americans were able to exploit. Talking about the Paraguayans. They knew that this is not, this German side, they're very flexible. They can concede goals. And they came at the Germans without respect. Before, when you are playing the Germans, there's this fear that if you snooze, you lose.
But Jerry, is it just about the quality? Is it just about the style of play of the Germans? Or is it that Germans naturally at this time, the German national team don't really have that fear factor? They don't really have that big character like we used to have, the Toni Kroos in the team, the Thomas Muller, these guys that were headhunters back in the days. In their time, Bayern Munich was arguably the strong side, one of the best side in Europe, and they were at the top of it, running the show right there for their club, the Philipp Lahm of this world and all of that. These guys are core Germans playing for German, but they don't have that. Look at Bayern Munich today. I mean, some of their key players, the top players, are not even Germans. Could that also be, the problem with German national team?
It's also part of the undoing of the German national team, because back in the day, the best German players were all playing for Bayern Munich, if not 80% of them. And take a look at the ones that are playing in Bayern Munich right now. Definitely, apart from Jamal Musiala, is it Manuel Neuer? Age is not on his side. I believe Manuel Neuer has no business starting in goal for the German. Yeah, with all due respect, his experience and so on and so forth, but they should have looked for other younger goalkeepers. A lot of younger goalkeepers who are looking for the opportunity to be in goal for the German side.
But their elimination wasn't any fault of his, because he actually made a very good save in the penalty shootout.
Yeah, I know he made a good save, but with that being said, there's this aura that when the younger players know they are in charge, players like Jamal Musiala, Florian Wirtz, Menchia, they know that, okay, this is their time. Let's take the bull by the horn. Then they should go back to that culture. They have a pattern with the Germans play. Yeah, the style of play is very important. Yeah, if you don't want to play like South Americans, you want to play like England, you don't want to be playing like France. That is not the style of the Germans. That is why Germany had 4 World Cups to talk about. Yeah, but if they continue to play like this, I don't think they might be seeing any World Cup in the next 10, 15 editions. They should change their style, go back to what was actually working for them. Make sure the big players play for the same side like Bayern Munich. Yes, go back to culture. Look at the attack of the Bayern Munich squad. They have Diaz, Harry Kane. It's no longer back in the days where it was Toni Kroos, even Muller. For instance, I was surprised Thomas Muller was dropped anyway. Though age is not on his side anymore.
Long time ago, it's very old.
He's an OG anyway. Yeah, if you want to mix the block, I think Thomas Muller would have added maybe some bit of flair or maybe some flavor to the side. But that being said, they have a lot of attackers. But the defense lineup, you can't really say that there's anything sparking up as far as the defense lineup of that German team is concerned. So if they go back to the culture, get things right, like Nigeria, they'll say go back to the drawing board. maybe Germany will be ready to win the World Cup in the nearest future.
Maybe Germany will be ready to win the next World Cup. Let's go to the last fixture for the night or for the day, because I mean the last fixture was actually played very early this morning, where the Netherlands actually got eliminated by the Atlas Lion of Morocco. I mean, these are the team. This is the team that's actually been carrying African flag in the last, 2 competitions, and they've shown just why they are arguably the best team in Africa at this point. Morocco, again, Jerry, they're under 20 champion, and now they're also looking at maybe getting to the final for the very first time. I mean, a lot of persons are actually looking at this particular fixture against Netherlands and saying, you know what, this might just be Morocco's year, owing to the fact that there's something predictable about World Cup. World Cup has its pattern. And of course, if you look at the Netherlands that they actually defeated, if you look at Netherlands from 2010, you understand that every single team that played or knocked out Netherlands, in the World Cup will definitely make it to the finals. Taking points, in 2010, they got to the final, lost to Spain. In 2014, they got to the semi-finals, lost to Argentina. Argentina made it to the finals. In 2018, they didn't qualify. France, topped the group, and of course, they didn't qualify. So France went to the final, went on to win it in 2018. And in 2022, they got eliminated via penalty shootout by Argentina, and we are here again. They got eliminated again by Morocco via penalty shootout. Is this Morocco's year, Jerry?
Yeah, for Morocco, I think if not for the fact that this penalty shootout went their way, this would have also been a competition where they would have crashed down in the round of 32. And for the Moroccans, fantastic side, but I'm not really impressed with the fact that attack-wise, they don't start game early, which is really sad. Even when they start game early, they are very unpredictable in terms of what's going to happen to this Morocco side, what Morocco side you're going to see on this day. Yes, it might also be their own doing. If they meet a team like Argentina, they will struggle. Because if you take a look at the Argentine squad, Argentina mentally, they win the mentality battle in terms of psychologically, they want to put you under pressure and put you off balance. And that's what Morocco has also been doing to a lot of teams. Mentally, they are ready for you 90 minutes. They win the mentality game. They are focused for 90 minutes. But if the Moroccans get frustrated, you could see the way they play. We saw that at the last AFCON. When the team is frustrated and under pressure, they tend to make mistakes. And if they meet a team like Argentina, like I rightly said, they might struggle, and that might be their own doing. And I know the last time they beat Portugal in the quarterfinals. And I think who they lost to in the semi-final? France. Yeah, if they meet a team again like France, it's going to be a difficult one for them, because most of their players, they have this French background. They more or less, they are the France B-side in this World Cup. Yeah, most of the players, ordinarily, if they didn't play for Morocco, they would have played for France. That's how interesting that Moroccan side is. So, with that being said, I tip them to go far, but winning this World Cup, Morocco is not ready yet. I don't know. I just feel they're still not ready yet.
How far do you think they can go?
They can go as far as the semi-final this time.
Because the next game is against Canada, and you want to also, tip them to actually go ahead.
They're going to beat Canada in 90 minutes. They don't have to waste too much time or stress as far as the Canadian team is concerned. So they should start preparing for the quarterfinals as far as this one is concerned. Then look forward to the semi-final showing. Then whoever they miss the semi-final will actually determine. But if they meet a team as good as France, it's going to be possible to see them.
Where exactly did the Orange, the Command boys, the Netherlands, where exactly did they actually lose that game?
Yeah, they lost focus because that game was, they were already coasting home 90 minutes. All they just need to do to build up the defense. That's the hallmark of every strong coach. When you know that you have an opponent like for like, they have the same talent, they can do and undo. You don't want to sleep. If you snooze, you lose. That's how playing Morocco is. Yes, what they should have done, take away some of the attackers, bring in more defenders, solidify defense, make your defense stronger. It doesn't take anything away from you. It shows that you want to finish well and make sure that you run home with the deserved victory. That's how they were made to pay dearly. Because take a look at the Diop goal. The defense was caught napping, and Diop got that goal. And that's how fortunes changed for the Netherlands. History has also shown that Netherlands are very unlucky when it comes to penalty shootout. And when I saw it was penalty, I knew that it was over for the Netherlands. Somehow, something just told me that Morocco is going to win this via penalties. And most of the key players were losing. Even Achraf Hakimi lost his penalty and so on and so forth. A lot of people have even blaming Virgil van Dijk for that goal was considered against Morocco. I don't know what Van Dijk would have done. Maybe he would have done extra work to stop that Diop goal. That goal was just the fact that the defense got caught slipping and they let themselves loose, thinking that it was over. They don't know it's not over until it's over when you're playing a very tactical side like Morocco.
So Jerry, let's talk about the man of the moment for the Moroccans, Ismail Saibari. That guy, everything he seems to touch right now in this World Cup seems to be gold, right? He scored back-to-back in his last 4 games. Yes, we want to say the last one is just a penalty that actually got, Netherlands knocked out in the World Cup. But then his first 3 games in this World Cup, he scored in all 3 of them. And now this guy just joined Bayern Munich. I mean, what does the future hold for this young man? We've seen players, sparkle like, $1 million in the World Cup, and then they move on to the club level over the season. They struggle. Case in point, James Rodriguez was, the star man of 2014 World Cup. A lot of people were talking about him, but then he moved on to Real Madrid, and it was a really, really struggle for him there. But talking about this young man now, and of course how the Moroccans have actually been able to bring him into play. He wasn't even supposed to be the top striker for them. I mean, I was asking a couple of days ago, where is Yusuf El Kabi, the man who actually did a lot of bicycle kicks. I think he scored about 10 or 9 bicycle kicks, before the AFCON. He's got lots of energy up front. A lot of people were expecting him, but as soon as the new coach actually the new coach actually took over, we stopped seeing him. And this young man here, just stepped into the light, and he's been doing a very good job. Let's talk about this young man and what exactly does the future hold for him.
Yeah, there's a spirit about championship. Some players embrace the championship and become, like I say, the court hero of that championship. And for 98, it was players like Akansuka. Akansuka was playing for a less fancy side, and Turkey.
No.
Was it Turkey or Croatia? Yeah. And was it Davosuka? I don't remember Davosuka. So Davosuka took that championship and he got the golden boot eventually. And it was the same France 98. A lot of people started knowing about the likes of Zidane, the likes of I'm trying to remember the Petit. I didn't know Petit before that World Cup, and even Fabien Barthez. I didn't know him before.
That was a golden generation of French footballers.
So every championship has a way of bringing on some certain players. I think the last World Cup, maybe we didn't really see much of that in the last World Cup. We can say Bono.
Enzo Fernandez.
We can even say Bono. Bono, the Moroccan goalkeeper. Yeah, he had a very interesting championship.
Enzo Fernandez,
out of nowhere.
McAllister.
So that is how championship. Look at the AFCON too. We had Nsue from nowhere for the Equatorial Guineans, being the highlights of the competition. I think in 2010 we had the Uruguayan. I'm trying to remember the Uruguayan striker right now. Diogo Forlan had an interesting 2010 World Cup. So that is how it is. So this World Cup, it looks like it's Sabari's World Cup to really shine, rising as an underdog to become the player everybody's talking about, being on the spotlight. So it's good for Ismail Sabari. He's doing well for himself. And if Morocco go as far as maybe winning the World Cup, who knows? He might be gunning for the most valuable player of the tournament. And it will be an interesting read to see a Moroccan player riding this Moroccan team. And everybody thought immediately that coach leaves, this new coach enters, it's going to be a different kind of fish. Maybe the Moroccan team is going to struggle. But it seems like there's something about this Moroccan side. It's not about the coach. It's about a system they've built, a belief that the players have that they can beat any side. They are not afraid of any team. They play you like for like. They don't care about the big names and so on and so forth. And that is what has been working for this Moroccan side. And of course, congratulations to Ismail Sabari. I think he also made a hurried decision by agreeing to join Bayern in the middle of the championship. Yes, you're already having a good championship. Why not do the waiting game? Who knows? He might have gone to Real Madrid after this championship.
But of course, Bayern Munich is equally as big as Real Madrid.
It's good, but the transfer fee for a player who has done just right now, I think it's a joke.
But Jerry, that's the clause on his contract. I mean, you won't.
I think he would have gotten a better pay. Maybe if he's getting, I'm not really sure about the weekly wage he's going to be getting based on that Bayern move, but he would have gotten more because for the German league, they don't pay players that much. Apart from Bayern Munich, at least having some players who earn as much as £200,000 per week. But if he has done the waiting game, imagine he goes on to become the most valuable player in this tournament. Of course, his transfer fee would have been different. His weekly wage would have been far different for what he agreed to before joining Bayern Munich. So it's a good one for the young man. I wish him all the best. Yeah, and I can't wait to see Morocco going as far as the final.
Yeah, talking about wishing him all the best, let's go straight to the games that we're seeing tonight. The very first one is Erling Braut Haaland and his folks, talking about Norwegian national side against, the Côte d'Ivoire. That match is already, boiling. Everyone is actually talking about that one. And of course, the lineup already dropped. And for the Côte d'Ivoire, we're having Yaya Fofana in goal, Dieu Agbadou, Kosunu, Conan. And of course, these guys are the back four: Sangare, Frankesi, Ulai. These are the midfielders. And in the attack, they're having, Yan Diomande, the man Liverpool almost signed, and Jerry, is so happy that they didn't sign him eventually. Pepe and, Bonny. These guys will be leading the attacks for the, Ivorians in that particular one. Of course, for Haaland and folks, talking about the Norwegian national side, the first 11 in this game is Nyland in goal, Pedersen, Aja, Hagem, and Wolfe. These guys are the back four. And Berg, Odegaard, three of them will be in the middle of the park. And of course, Nusa, Haaland, and Solot. These guys will be running the show up front. It's going to be a very interesting game, Jerry. Of course, we saw how these two guys actually performed, qualifying into this particular round. Where is the pendulum tilting, Jerry? Who's going to pick this one?
Yeah, I see Côte d'Ivoire getting this one due to the fact that they have characters in that team that can actually hurt the Norwegian side. Yeah. All they just need to do is to try as much as possible that will make sure that Haaland has a bad day. And
is it possible to ensure Haaland had?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, we've seen
there's a Solot in that team. Yeah. There's this. I mean, these two guys are like poles, two tall players in that same team, and of course they've got a very mercurial person in Arsenal's mercurial midfielder Martin Odegaard in the middle of the park pulling the string. Is it going to be easy for them in that particular one?
It's not going to be easy, but they should be ready for area duels, and they should make sure that the defense is well choked up with about the Ivorians, and they should be clean.
This Norwegian side defeated Senegal. Senegal is arguably the best team after Morocco in Africa, right?
Yeah, they defeated Senegal, so Côte d'Ivoire can also hold down against the Senegalese side, and they should be ready to play the waiting game. Every minute counts. Every opportunity at goal counts. Don't waste chances. If they waste chances, they might eventually regret it. So the Norwegian side is a very interesting side. The fact that no much expectations, they are taking each game at a time. They are playing more or less like the underdog. And Hurricane, Haaland wants to have this competition to at least talk about, like, okay, yes, he's a top striker. He should be able to carry this Norwegian side to as far as much as possible. But I want to see this Ivorian team win just because they have very interesting players who should be going as far as much as possible in this competition. Yes, I'm happy that Liverpool didn't get Diomande, not because he's not a top quality player. He has not proven that he's a top player, but wasting that amount of money for a player after what happened with the Isak deal, it would have been another situation where there will be pressure on Diomande wanting to prove himself, and eventually he might fumble. So that's just the reason why I'm really excited that Liverpool didn't get that, and the guy chose to play for Paris Saint-Germain. All the best for him. So taking a look at the forward line, they also have Diallo, who's a very Amad Diallo, very interesting Man United player coming from the bench. Is going to add a lot of flavor to the attack of the Ivorian side. That Ivorian side is a very technical, beautiful side. They remind me of Holland style of play, just because maybe they wear the orange as well. So Ivory Coast taking this one for me. I don't know how they are going to come about it, but somehow something tells me that the Ivorians are going to pick this one.
So where are they going to lose it if the Netherlands if the Norwegians will pick it? Where are they going to lose it?
I think they might lose it if they lose focus. They don't take their chances. If the Norwegians get their chances, definitely they're going to bury it because they have very, very sharp shooters who can actually cause a lot of damage. Yes, if Haaland is given any bit of space, he's going to punish you. Same as Solot. I'm even surprised that the Norwegian coach is playing Solot and Haaland at the same time because they are like for like kind of strikers.
It says a lot about the intent of the game.
Yeah, the intent of the game. So he wants to have a lot of options, having two players playing the same style. So whenever the ball gets to them, they have the same advantage, the same opportunities to score. But it might also be the undoing because when two players play almost the same pattern, it's difficult when their pattern clash against each other. But
Solot might be the one dropping for Haaland.
Yeah, of course he has to because Haaland is the star boy of that side. That's not to say they have a lot of players that can also hurt you. in the likes of Odegaard and co. So with that being said, somehow, if they don't bury the opportunities for their variants, they might come to lick their wounds. But if they do, then they'll have a chance. Then if they take it to penalties, they may also have a chance against the Norwegian side.
Well, as the round of 32 continue to shape up into round of 16, let's take a look at the very next game. The runner-up of last World Cup, France against Sweden. That match is built to be... some persons have actually touted that game as a walkover for the French national side. Jerry, do you agree that France might just be strolling past the Swede side?
Yeah, it's not going to be a walk in the park because Sweden also have a lot of attackers that can hurt you. They have a goal, Koresh and Alexander Isak. Isak has had a good tournament so far, so good. I think he has 3 assists already in this championship and a goal to show for his effort. Shows that he has really dusted off all the bad season he had at Liverpool. So for the Swedish side, they are rich in attack. So, and I know France will never underrate any side, most especially the Swedish side, knowing how good they are. And I hope Deschamps is back. After he lost his mom, he had to leave the camp to go and pay his last respect to his mom, who he just lost. And the fact that the likes of Kylian Mbappe wants this championship to be all about them. And if they're able to stop Mbappe, if they succeed in stopping Mbappe, then they can have a chance against France. But if they don't, it's going to be a difficult one against the French national team. But I think it would be an upset to see Sweden beat France, because France are the top favorites as far as this World Cup is concerned. Last edition finalist, everything is going on well for the French national team. So they are not going to underrate Sweden. That's the hallmark of a side that is very serious. And they have a top manager who has won the World Cup before, who was in the final of the last edition. So that is what is riding on for this French national team. So they have a Dembele, the current Ballon d'Or winner of the year. And of course, he was not happy that he didn't get to score in his first 2 games. And of course, he's back. He's scoring. He scored 2 goals in your last game.
3 goals.
3 goals now to show for his effort. A hat-trick, I beg your pardon.
Yes. So he's got 4 goals. Haaland has got 4 goals in that team.
So it's very timely. So the attackers are scoring already. So the excitement of scoring is already in that team. So for the 2 sides, we're going to see a lot of goals eventually in this game. But the one who scores more goals will eventually win this one.
Who's likely going to score more goals then?
Yeah, France, of course. They have more opportunities of scoring more goals at front. And I'm not really putting my faith on players like Isak and Gyökeres, because they are players who you can actually stop. But how many players can actually stop Dembele and Mbappe? Of course, there are not much defenders who can actually do that.
And of course, you have to also contend with Olise, and they might also bring in a certain Ryan Cherki to also help spicing the attack. But Jerry, let's look at this particular thing. I mean, football games usually are not cast in stone. Sometimes you say this team is going to have a triumph, and then you get to see something different when the game eventually starts. How can Sweden win this game?
Yeah, Sweden has to win this game. They have to also do the waiting game, score goals, make sure your defense is disciplined, and there should be a man 90 minutes duty on Mbappe and Dembele. If they are able to do that and successfully do that, then they can have a chance of winning this game. Maybe drag it to penalties. If they see they cannot win it via 90 minutes, then penalties is anybody's game. France has proven to be on the unlucky side when it comes to penalties. So maybe they could actually win this one via penalties.
Well, let's look at the last game that we'll be seeing today, or you want to say very early tomorrow. And that is, a game that is about one of the host nations in Mexico, and they'll be playing against Ecuador. Interesting side, Ecuador managed to actually make it through to the round of 32 in this particular game, while Mexico actually topped their group. Jerry, this is another very interesting, team in this particular World Cup. Mexico, they've shown that, they have what it takes to actually hold their own on a very big day. And these 2 guys are actually quite familiar because they are very close to playing the same South American Championship. And now we're actually seeing Canada is already through. So there's also pressure on Mexico to also be part of the team that will be making it to the next round, because, of course, they're also one of the host nations of this particular tournament. But on a balance of scale, who's going to pick this particular tie?
Yeah, I see Mexico picking it just because of the fact that home advantage. They successfully made sure that they won all their 3 games to top their group. And for Mexico, I think among the 3 host nations, they are the better football playing nation. And of course, we've seen a lot of legends, the likes of Marquez, come from Mexico. And the fact they're playing at home, home advantage is going to count for them against an Ecuador side, who they really understand because they've played them on several occasions, the Copa America, in friendlies, and they understand each other's style of play. So they are opponents who understand each other very well. They're familiar foes. So I see Mexico picking this one just because of, first of all, home advantage and the fact that there's a character in that side that's really interesting in that Mexico side. They are not afraid of anybody, and they really have something to prove in this championship. So I see Mexico picking it up against Ecuador. Though it's not going to be easy, but at the end of the day, we're going to see interesting goals coming in this game. A true South American game, Ecuador versus Mexico. And of course, I'm already licking my lips. It's going to be a beautiful game to watch out for, but Mexico picking it up at the end of the day.
So give me your, before we talk about the Mexico scoreline, let's talk about the French scoreline. What exactly is the scoreline you're predicting for the French-Sweden game?
Yeah, if France gets it right, a 3-1 in favor of France against Mexico, against Sweden. But if things don't happen for Sweden, then maybe a penalty shootout where Sweden eventually wins. But if it doesn't get the penalty, a 3-1 in favor of France.
A 3-1 in favor of France. So let's look at the Mexico-Ecuador game this time around. Jerry, you said it's going to be a game with a lot of goals. How many goals are we expecting this game?
Maybe a 3-2 or even a 3-1 as well. Then if Mexico doesn't get the goals doesn't pour in from both teams, I think I'm going to see Mexico win by 2-0.
So interesting. Jerry said Mexico might actually win that game by 2-0. But look at the way it's actually shaping up right now. If France eventually defeats Sweden, we are most likely going to see a Paraguay play France in the round of 16. And of course, that Brazil game, the winner between this particular side, the Ivorian against Norway, is definitely going to be playing against Brazil. Another very quite interesting tie. But Jerry, let's look at those two ties. If it happens, who can Brazil survive any of those two?
Yeah, of course. Brazil can actually stop the Ivorians, who I tipped to make it to the round of 16 in this one. So the Ivorians too can also hold the Brazilians. They have flair. They have a side that is disciplined, like for like. They will not be afraid of the Brazilians. They're going to take the game to them, and they'll be ready to do the damage for 90 minutes. And they also have squad depth, just as the way Brazil has. But for Norway, I don't know about them against Brazil. Yes, that's it.
So let's get to see what happens first, and then we'll talk about them eventually if they qualify, how the game against Brazil is going to actually pan out. This is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain, Jerry.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
And of course, for our viewers, do join us same time tomorrow. We'll be here to actually look at the result of this game, and of course, the games that will be coming the day after. And of course, do not also forget to join the guys tomorrow morning, Kizzy and Afis, as they will be taking us through the world of sports, talking about Sport Republic Show. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Have a beautiful weekend.
Champions of the world, and the nation will tango all night long.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV.
Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the Evie premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
The skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low price alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded.
Well, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Now, this is Voice of the People Television. We apologize profusely, for starting the show late. Our guest had to maneuver his way. It's been raining cats and dogs in Lagos since the day before yesterday. That Sunday, parts of the city flooded, and you can imagine. But graciously, he's here, and we are going to kick into the show right away. I am Chukwuma Okoro, and good to have you join us. Well, as the countdown to the 2027 general elections gathers momentum, Nigeria's political atmosphere is heating up with fresh controversies, courtroom battles, and allegations that could shape the nation's democratic future. Well, tonight, we'll look at the lawsuit seeking to stop President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from seeking re-election based on fresh controversies surrounding his certificate upload in INEC in 1992, 2022, 2023, and all of that. Well, the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC's legal victory and access to the INEC's portal, and Atiku Abubakar's warning of an alleged plot to keep the ADC, that is the African Democratic Congress, off the ballot. Are these normal political or legal processes, or are they signs of a deeper struggle over the future of Nigeria's democracy? Well, our guest in the studio here will analyze the facts, the politics, and what these developments could mean for voters ahead of 2027. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Shegu Shopito. Shegu is the chairman and Accountability, Candor, and Transparency International, but he appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Shegu, and thanks for joining us.
It's my pleasure
to
be
have
here.
you join us. After all said and done,
it's a pleasure, it's Lagos.
It's Lagos for you.
Once it rains.
Let's quickly run into it. A civil society group, the Center for Reform and Public Advocacy, CFRPA, has filed a suit at the Federal High Court of Nigeria in Kano, seeking to disqualify Bola Ahmed Tinubu from contesting the 2027 presidential election. The group alleges that Tinubu submitted forged academic documents, including certificates linked to Chicago State University and the National Youth Service Course Program, and claims he lacks the constitutional educational qualification required to run for president. The lawsuit also accuses the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, of failing to act on its petition regarding Tinubu's eligibility. The case has generated mixed public reactions, with some Nigerians supporting judicial review of the allegations, while others argue that the claims remain unproven and that the courts should determine the matter based on evidence rather than political debate. Shegu, we are here again. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 1992, 2023, and now 2027. Allegations of false certificate and all of that. You record a back and forth, in all of that. And let's have your broad reaction to this issue again. Is it coming up as a matter of sincere legal dispute, or is it coming up because some people want to try to stop the president from contesting? A lot of Nigerians believe that, well, this matter is done and dusted. And so why is it that some people are raising it again? Is it actually done and dusted?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here again. And I think that one has to look at this issue from a number of perspectives.
Okay.
If you want to look at it first from the legal perspective, or you may also want to look at it from the political and social perspective, where you're looking at the impact of these types of issues on the fabric of society. What does it do to a country that practices democracy to have in the highest office of the land persons whose credentials and, in fact, some would argue the entire identity is subject to so much controversy, debate, subterfuge, and so on and so forth. That's a serious perspective that must bother all of us. One would hope that Nigeria would get to the point, at some point in the near future, hopefully, where anybody that is aspiring to the highest office in the land must be an upstanding citizen in every regard, completely short and bereft of any kind of reproach, alleged or otherwise. That's where one would hope that we will get as a country, because if you don't have that, then you would always have leadership that is compromised by baggage. And that is the danger of having these types of situations hanging around. The person that is sitting in the highest place, this is the most important person in this country at the moment, some would argue. So there's that perspective. And I think that from that point of view, I don't think this matter is ever going to go away until maybe this particular president ceases to hold office when he finishes his term, either in 2027 or in 2031, depending on the outcome of this election. The other angle is to look at it from the legal perspective. And even though I'm no lawyer, I've been involved in litigation often enough. It's been a while that we've been on this planet and in this country. So we do understand how the law works. And, we've had conversations with lawyers. And even before coming on this show, I had to consult, with the lawyers in my organization and just friends.
Okay.
So
what's their position in all of this?
So coming from a strictly legal angle, okay, there are two issues here. One is the issue of locus. That is, the right of this particular party to litigate this issue. Lawyers would argue that there is a broad perspective of locus and there is a narrow perspective. From the narrow point of view, judges would always tell you that if you have suffered no direct harm or damage as a result of the issue you are seeking redress from, okay, you have no locus. So if you come from that very narrow perspective, then it's very difficult to understand what business this organization has with the credentials of the president, because, one, they are not a political party.
But they are Nigerians.
Yes. So if you then expand the definition of locus to the broader perspective, where you say, in matters of public interest, okay, then anybody can litigate. Anybody can bring a matter and say, look, I've been injured. So maybe from that perspective, and this is always dependent on the discretion and the judgment of the adjudicator, in which case would be the judge. So if you come from that angle, yes, maybe you would say that they have locus. But then the other part of this is this matter has been litigated on extensively, like you mentioned. 1992, in 2023, after the outcome of the elections.
As a matter of fact, in the 90s, when he was governor of Lagos State,
exactly.
the State House of Assembly at some point summoned him to come and answer to questions of, questions about his certificate.
Exactly.
And all of that.
And these issues were addressed. Most recently, we had cases in the United States where the university in question was called to give evidence in a court of law in the United States. And they did confirm that somebody called Bola Ahmed Tinubu attended their university.
Okay.
But in that proceeding, they failed to confirm that they issued that certificate. They failed to. They just said this person attended our university. When they were confronted with, is this certificate from you? They neither denied nor confirmed. Which leaves room for further conjecture. So that matter is there. But the issue is that in Nigeria, the Supreme Court has ruled on this matter, and very crucially, the Electoral Act 2026, the amendments of the 2022 Electoral Act that's resulted in the current one that we're operating, has now consigned issues of certificate forgery, credentials, to pre-election matters. And if it's a pre-election matter, the only way you can bring a case forward is if you are contesting against that person. In this case, that's not the case. So some of my lawyer friends laughed it off and said these guys they're just forum shopping, and they're jesters in the courts, and I don't think that anything serious is going to come out of it. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's from the legal angle, because there are a lot of, like you said, many perspectives to it. Because if you go back in 1992, the president at that point, did say, or even in 1999, when he was running for governor of Lagos State, at some point he said initially that he attended the government college in Ibadan.
Absolutely.
And in 2023, when he was running for presidency, he now said he attended Government College Lagos and that he graduated in 1970. Unfortunately, the Government College Lagos then, as it is now, was established in 1974. And if you go back to the issue of, the person that attended Chicago State University, at some point it was discovered, like you said, the school couldn't confirm, they said he confirmed that Ebola A. Tinubu attended, but couldn't confirm that the certificate he presented was given from them and all of that. According to them, they didn't have records. Yeah. But there was another snack to it, because the Bola A. Tinubu that attended, incidentally, was a female, by gender classification and all of that. And so now the question is, in all of this, the Supreme Court in Nigeria, which is the final arbiter, has said, well, this matter is foreclosed. You recall that Atiku Abubakar did a lot of work. Atiku went to the United States and still obtained further documents that he submitted to the Supreme Court. And I think rules of the Supreme Court, section 70 or something like that, 7 or 70, said, well, that it is at the discretion of the Supreme Court to admit, fresh evidence to help a matter succeed. And at that point, Supreme Court said, well, we are not going to. So, but in all of this, my question is, at this point, these people have gone. So, peradventure, they have the information, the further information that Atiku had. So, you are saying that the Electoral Act forecloses everything because, they don't have locus.
Absolutely.
Going by the provisions of the Electoral Act.
Absolutely. So the question that this may also then raise, which I would hope that the actors will test in court, is when you say pre-election matters, are you confining those matters to intra-party matters, or can they be inter-party? Because if they can be inter-party, then you would argue that maybe Alhaji Atiku Abubakar / the ADC, maybe joining the NDC / Peter Obi, can approach the court and seek the opinion of the judiciary with regards to the veracity or the authenticity of the certificate of a person they are contesting against before the elections hold. My understanding of pre-election matters is it's intra-party. It means that, within the party, during the primaries, after the primaries, before the primaries, you can raise any kind of issue, and judges, courts can make pronouncements. But once the election holds, whether before elections are declared or after results are declared, it's no longer pre-election. So the question would be, can Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, for example, sue and say, this man that we're about to contest against does not have a valid secondary school or university certificate, and we have evidence, and then present the transcripts or the ruling of the court in the United States as evidence to back their claim. I think this would be an interesting angle, and I would
interesting
hope
legal
that
angle, especially coming from a high court. These people went to a high court in Kano, in faraway Kano State, and whether they have jurisdiction over the case and all of that is we are going to determine, or we are going to get to know about all of that in the course of time. But then, talking about Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, what should be the role of INEC in all of this? Because Peter Obi has called on INEC to ensure that they verify the authenticity of certificates of candidates who are going to run their elections, because practically, this is INEC elections. INEC owns the elections, and so they have the onus of proof too to ensure, well, that this person is credible based on the fact before us, that he is qualified to contest this election. Should INEC be the one to say, if we remove it from if the Electoral Act, makes it a pre-election matter and now domiciles it within the party, and of course, within the APC, it would be pretty difficult for anybody to come up and say, okay, impossible. I'm saying difficult, and you're saying it's impossible. Absolutely. For anybody to come and say, hey, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are not qualified to run the elections. So should it be the INEC doing that? And do you think that INEC also has the locus to verify? Since the court has said, anything that, they said in cases of leadership. Yeah. So basically, straightforward question, do you think that INEC should be the one to verify the authenticity of these certificates?
I think they owe it to Nigerians to do their due diligence with regards to any document that is presented to them. I think it's a minimum requirement that should be their responsibility to ensure that otherwise, if anybody can present any piece of paper and claim that this is a qualification for the election that person is standing for, then we may be leaving ourselves open to anarchy. So I think that it is the duty of INEC to confirm and verify those documents, and to do so, they are a statutorily established body, an agency of government. So it won't be very difficult for INEC to write a letter, for example, to the court in the United States to say, look, or even to Chicago State University. I believe that INEC should go to that level of detail. Okay. But the question, you see, there is a counter narrative to that, and a counter argument will be that there are, I think, at the very minimum, 4,500 or something like that offices that are being contested for during any election cycle. And that if INEC were to then go about verifying documents that are presented by every single one of the candidates for those 4,000 offices. Now, you are talking multiple parties, in this case, maybe up to 21 parties, presenting candidates for 4,000. It's impossible. Okay, so now,
that people like Peter Obi have said, INEC verify at least at the presidential level.
Exactly. So what I would expect, and we had this conversation also in 2022, and Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar at that time, and even supporters of this current president said it at that time, they laughed at the apparent incompetence and the incompetent handling of the grievances that these opposition candidates had against their contestant at that time, who is now the president. What is Peter Obi doing? What is Atiku Abubakar doing right now? By not sending a petition to INEC. They should, so if you send a petition to INEC to say, we have evidence that the document that this contestant is presenting to you is forged, you force INEC, and in fact, I would even say they can go a step further to get a court order mandating INEC to verify those certificates. There's so many possible routes to trying to, authenticate these claims by the president.
Okay.
Now, what are they doing? Why are they not doing that?
Now you have stated what should be.
Yeah.
In practical terms, do you think that INEC will go out of its way to do all of this?
Look, if
the
you,
INEC that you know, the Nigerian situation that you know.
Even based on the current leadership, who many have alleged is an APC, publicly confirmed APC supporter, you would assume that INEC, if you leave it to their discretion, they won't do anything. Even if you go about this by way of a petition, it's at their discretion to say, look, this is frivolous and we're not going to attend to it. But if you then take it a step further to go to court and test the waters and see whether the court will issue you, I think they call it a mandamus. It's an order compelling action of another party. So why can't they go to court to get such an order to compel INEC to confirm? So why are they not exploring these options and alternatives before the elections come up? It would be very ridiculous for us to go through all of this, and then after elections, some people are starting to scream and cry that he forged the certificate and all that. It would be ridiculous, especially given
I'm happy that we are at this point now.
Especially given the experience that we had in 2022.
Okay.
We've been through this before, so what are they doing? Why are they not being more proactive?
Okay, I'm happy that we got to this point. Now, let's examine the social currency of this matter. Some people are like, what are you doing with the president's certificate if he's delivering? At the last count, they said Shehu Shagari, was a TC2 holder, teacher certificate, and he was president at that time. And at some point, we also had PhD holder, like Goodluck Jonathan. In fact, his principal, whom he succeeded, talking about Yaradua, had a master's degree. And Nigerians are asking, what did we gain in all of this? So the basic question Nigerians are asking, if the president is delivering on his promises, should it matter if he forged the certificate or even if he has a qualified school certificate? So what do you think in all of this? What rubs off on the other, performance and academic qualification? Which one? What should it be?
I think before you even get to the question of performance, you have to deal with the question of moral standing in a society. You can't start talking about performance without looking at what is morally right. A person who is an alleged criminal, who is an alleged forger, cannot, look, no amount of performance of any kind of sort can wash away the decay in the fabric of society that having a person of questionable moral character in the highest office. Because what you are doing is called signaling. You are basically telling the society what is acceptable. So you have to take the issue of performance and shove it in one corner and say, look, yes, this person might be doing well, but you cannot give this type of example to your teeming 100 and something million young Nigerians and tell them that it does not matter whether you go to school, it does not matter whether you forge your certificate, just succeed. Because once you've succeeded, whatever success means, then everything is fine.
More like the end justifies the means.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So
Shegu, let me ask you are out there, you're an analyst, and you hobnob a lot, interact and interface a lot, with the public. So do you think that it will have mattered to the average Nigerian if the president is alleged to not have submitted, authentic certificates, if between 2023 and now, fuel price reversed to like 150 naira per liter, and we saw the naira at probably 150 or 110 naira. You walk into your apartment, you touch the wall in terms of the switch, and there is light. You open the water faucet, and there's water. Your children go to school, public school, very good education. You go to hospital, you are attended to, and all of that. Would it have mattered to an average Nigerian if we had all of these things, but the president is alleged to have forged the certificate? What do you think matters to the average Nigerian?
I think the average human is primarily interested in their personal interest, first and foremost. What's in it for me?
Okay.
So if you come from that angle, and that's where most humans almost inevitably and invariably always come from, it takes a certain level of higher thinking to leave your personal benefits and look at higher issues of morality, and all of that. So from that perspective, I doubt if anybody would care if the person is even, even if they have, didn't Nigerians say that if Buhari present NEPA certificate, that they are okay. They just want good
because
Jonathan
they believed
out.
it was going to do good by them.
Exactly. So if Nigerians have said that, we already have the answer to your question. Even if Bola Ahmed Tinubu has a newspaper clipping as his certificate that has been used to sell Bolly in the market, and then he presents it to INEC. If he had brought power, electric generation and distribution to 20,000 megawatts, and like you say, you switch on your light, 20 hours a day, you get electricity in your house.
Turn on the tap,
petrol is
water.
selling at 200 naira per liter. In fact, let's even say 500 naira per liter. I think at this point, Nigerians would gladly celebrate that. And so on and so forth. I don't think anybody will care. But there are people, and I am one of them, who would say those things don't matter.
Okay.
Let's start from building society on foundations that are sound and that can stand the test of time.
Anyway, all right, thank you very much. This case is already in court in Kano State, and so let's see how much progress it makes in the coming days.
Absolutely.
Let's move away from that. Now, Seraki Dixon announced that Seraki Dixon, national leader of the NDC, has announced that his party, the NDC, has been granted access, to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC's portal, to upload its candidates for the 2027 general elections. He said the party has appealed a recent court ruling affecting its status, but remains largely legally registered, has completed its primaries nationwide, and has already begun uploading candidates' names within INEC's deadlines. Well, Dixon praised INEC for complying with court orders and recognizing the party's participation in the electoral process. He also called for the protection of Nigeria's multi-party democracy and urged the judiciary and other institutions to remain impartial, and expressed confidence that the courts will fairly determine the pending appeal while reaffirming the NDC's commitment to democratic governance. Now, Shegu, this is a fresh of breath air, good news to some people, a lot of people, especially the AP's NDC adherents and all of that. So did you see this coming? Because as at the time that that court judgment was given, the people on the other side were, hey, finally we said it, NDC, Okwanso, P2B will not be on the ballot, and it has happened. But graciously and fortunately for them, INEC has said, well, these are the codes, upload, and P2B has uploaded, Okwanso has uploaded, other people are uploading. Even ADC, got access codes, despite the pending court cases. Absolutely. And so do you think that INEC is doing good by doing all of that?
I think we should commend INEC,
and
commend especially Professor Joash Amokwit. We shouldn't be quick to bash without also being honest enough to celebrate when the right things are done. It would have been very easy. And we've seen this same INEC under the same, INEC chairman do exactly that. It could have been very easy for him to lean on these court orders, these two court orders, in spite of the fact that a stay of execution has been sought. But has it been delivered yet? No. So the INEC could easily have leaned on those court orders and denied those two parties from accessing, their portal. So to the extent that they have followed the laws of natural justice to say, look, I think it will create a bit more chaos if we go down that route. Let's allow them. If a court eventually rules, it will take INEC nothing to just shut them down and say, look, you can't participate in this process anymore. So INEC should be commended, at least for going on with the appearances for now. If you want to do harm, there are also times, and this must also be said, that there are also times when you have to be careful in how you go about it. You don't want to make it blatant and obvious that you are being mischievous. And maybe that might also be another reason why INEC has gone down this route. But whichever way it is, I think they should be commended for
INEC should be commended. I'm happy.
The appearance
in fact, I'm impressed the way you both sides of it, because I've heard people say, when I said, well, INEC has given NDC the access codes to upload their candidate, and someone said, well, INEC is just playing along, leading them on to the extent that at some point, it will be difficult to blame INEC and now blame the court. So that INEC is just playing along, that they are acting a script that will eventually, and by the time that, no, this is not me speaking. I understand. From what I glean from outside and all of that. And so people say that it will get to a point where INEC will box them in, and that it will be difficult for them to extricate themselves from that bind. In all that you understand, do you think that INEC is gradually leading them, to the slaughterhouse by saying, well, the appeal court, let us not, you said chaotic, that they might create chaos
Absolutely.
if they stop them now.
Absolutely.
And that there's a semblance of an appearance of, okay, it's all good.
Compliance.
But at the end of the day, they have a script that they are playing to. Which one is it for you?
No, I won't go down that route because we have to be careful with how much we allow speculation to drive narratives. So I won't subscribe to that. I think that we have to, for the moment, deal with what is in front of us at face value because we have no evidence for whatever position or that position that we decide to take. So at the moment, INEC has done what it should do. It could have acted otherwise. So if someone is accusing them of playing a script and leading, these parties down a road where they can then box them in and slaughter them, maybe, but we don't know. To the extent that they have chosen not to do that, to continue to comply now, they should be commended. Now, if things change down the line, we will then see it. And if you ask me, I don't think that INEC is scripting anything. I think INEC is an instrument. It's like basically a cutlass or a sword in the hands of the political class. And they are the ones that will decide how they want to wield that sword. And it's INEC's duty to simply either allow itself to be wielded if it's being wielded right, or reject that wielding if it's wrong. So I don't think INEC is necessarily playing out a script. I think some political actors are behind all of these things. And if the time comes, if the judiciary then, for example, if the appeal court rules against the ADC, for example, and says, yeah, you should be deregistered, what can INEC do, really? Let's be honest with ourselves. If the appeal court rules and ADC then goes to Supreme Court, gets a stay of execution, then INEC again does not have a choice but to continue to comply. So I think INEC is only an executor in this case, and we can't ascribe too much in terms of intentions.
Okay, now
at this point in time.
Okay, now talking about political actors, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has alleged that there are coordinated efforts by elements within the ruling administration, talking about APC again, to prevent the African Democratic Congress, that's his party ADC, from appearing on the ballot in Nigeria's 2027 general election. He claims to have received credible information, that's coming from Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President, that he has received credible information suggesting that political, legal and administrative tactics could be used to sideline the opposition. His party echoing similar allegations earlier made by Timi Frank. Well, Atiku urged the judiciary, INEC, security agencies, civil society groups and the international community to remain vigilant against actions that could undermine the electoral process. He urged and argued that democracy should be decided by voters rather than through institutional interference, insisting that no amount of political pressure or judicial manipulation will stop Nigerians from desiring the change or the change that they desire. So, Shegun, Atiku Abubakar, for the umpteenth time, he's saying that there are plots to stop him and others from being on the ballot in 2027. At last count, I think ADC has 3 court cases. Some of them flimsy, as some analysts have said, not me. Look at the Kachuku case. Look at the Nafiu Balagombe case, which has been put off like 3 or 4 times. At some point, they were even looking for a judge, to handle this case. They couldn't source one. I mean, you can imagine the chief registrar, the chief judge of the the Federal High Court looking for a judge to hand the case to, and no one was available because Nafiu Gombe has said, well, I want a particular judge to try this case, and they couldn't find any. So in all of this, does it look to you, the case was initially mentioned or slated for 5th of June, moved to 8th of June, and now on the 15th, they put it off to 7th of July. What do you see coming for the ADC? Do you think that Atiku Abubakar might be right? Because he's not the only person that has alleged. Adewale Adebayo, presidential candidate of the SDP, at some point said, Bola Tinubu wants to be the sole candidate for APC, PDP, ADC, Labour Party, and even my own party, SDP. What do you see in all of this?
Unless one is hiding one's head in the sand, as far as the Nigerian political terrain is concerned, you can't but give very serious attention to what Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is saying. I think it's an African proverb, or maybe a Yoruba proverb, that says that when the witch cries tonight and the child dies tomorrow morning, then surely you have to look at the witch that was crying and say, look, What did you must have had a hand in the death of this, my child. Why? Why is it that the ADC was relatively free of controversy? ADC is not a new political party. They've been in existence for a long time, many, many years, before the last election cycle in 2023. Why is it that all of a sudden there is a furious number of litigation trying to destabilize the party? Is that a coincidence? When all of a sudden a heavyweight like Atiku has found his way into the ADC. Remember that the SDP, when the coalition was contemplating using the SDP as a platform, this issue of litigation reared its head briefly. And then as soon as Atiku Abubakar left and Peter Obi left, it all died down. How come that the NDC that was registered just in December of 2025,
as a matter of fact, in February,
thank you, is suddenly finding itself embroiled in a case by a mysterious party that just appeared out of the woodworks and says that they are supposed to have been a party to a matter where they were not even joined or mentioned at all. These things cannot be coincidences. So you have to listen to what Atiku Abubakar is saying, and you have to believe what Prince Adewale Adebayo said. Look, I have interacted with Prince Adewale Adebayo personally. I know enough about him to know that this guy is a man of means.
Okay.
He is not a small boy. And he doesn't speak. One thing I like about him is that he speaks with responsibility.
Okay.
So you remember that when President Tinubu won the last elections, Adewale Adebayo, who was a presidential contestant against him, was one of the first people to come out and say, look, elections are over, somebody has won. A lot of people in the obedient movement went after him and said he's a betrayer, that maybe it's because he's a Yoruba man or something like that. So the point I'm making is this guy has always tried, and he's a lawyer, by the way, so he's always tried to speak in measured tones and speak what I believe to be, to a certain extent, a reflection of the truth. So we have to pay attention to what Adebayo said. He heard himself with his own ears what the president said about being the only person on the ballot, about saying that, look, how can the president who has said time and time again that he is a pro-democracy activist come out to say, I don't want you pull on the ballot. If only 3 people vote, I will have won. You can't say that as a Democrat. You want to emerge victorious from a robust contest that has as many people as possible. Mass participation, so that the legitimacy of your mandate is not in doubt, whether locally or internationally. And I know that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu understands this. So for all of these things to be happening now, I'm not saying that President Tinubu is the one behind all of this.
Okay.
I suspect he might not even be at all. But there are enough mischievous, overzealous political actors within the APC with enough means to be behind all of this, chaos. My only concern is the president, having claimed to be a pro-democracy fighter, should have been calling them to order.
Okay.
It's so sad that a former dictator who called himself a reformed Democrat in the person of the late Muhammad Buhari is now somebody we're pointing back to as an example to a pro-democracy fighter in the current president.
Of what democracy should look like.
Yes, because, you remember that one of the things that we used to kind of disparage the late former president about is his very distanced disposition towards political scheming.
Okay.
In fact, there was this thing about toothpick, this meme that went around on the internet with him, chaos in the background, and he's just sitting on an armchair, with this toothpick. The guy not send. He repeatedly said, let people contest the elections, whoever wins, swear the person in. We remember Buhari saying this a lot of times. How come somebody who was a dictator is the one saying these types of things, and then somebody who said he was a founding member of NADECO that forced the military to a standstill is now the one under whose watch these types of schemes are happening, and he's looking away. Look, it will be a disaster for Nigeria, and we must say this without mincing words. If somehow these schemes result in only the president being on the ballot that is a credible heavyweight in Nigeria politics, we may be heading for chaos and you look, because if you take the right of people to redress away from them from legal channels, they will go through illegal channels. And we have already had threats of coup in this country. It's no longer subterfuge. It's not something we need to say carefully. The government itself has come out to say certain officers in the military are being tried for an attempted coup, a coup attempt. So we can't wave those things away. The president needs to, and all of his actors, people around him, and even Atiku, and Peter Obi and co, needs to understand the weight and the gravity of the moment and not throw our democracy under the bus on the altar of their own ambition. It will be dangerous for Nigeria.
Very dangerous for Nigeria. And I hope we don't get to a point where it becomes very, very dangerous for Nigeria. Well, this will be a good place to anchor this conversation. I've been speaking with Mr. Shegu Shopito. Shegu is chairman of Accountability, Candor, Transparency International. It's been a very interesting conversation, and I must say a very big thank you to you, Shegu. And I hope that we can do this some other time.
Absolutely.
I appreciate your presence always.
My pleasure.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the bus manager, technical director, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Andem. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye for now.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys!
guys, it's your girl Arike of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you're rocking with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
On the streets, we go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight we're focusing on the growing diplomatic tensions surrounding xenophobic attacks in South Africa and Nigeria's demand for compensation for affected citizens. We're also examining fresh developments in the 2027 presidential race as reports emerge of Peter Obi's name appearing on the INEC portal and his call for greater transparency in candidate documentation. In addition, we would look at the government's efforts to tackle exploitation in the petroleum and cooking gas sectors amid concerns over pricing and supply. And finally, we will discuss the federal government's approval of far-reaching reforms for the National Youth Service Corps, including plans to make the agency civilian-led and more skills-oriented. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The xenophobia crisis in South Africa continues to generate concern across the continent. Fresh protests have erupted in parts of South Africa following anti-migrant campaigns and deadlines reportedly issued to foreign nationals, reigniting fears among African migrants, including Nigerians. Meanwhile, the federal government says it will engage with the South African government to seek compensation for Nigerians forced to leave behind businesses and properties amid anti-migrant protests in the country. This is coming days after a former Nigerian ambassador to Switzerland, Joseph Ayalogo, advised Nigeria and other African countries to demand compensation from the South African government for victims of xenophobic attacks. Ayalogo further stated that the South African government has not really done enough to rein in her people and to stem xenophobic attacks on Nigerians and other Africans. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Benson Abu. He is a researcher and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Benson Abu.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. Let me start with you. I'm sure, of course, we've been following this South African, this xenophobic attacks in South Africa, and of course the repatriation of Nigerians. We've been following it for quite some time. And the third batch of Nigerians have come back to, the third batch, yes, of Nigerians are back to the country. And, you know, when you hear, of course, a former commissioner, a former envoy rather, had said that there's a need for, you know, South Africa to actually pay compensation. And here our federal government is also saying that, yes, they would actually have these talks with South Africa. Do you agree that compensation should be paid by South Africa?
Yeah, well, let me start first by saying, making the statement a kudos to the government, even though it is coming late, for bringing back Nigerians who are actually willing to return back. And then on the areas of compensation, yes, ideally that should be, it should be. Nigeria should go for that by way of getting all the details, you know, getting all the details. The embassy in South Africa by now should have records of all Nigerians, what they do, the business they do, those of them with properties should be able to value it and engage the South Africa government and demand for compensation. I'm 100% in support of that because if that is not done, obviously any country in Africa can just wake up because what South Africans are doing right now, the implication of it is not today. There's a lot to come tomorrow. And I can also boldly tell you that in the nearest future, when Nigeria is back on her feet with good leaders, we will pay back South Africa someday. May not be this government, but the record will be there because we've done so much for them and we do not demand what they are giving back to us. So if they have not forgotten their history, the South African government and South African people should be able to tread with caution. And from all indication, it also has some, whatever they are doing has some political undertone. And so it's not just ordinary. It's a coordinated and organized event that they are carrying out. So I think Nigerian government should engage the South African government seriously and demand compensation. Failure to do that, whatever belongs to them in this country, they should also see it, look for a way to compensate Nigerians who have actually left whatever they have in South Africa as a result of their activities. So I am in support of that. But how will Nigeria go about it? At least the embassy there, have they been able to do their job thoroughly? Because when your citizens are actually molested, those who have died, do we have record? And their properties, those who are back, it shouldn't be restricted to only those who have returned. Those who have been killed should be identified, and whatever belongs to them, whatever compensation should be paid to their family. That is my stand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. While you were speaking, you made mention of political undertones. I would like to know if you can expatiate on that particular point. But before you go on to that, you made mention of our leaders. Are you saying that the reason this is happening is as a result of the kind of leadership that we have at this point in time? Are you saying if probably someone else was there, maybe this might not be happening? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, what I am saying categorically is that if we have a good government, first, Nigerians will not move out from this country to South Africa to be faced with what they are faced with. That's number one. Number two, if we have a good government, I remember when Obasanjo was in office, South Africa wouldn't dare do this because he will have a way of handling this situation. They will not try it. In international diplomacy, international relations, they look at the leadership, they look at the competency, and they know that when you come this way, they will come this way, they'll be very careful. So we need to look at that. That's one aspect of it. Because the leaders we have, for me, is they are too soft for South Africa because they do whatever they are doing and they know they can do it and go away. But I believe that with time, when Nigeria is stable with good leaders, we understand me, we should be able to call us South Africa to account for their actions. That's just all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you agree? One of the things they pointed out is that if we had good leadership, we would not be where we are today. So do you agree with that? That's on one part. And secondly, really, can money adequately compensate victims who have lost lives, businesses and livelihoods?
I want to start by aligning to her with him on who is image marker of the country. Assuming that Obasanjo is in power, one, this thing will not happen. Understand me? Assuming that Olusegun Obasanjo is the president of this country today, what is happening will not happen. So how you come to office determines the kind of respect that outsiders will have for you. Understand me? When you steal your way into office, you don't expect respect that's from your country people and then from outsiders. So this is where it all begins. How did the Nigeria present leadership emerge? Through the back door. Understand? Against the run of play. Understand me? So as such, you cannot attract respect. Assuming that Obasanjo is the president today, the third country that existed from ECOWAS would not have done that. Just a phone call, all of them will run back to ECOWAS. Understand? And again, if you have a good economy, understand? If there's jobs in this country, there's no need going outside of the country. In the 70s and 80s, people go abroad, read and come back to the country. There are jobs waiting for them to pick. You have to pick where you want to work. Understand me? Nobody carries files up and down, going there to knock from one company to the other. It's because this bad leadership is one of the things that Nigerians are migrating to other countries of the world to look for greener pastures. And like I told you earlier, some Nigerians would even want to die in South Africa, understand? And be buried there so that they will not come back here and reincarnate as Nigerians. So things have gotten to that extent, understand? But what is happening in Africa in a small scale is happening in the Niger Delta. Spirit of entitlement. Understand me? Spirit of entitlement. South Africans has two major problems. One, they are lazy. Two, most of them are badly brought up. Understand? Most of them don't have parental control. So the foundation of most of their youth is wrong. Understand me? I have been to Cape Town, I've been to Free State, I've been to Johannesburg. So I know how these youths, understand me, when they will fold their hands, when you set up a business, they'll come and begin to dictate for you. Understand me? They will come to dictate for you. You should do this, you should do that. But to work, they are not willing to work. Just like what's happening in Niger Delta. If you come there with a brand new car, maybe you enter somebody's maybe a traditional ruler's house. Within 10 minutes, more than 200 youths will come. Understand? To see if you come from government and what you come with. Understand me? So what is happening in South Africa is happening in Niger Delta. But Niger Delta, they have not started burning and killing people. So, and for our embassy, they have not really done enough. It was the president of Tunisia that first of all issued a statement. Understand? All that with telling all South Africans in her country to leave within 48 hours. Understand? Others have done things before Nigerians, before the leadership of Nigeria remember that they have people in South Africa. And apart from Botswana, Zimbabwe, that's in West Africa as a whole, Nigeria has the largest population in South Africa. Understand? But Abike, Dabre have not gone to South Africa. Understand me? And this is the person in charge of Nigerians, the welfare and the well-being of Nigerians in diaspora. He has not gone to South Africa. She's pretending as if what is happening in South Africa is not happening, and I know the reason why. Understand me? So, Benson said, thanks to government. No thanks to any government. Understand me? No thanks to any government. That you do what you're supposed to do, you don't need any praise. Understand me? That you do what you're supposed to do, you don't need any praise. Should I praise Tinubu for providing security? I cannot, because that is what he swore. Understand me? So here we get our priorities wrong. No thanks to any government. Understand? So the issue is this. Compensation, forget about it. Their economy is on a downward fall. It's just like telling Britain to compensate you. The economy of South Africa is in crisis. Understand? They have not even feed themselves, let alone looking for who that to pay compensation. The biggest thing that they can do is to make sure that they evacuate those who are winning. Understand me? To evacuate those who are winning, even though it will still be from fry pan to fire.
Well, why you say even though it will still be from fry pan to fire, really?
Is Nigeria better than...
But there's really no place like home.
Our people are not being killed here.
Yes, Dr. Nosike, yes.
So it will still be from fry pan to fire.
Yes, people are being killed, but it doesn't mean everybody's being killed. It doesn't mean that there's really, okay, yes, this is targeted at, foreign nationals and all of that. But the likelihood of you being killed in South Africa is higher than the likelihood of
you are not sure.
But we've not been killed.
Because you are in Lagos.
But we have not exactly. We have not been killed. We are here. We are in Lagos. We will not be killed. So, but that's...
You are saying that because you are in Lagos. Nigeria is as dangerous as South Africa. Understand me? Nigeria is as dangerous as South Africa. And I'm telling you, even upon that xenophobia, more people are being killed in Nigeria daily than in South Africa. So it will still be from fry pan to fire, because Nigeria is not free, South Africa is not free.
Okay, while you're speaking, I like the fact that you brought up the issue of laziness on the part of the South African youth. Because I was really going to ask you that, isn't this more about frustration over unemployment or being redirected at migrants? Because it seems to be that, like you mentioned, these South Africans don't really, some of them, let me not generalize them, don't really have so much to do. But when you look at it, are they not shooting themselves in the leg if they don't, like you said, the economy isn't even doing well, then they are still chasing away people who have businesses in their country? Isn't them shooting themselves in the leg?
I say most of them have bad parental upbringing. Understand? And that's where it starts. Most of them, you can hardly see a mother and a father in South Africa that are together. It is rare. And so that bad foundation starts from there. They are not being taught hard work. And that's why over 90% of the economy of South Africa is in the hand of the whites. What Nelson Mandela gave to them was political independence, not economic independence. The whites are still in control of South African economy, and this whites prefer Indians. Understand? Prefer Indians and the other Africans than the original South Africans, because they don't work hard. So I can agree with that word, frustration. So when other people are being given job opportunities, the indigenous are not given. They will now turn into a mob, going from one shop to the other, like Omoninde. That's Owo Media, Owo TV, Owo this thing and that. That's exactly what is going on. That's in South Africa. Understand? So they are not winning. That South African population. That's the whites in South Africa should be about 4 to 5 million. Now controlling the Africans that are over 50 something million. So and then right now the guy Siri is not in control of that country. If he is, what is happening will not be happening. Understand me? If he is really in control, he will have told the boys, go back to your houses. Understand? But a child that was badly brought up will not hear you.
So on one hand, you're saying that the president is not doing enough. On the other hand, you're also saying that even if he was even if he was really calling them to order, because they are badly behaved, they wouldn't even listen. That's what you're saying.
Because the foundation is very, very
It's very, very poor. Okay, let me come to you, Benson Abu. You know, like what Senator Nosike has said, he said for him, he feels like South Africa really is not really going to compensate anybody, since they said the economy is going down and all of that. But let's look at it. Nigeria. It is the country where our Nigerians are from. How much is Nigeria really doing to support these returning citizens? And what do you think, or how do you think they should actually support those who have lost businesses and livelihoods? Yeah, I know that the first batch of people that came back, someone like the Imo State governor had given 1 million, yes, I think 1 million naira to each of those who are from Imo State. But the federal government, how much? And what should they really do to support these citizens who have lost businesses and livelihoods in South Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. The Nigerian government, how much have they done? Well, the first is, what are they doing for the Nigerians that are living in Nigeria? Now, for those who are returning, I expect both state, local government, and federal government to actually come to their aids, especially federal government. Those of them who are actually into businesses and are entrepreneurs, I expect that the government should actually be able to raise funds to support them to begin their life afresh. Especially Bank of Industry. This is where they come in. Those that have skills, get them integrated into the society. It is also important that the state government should also help them out. 1 million naira is money, but it is nothing to write home. Is it 1 million to get accommodation, shop, or 1 million to get, what will 1 million naira do for a business person? Considering the fact that the business environment in Nigeria is very harsh. We have double taxation and a lot of other things. So anybody who is going to begin will need something substantial. Yes, the Igbos are struggling, hardworking people. For those guys, 1 million naira can make up something for them if they start, because they have their business structure of mentorship, that will be able to help them. Now, I expect local government also to come in, because these people are from a particular communities, and this community fall within a particular local government, and the local government have revenues. They should be able to get their sons, the people, take record of it, work with the state and federal government, and be able to come to the aid of these people. I also expect Nigerians who are well-to-do to also be able to. I expect that there should be a fund, so that Nigerians can donate to this fund to compensate these people while we wait for the South Africa aspect of it, which I know may not come based on facts and statistics that we have concerning their economy. But it's good that we engage them on that as well. So those who can employ those who have just returned, we should be able to employ them, because if we fail as a nation, as a community to these people, it will turn around against us, because most of them will turn into criminality, into becoming criminals, and they will begin to haunt us. What we are having right now is too much for us to begin to bring in this. So if we do not want most of them to get into banditry, get into criminalities and other vices, let the federal government, state and local government, religious bodies raise funds. We should have a trust fund where these people will be taken care of. That's my stand. And build skills for those of them that don't have skill. Be able to train them on different skills that they can fit into the society. That's my stake. Thank you.
I want to
Okay,
one. I'm a very practical person. I like saying things that work, not theory. Understand me? Not theory. People were evacuated from Sudan. Are you aware of it? When Sudan was burning, people were evacuated from Sudan. They were driven to Sudan border with Egypt. Then APs now went and evacuated them. After the evacuation, what happened? They have been forgotten. Understand me? Now, for local government, for state, for federal, to prioritize people coming from South Africa, we have over 85 million jobless youths in Nigeria. What are their communities? What has their states? What has federal government done for them? Understand? What has those big men that Mr. Benson is mentioning done? What are those religious organizations? So this thing has happened within a week now. Another big news will break. We'll forget about this. Nigeria moves on. Understand? So we should face what works. One, I'm no more than a small boy in this country. I know how Nigerians think. The question would be, who sent them to South Africa? Understand me? Who sent them to Did their local government send them to South Africa? Did their state send them to South Africa? Did Nigeria send them to South Africa? So, most important thing is that government should bring those of them who are willing. I'm still using that word, willing. Understand? Because if I'm in South Africa and they say, come and go back to Nigeria, and I will think 2 times, because I will not really see the difference. Some of them will be thinking the way I am thinking. So most important thing, those that have been evacuated to Nigeria, they will find their feet.
They would find their feet.
They will find their feet.
You feel you feel so much.
Nigerians we have a hard work in our DNA.
Yes, I know we have hard work in our DNA, but when you look at all of it's not easy actually to start from scratch. Some of them to look like them starting from scratch really, because some of them might have. We have people who have lost businesses, but let's even move away from that.
Most important thing is that you are alive.
Yeah, definitely.
Sure. So the biggest thing that Nigeria can do for them is to bring them back to the country. Once they do it.
That's for those who are willing.
For those who are willing.
Like you kept mentioning.
Yes,
for those who are willing.
Because it is the same.
But I don't agree with you, Dr. Nosike. I don't agree with you with this same thing.
It is same.
Okay, but Dr. Nosike, let's look at this. We have the African Union. We have
Toothless bulldog.
Oh wow. Okay. So, but really, what message does this crisis has really stayed for long? Aside from this year, it's been on and on over the years. What message does this crisis send about African unity and regional integration?
One, it is increasing. It happened under Mbeki, but not up to this magnitude. Understand? So the frustration, the bad economy, understand, is what is causing this. Understand me? The jealousy, the envy. South African male are complaining that their females are following non-South Africans. And no woman wants to suffer. You are not working. And they see somebody who should make their life better. And you say that they won't go.
What do you mean by no woman wants to suffer?
No woman wants to suffer.
Are you sure?
No woman.
Some women don't mind the suffering.
No woman wants to suffer. Understand me? So this is one of the things. This is one of the arguments that South African women are chasing men from other parts of Africa. Understand? And the reason is because men from other parts of Africa are working and can give them good life, which the South African men cannot because they are not hard working. So this is one of the things that is causing all the. So the bottom line is two things: bad upbringing and laziness.
Okay. Let me come back to Benson Abu. You know, when you look at this, you've talked about the fact that Nigeria needs to do a lot, and you reeled out some things. When we look at it, what responsibility do African leaders have in creating opportunities at home? Because that seems to be like the issue. If Nigeria is okay, that I don't think anybody would want to leave to become a second-class citizen anywhere.
Yes. I think the issue with Africa generally is the issue of leadership. We have actually not been able to get leadership right in Nigeria. So that's basically our problem in Africa. And until we change this orientation, it will be difficult for us. So African leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, we should get united and be focused. The essence of forming African Union is to have a focus. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah actually advocated for United Africa so that we can actually, like United States, be a power to work on within a global community. But like I keep saying, our problem as a nation is leadership. I don't know where we got it wrong. I don't know what is our problem, but the fact that we still have in all African countries, the leaders are not just only greedy, they are selfish, they want to amass wealth, they are so much concerned about themselves and acquiring of excessive wealth they will not finish. So until we are able to sit down as a continent and iron out this, until we are able to come up with what they call it, consequences for leaders that do not perform, that after their government, they should be accountable to the people. Why in office, the decisions you take for which interest? Until we're able to do that, we will not go forward. We take a lot of things for granted. And leaders come, they squander our money, and we praise them. We need to do away with ethnicity, where you come from, and all that. Because these are the fundamental problems that we have as Africans. You know, so we have the best brain in terms of medicine and all that. But leadership to coordinate all this has always been our problem in Africa. So what do we expect? We should be able to get leaders who are committed. We should get leaders that are accountable. We should get leaders that are competent and have the capacity to be able to address leadership situations in our countries and in the continent. And any leader that fails should either be jailed or depending on the consequence. You see where leaders squander trillions of money and nothing happened. Because when they finish, they know that nobody will hold them accountable. So it's time for us to hold our African leaders accountable. And the earlier, the better. If not, we'll be a laughing stock in the global community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's time to hold our leaders accountable. Once again, do you want to say something about that before we move to our next conversation?
One, what we are having now is puppet presidents all over. Understand? That's what Abiola called the ignorant governors. So we are now having ignorant presidents. That's presidents without influence. President without influence. President his word does not ring bell in the ears of people in other countries. Understand? That's why I'll keep on mentioning Obasanjo. Understand me? When you have an influential president, he will be getting things done over and over. When Liberia was in war, Chastender, Samuel Doe, Jeremy Johnson, and all that. It was Obasanjo that when they anchored Chastender, come to Nigeria and stay. Understand me? Jeremy Johnson, the guy that killed Samuel Doe, come. In fact, I interviewed that Jeremy Johnson was living at Ibis here. This is Murtala Mohammed International Airport Road. So under Obasanjo influence, he was getting things done. But right now, we don't have such a character in Africa. Understand? And the only African president who I can say I have respect now is John Mahama of Ghana. Because one, he came through a credible election. That's where it starts, or the process. Understand me? He came through a credible election, and today he remains the most influential African president. Understand? So if you want to be respected outside, come through a free, fair, credible election. Then other countries will know, yes, your people are with you. Understand? And not when your result was announced by 4 a.m., when good men are sleeping. Understand? So the biggest problem that we have is bad leadership. I used that to tell people, our population is not a problem. Understand? A good leader can turn our population into productivity. Anywhere there's huge population means a huge market. Our diversity is not a problem. Our problem is we don't have the leader that will harness both our resources, both natural and human resources, and turn it into productivity. That's the only problem in Nigeria.
Well, thank you very much. Let's quickly move on to our next conversation. The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has announced that the party has uploaded the name of its presidential candidate, Peter Obi, to the Independent National Electoral Commission's nomination portal. The party also disclosed that INEC has granted the party access to its portal so it can upload the names of its candidates in line with the electoral timetable. Meanwhile, Obi has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to publish the academic certificates and credentials of all presidential candidates, arguing that transparency is essential to strengthening public trust in the electoral process. The development has once again brought the issue of candidates' credibility and electoral transparency to the forefront of national discourse. Let me come to you first, Benson Abu. Peter Obi has come out to say that there's a need for, he's literally advocating greater transparency through the publication of candidates' credential. Before we even go there, let me ask you, this NDC, this issue of NDC, and of course uploading its presidential candidate, I'm sure you've been following the NDC issue in court, the issue that the registration, and now we've seen that it's been uploaded. Would you say that, what do you make of this before you now move on to what Peter will be saying about, INEC actually uploading the certification credentials of these candidates?
On respect of the recent judgment by the Federal High Court, Lokoja, is laughable because the same court, when the judgment was passed and INEC tried to come in, the case was thrown out. And now, after a long period of time, an unregistered body is coming to challenge and they are reversing. So it's an issue I said is laughable because as it stands, NDC is a political party and they've gone far. And it will be very difficult. I think there's nothing to panic in respect of that because I think that the power that be, because I know that some people are scared of the presidential candidate and the vice, and so they are making every effort to ensure that they are not in the ballot paper. But however, I think also that there's no need for us to panic. I don't see any case in that matter. It's just the fact that the judge himself is, I've not seen anywhere where a judge make pronouncement and come back again to unturn his own judgment. It's not done anywhere. So that's on that. On the position of transparency, I think I subscribe 100% to what Obi is advocating. Yes, there should be transparency in everything in respect of the candidates, because let's know, bring out the result, the qualifications being submitted, details, so that we can scrutinize and know whom we are voting for and all that. So it will go a long way because there are some questions in the form that actually is being asked. I don't know, I don't see why the issues of the credentials should be seen. And we need to review the minimum qualification of WAEC for a high office like the presidency. We need to review such. So we need to come to terms with what is happening globally. Because by the time you bring a WAEC holder to go and be our president to represent us, and they are meeting people with high qualification and experience, of course, they will have nothing to discuss on the table. So we need to review that. We need to be transparent. The places you have worked, what you have done, let Nigeria know. I think I support the advocacy by Peter Obi, and INEC should look into that and incorporate it in whatever they are doing, so that we know the type of leader we are voting for, the type of people who are coming out to represent us, whether in the Senate, in the House of Rep, as governors and all that. We need to know them, who they are, where they have worked. So let us scrutinize them, and this is the time that we need to do that to get it right. That's my stake. Thank you.
Yeah, you said there's a need for the lowest qualification or the least qualification, which we have at the moment, to be looked into. But I doubt if that can really be done before this next election, because we know that the Electoral Act has been passed. Probably that might be before the next general election. Don't you think so?
Yes, yes, I agree with you, but we have constitution. The Senate is looking into the constitution, police act, bill, what they call it, state police, and other issues. This qualification issue to contest office of the president should be considered as part of the things to be reviewed. Nigeria can no longer continue to present a school cert to be our president or Waekoda. That aspect should be looked into critically and be reviewed. In fact, the minimum qualification should be a graduate. You understand me?
Yeah.
So that we know the kind of people we are presenting.
Okay.
That's my thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Nosike, thank you very much, Mr. Benson. Dr. Nosike, you know that we've had several issues come up as a result of this certification thing in the past and all of that. But would greater transparency such as this really strengthen confidence in elections?
Whatever is not transparent, nothing good will come out of it. Understand? That's in philosophy. We were taught that out of nothing comes. Understand me? Out of nothing comes. Understand? And you cannot give what you don't have. When we hear that Buhari had F9 in mathematics, I projected that our economy is finished. What can you do without mathematics? You cannot even drive without the knowledge of mathematics. That's what people don't know, because you have to measure the distance between your car and the car in front. To cross road, you need mathematics to measure the car that is coming and where you are. To cook for your family, you need mathematics. How many are we? How many cup of rice that will be enough? So what I heard that Buhari had mathematics. That's F9. I said, okay, we are done for. Somebody was telling me, even if it's a NEPA bill, let him bring it and contest. He has brought his NEPA bill, and this is where we are. Understand? So somebody who has not put his internet into test, you cannot expect anything good from him. Understand me? Somebody who had not put his internet into test, you cannot expect anything good from him. Understand? There's one wrestler in WWE, that's Obafemi. Understand? I begin to respect him when I heard that he was a graduate of Alabama University. Understand me? So you must get that basic should be first degree. Understand me? Basic should be first degree. Understand? And you must have your schoolmates.
Why train shades that? But of course, I can't allow you to answer that question because we need to go. Thank you very much, Mr. Benson Abu, for being a part of the issues, and thank you as well, Dr. Nosike, for being a part of the, and also for throwing shades at whoever that we don't know. And that's all we have for today's episode of the issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching